SAP SuccessFactors Interview and Incident Masterclass 305 Real-World Scenarios.
This is a complete 305 scenario masterclass designed around the problems that modern success factors consultants, administrators, integration specialists, and architects are expected to troubleshoot. Instead of memorizing definitions, we will work through realistic incidents involving employee data, business rules, workflows, security, integrations, talent processes, AI, platform architecture, reporting, payroll, and learning.
Here is how these 305 scenarios are divided. 305 scenarios, 27 categories, 2 parts, 1 complete SuccessFactors Masterclass.
The 305 scenarios are divided into 2 focus parts. Part 1, this video, Core HR, Integrations, Acquisition, and Analytics. Scenarios 1 to 155 across categories 1 to 13. This part follows the employee data journey from Employee Central through business rules, workflows, security, positions, time, payroll, integrations, recruiting, onboarding, multiple employment, scenarios, and people analytics. Part 2, link in the description below. Talent Suite, Learning, Next-Gen Architecture and Operations. Scenarios 156 to 305. Across categories 14 to 27. This part moves into data migration, compensation, performance, succession, skills intelligence, opportunity marketplace, identity, BTP, Joule, compliance, releases, large-scale operations, and learning. Part 1, this video establishes the foundation. Part 2 builds on it with talent, AI, architecture, and advanced operations. Let's dive into Part 1.
Part 1, this video, Core HR, Integrations, Acquisition, and Analytics.
Part 1 contains the first 155 scenarios and establishes the foundation of the entire SuccessFactors landscape. We begin with employee central data and processing, then move into business rules, workflows, extensibility, security, positions, time, payroll, integrations, recruiting, onboarding, global, assignments, concurrent employment, and finally people analytics. The common theme throughout this part is simple. Where did the transaction or data flow go wrong? And how would an experienced consultant isolate the root cause?
Part 1, this video, the 13 core categories, covering scenarios 1 to 155.
In Part 1, we will work through these 13 categories. Category 1, Employee Central Core, Data Model and Employee Services, Scenarios 1 to 18. Category 2, Business Rules and Centralized Services, Scenarios 19 to 33. Category 3, Workflows, Approvals, and Process Governance, Scenarios 34 to 45. Category 4, MDF and SuccessFactors Extensibility, Scenarios 46 to 56. Category 5, RBP, Security and Data Access, Scenarios 57 to 68. Category 6, Position Management, Scenarios 69 to 78. Category 7, Time Off and Time Management, Scenarios 79 to 90. Category 8, Employee Central Payroll and SAP Time Tracking, Scenarios 91 to 100. Category 9, Integration Center, APIs and Intelligent Services, Scenarios 101 to 113. Category 10, Recruiting, Scenarios 114 to 123. Category 11, Onboarding, Scenarios 124 to 133. Category 12, Global Assignments, Cross-Boarding and Concurrent Employment, Scenarios 134 to 143. Category 13, People Analytics, Reporting and Data Insight, Scenarios 144 to 155. We begin at the foundation. Let's dive into Category 1.
Category 1, Employee Central Core, Data Model and Employee Services.
Employee Central is the foundation of the SuccessFactors employee data landscape. So this category starts with the problems that can affect almost every downstream process. We will troubleshoot new hire creation, unexpected data changes, effective dating, event reasons, rehire and concurrent employment, manager and position relationships, foundation objects, document, generation, Employee Central Service Center, conflicting employee records, and country-specific data behavior. The goal is to understand not just what value is wrong, but why Employee Central produced that result.
Category 1, Employee Central Core, Data Model and Employee Services Scenarios.
In this category, We will troubleshoot the following 18 real-world scenarios. Scenario 1. New hire data fails to save. Scenario 2. Employee data automatically changes after a save. Scenario 3. Future dated job change is not appearing correctly. Scenario 4. Incorrect event reason is derived. Scenario 5. Rehire creates unexpected employee data. Scenario 6. Concurrent employment produces incorrect data. Scenario 7. Manager change does not propagate across the suite. Scenario 8. Position assignment is incorrect during hiring. Scenario 9. Foundation object change creates employee data inconsistency. Scenario 10. Backend data is correct, but UI shows old information. Scenario 11. Employee transfer creates unexpected organizational values. Scenario 12. Effective dated records overlap or leave gaps. Scenario 13. Document generation template pulls raw system code instead of the employee's name. Scenario 14. Document generation mass output fails for a specific legal entity. Scenario 15. Ask HR and Employee Central Service Center ticket routing fails for a specific location. Scenario 16. Employee record contains multiple conflicting job information records. Scenario 17. Personal information and employment information become inconsistent. Scenario 18. HR wants different employee data behavior by legal entity or country. We start with the first and most fundamental employee central incident. Let's dive into Scenario 1.
Scenario 1. A recruiter completes the hiring process, but the employee record fails when Employee Central tries to create the person. How would you identify whether the failure is caused by field configuration, missing mandatory data, business rules, or permissions?
Answer: the hiring transaction reaches Employee Central, but the employee cannot be created successfully. The failure could originate from configuration, validation, business rule execution, or the permissions of the user performing the transaction. I would isolate the failure layer before changing any configuration by doing: 1. Validate the employee data and field configuration. Check the incoming values, mandatory fields, field visibility, field editability, and country-specific requirements to identify whether the transaction is failing because required data is missing or incorrectly configured. 2. Trace business rule execution. Review the rules triggered during the hire and determine whether an on-save or on-change rule is modifying, validating, or rejecting one of the employee's values. 3. Verify permissions and target population. Check the recruiter's or administrator's role-based permissions, field-level permissions, and target population to confirm that the user is authorized to create and maintain the required employee data. 4. Reproduce and isolate the failing transaction. Reproduce the hire with the same employee data and identify the exact field or processing step that fails before correcting the configuration or reprocessing the employee. The objective is to identify the failing layer before applying a fix.
Pro tip for this Scenario 1. Do not change the rule first.
When a new hire transaction fails, do not immediately modify the business rule. First, reproduce the failure with the same employee data and identify the exact field or validation that is rejecting the transaction. This prevents you from changing a rule when the real problem is missing data or an upstream configuration issue.
Scenario 2. A HR administrator updates an employee's job information, but after saving, several fields such as department, location, or job classification automatically change to values the administrator did not enter. How would you trace the source of these unexpected changes and determine whether they are caused by business rules, propagation logic, or related foundation data?
Answer: the first step is to identify exactly which fields changed and whether the changes were intentional system derivations or unexpected overrides. I would trace the transaction and its configuration in the following order. 1. Compare the values before and after the save. Review the employee's effective dated history and identify every field that changed during the transaction, including fields the administrator did not explicitly modify. 2. Trace business rule execution. Check the rules triggered by the job information change and determine whether an on-save or on-change rule is deriving or overriding the affected fields. 3. Check propagation and foundation object relationships. Verify whether department, location, job classification, or other organizational objects are configured to propagate related values automatically. 4. Reproduce the transaction and isolate the trigger. Repeat the same change in a controlled environment and determine which specific field change or configuration causes the unexpected update before modifying the configuration. Always identify the exact field and trigger responsible before changing a business rule or propagation configuration.
Pro tip for this scenario 2. Check the changed fields first.
When an employee record changes unexpectedly, do not start by reviewing every business rule in the system. First, compare the before and after values and identify the exact fields that changed. That sharply narrows the rules, propagation settings, and foundation object relationships you need to investigate.
Scenario 3. An HR administrator enters a future-dated promotion for an employee, but the employee's current profile still shows the old job information, and the future change does not appear where expected. How would you determine whether the issue is caused by effective dating, UI behavior, event configuration, or incorrect effective dated records?
Answer: future dated transactions depend heavily on effective dating and the context in which the employee data is being viewed. I would verify the effective dated record first, and then trace how Employee Central is presenting and processing it. 1. Verify the effective date and record sequence. Check the exact effective date of the promotion and confirm that the new record was created in the correct position in the employee's job information history. 2. Compare current and future views. Determine whether the user is viewing the employee's current record, future dated information, or an as-of date that should display the upcoming change. 3. Check event and rule behavior. Review the event reason and any business rules triggered by the future dated transaction to ensure another rule did not modify or invalidate the expected record. 4. Test the effective dated transaction. Reproduce the change with a controlled future date and verify that the record becomes effective at the expected time without creating overlapping or conflicting records. In Employee Central, always distinguish the employee's current state from the future dated state before diagnosing a missing change.
Pro tip for this scenario 3. Always check the as of date.
A future dated change can be perfectly correct even when the current employee profile still shows the old value. Before changing configuration, verify the effective date and the date context used to display the employee record.
Scenario 4. An HR administrator changes an employee's department and expects a transfer event, but Employee Central automatically derives a different event reason. How would you trace the event reason derivation and determine why the wrong business event was selected?
Answer: event reason controls how Employee Central interprets many employee changes, so an incorrect value can affect downstream processing and integrations. I would trace the derivation rather than manually replacing the event reason without understanding the cause. 1. Review the transaction and expected event. Confirm exactly which employee field was changed and determine which event reason should logically represent that business action. 2. Check event reason derivation rules. Review the business rules and conditions responsible for deriving the event reason and identify whether another condition is being evaluated first. 3. Validate event configuration. Check whether the expected event reason is active, correctly configured, and associated with the appropriate employee action. 4. Reproduce the same organizational change. Perform the transaction with controlled test data and confirm which condition produces the unexpected event reason before correcting the rule or configuration. An incorrect event reason can become an integration problem later, so fix the derivation rather than manually correcting every transaction.
Pro tip for this scenario 4. Trace the derivation before overriding it.
If Employee Central derives the wrong event reason, manually selecting the correct value may hide the real configuration problem. Find the rule or condition producing the wrong event first, especially when the event reason is consumed by downstream integrations.
Scenario 5. A terminated employee is rehired, but previous employment information interferes with the new employment record, and some old values appear unexpectedly in the new record. How would you determine whether the problem is caused by rehire configuration identity matching, historical data, or business rules?
Answer: rehire problems require separating the employee's identity from the previous employment relationship. I would trace how the previous record is being reused and which data is intentionally carried forward. 1. Review the previous employment relationship. Examine the terminated employee's historical employment and identify which information should legitimately be reused during rehire. 2. Check rehire and identity matching behavior. Verify how Employee Central identifies the returning employee and whether the transaction is creating a new employment relationship or incorrectly treating it as an existing record. 3. Trace rules and defaulted values. Review business rules and defaulting logic that execute during rehire to determine whether historical values are being copied or overwritten unexpectedly. 4. Validate the resulting employment record. Reproduce the rehire with controlled data and verify that identity, employment information, organizational data, and effective dates are separated correctly. Always distinguish employee identity from employment history when troubleshooting rehire problems.
Pro tip for this scenario 5. Do not treat rehire as a fresh hire.
A rehire can legitimately reuse information from a previous employment relationship, so unexpected values are not automatically data corruption. First, determine which historical data should be retained and which fields should be recreated for the new employment.
Scenario 6. An employee has concurrent employment in 2 company entities, but a change made to one employment unexpectedly affects information associated with the other. How would you isolate the employment relationship involved and determine why data is crossing between the 2 employments?
Answer: concurrent employment requires careful separation of employment-specific data from information shared at the person level. I would first establish which employment owns the affected data, and then trace the configuration causing the cross-impact. 1. Identify the affected employment. Confirm the employee's separate employment relationships, and determine which employment record should contain the changed information. 2. Classify the affected data. Establish whether the field belongs to person-level information or employment-specific information, because that determines whether sharing the value is expected. 3. Check rules, propagation, and security context. Review business rules, propagation behavior, and the employment context used by the transaction to determine why the change crossed employment boundaries. 4. Reproduce the change on both employments. Test the same transaction against each employment, and confirm whether the unexpected update is caused by configuration or incorrect employment context. With concurrent employment, always ask, is this data person level or employment level?
Pro tip for this scenario 6. Identify the data ownership level.
Many concurrent employment issues become easier once you determine whether the affected field belongs to the person or to a specific employment. Do that before investigating business rules or integrations.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mark scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 7. An employee's manager is changed in Employee Central, but the old manager continues to appear in performance, time off, or another SuccessFactors process. How would you trace the manager change across the affected modules and identify where the old relationship is being retained?
Answer: a manager change can affect multiple SuccessFactors processes. So, I would first establish whether Employee Central itself contains the correct relationship, and then trace the downstream propagation. 1. Validate the manager relationship in Employee Central. Confirm the effective dated manager value, and verify that the new manager is correctly stored in the employee's job information. 2. Check the affected module's data source. Determine whether performance, time off, or the affected process reads the manager directly from Employee Central or maintains its own related data. 3. Trace synchronization and event processing. Review the relevant HRIS synchronization, event, or integration process to determine whether the manager change was transmitted and processed. 4. Compare effective dates and downstream results. Verify that the downstream system received the correct manager with the correct effective date, and identify where the old relationship remains. Always establish whether Employee Central or the downstream module is the source of truth before changing configuration.
Pro tip for this Scenario 7. Start with the source of truth.
When a manager appears incorrectly in another module, do not immediately change that module's configuration. First, prove that Employee Central contains the correct effective dated manager relationship, and then trace how the downstream module obtained its value.
Scenario 8. A recruiter hires an employee against an approved position, but the employee is assigned to the wrong position or the expected position data does not flow into Employee Central. How would you trace the position selection, hiring transaction, and resulting employee data to identify where the assignment went wrong?
Answer: position-related hiring problems can originate in the position itself, the recruiting transaction, or the Employee Central creation process. I would trace the position from its source through the employee creation process. 1. Validate the source position. Check the position status, organizational attributes, job information, and availability to confirm that the recruiter selected a valid position. 2. Trace the recruiting to hire mapping. Verify that the selected position and its associated values are correctly passed from recruiting into the hiring process. 3. Check Employee Central position assignment. Confirm which position was actually assigned to the employee and compare its organizational and job-related values with the intended position. 4. Reproduce the hiring path. Test the same hiring flow with a controlled position and determine whether the incorrect assignment comes from position configuration, mapping, or the hiring transaction. When position data is wrong after hiring, trace the position from selection to employee creation instead of checking only the final employee record.
Pro tip for this scenario 8. Validate the position before the hire.
A hiring transaction can look correct, while the underlying position is already carrying incorrect organizational or job data. Always inspect the source position before assuming the recruiting to Employee Central mapping is responsible.
Scenario 9. An administrator changes a foundation object, such as a department or location, and employees associated with that object begin showing unexpected organizational values. How would you determine whether the issue comes from the foundation object itself, employee records, propagation behavior, or effective dated configuration?
Answer: foundation objects can influence employee data and organizational relationships across Employee Central. So I would separate the source object change from the employee level effect before making corrections. 1. Validate the foundation object. Review the changed department, location, or organizational object and confirm its effective dates, relationships, and assigned attributes. 2. Identify the affected employee population. Determine which employees are impacted and whether all affected employees share the same foundation object relationship. 3. Trace propagation and business rules. Check whether the foundation object change triggers propagation or business rules that modify employee job information. 4. Compare before and after data. Identify the exact values that changed for affected employees and reproduce the foundation object update in a controlled environment to confirm the trigger. A foundation object problem can affect many employees, so identify the common source before correcting individual employee records.
Pro tip for this scenario 9. Look for the common source.
If dozens of employees suddenly show the same incorrect organizational value, do not troubleshoot each employee individually. Find the shared foundation object or configuration that could have changed the entire population.
Scenario 10. An administrator verifies that the employee's backend record contains the new department and location, but the employee profile or another UI still displays the previous values. How would you determine whether the problem is effective dating, caching, UI configuration, synchronization, or stale data?
Answer: when backend data is correct but the UI is stale, I would avoid changing the underlying employee record and instead investigate how the UI retrieves and presents the data. 1. Verify the effective dated backend record. Confirm that the expected values exist with the correct effective date and that there is no newer record overriding them. 2. Check the UI's data source and date context. Determine which employee object or effective dated record the affected page is actually displaying. 3. Compare the behavior across interfaces. Check whether the same employee information is correct in another SuccessFactors screen or API response to determine whether the issue is isolated to the UI. 4. Validate configuration and synchronization behavior. Review relevant UI configuration, synchronization processes, and caching behavior before making any backend data correction. If the source data is correct, Do not corrupt the source data to fix a presentation problem.
Pro tip for this scenario 10. Prove the source data first.
When the UI displays stale information, verify the same value through another trusted data path before changing anything. If the backend and API are correct, the problem is likely in presentation, effective date context, synchronization, or caching rather than the employee record itself.
Scenario 11. An employee is transferred to a new department and location, but the resulting employee central record contains unexpected organizational values that were not entered during the transfer. How would you trace the transfer transaction and identify which configuration or rule produced the unexpected values?
Answer: a transfer can update several related organizational fields at once. So I would first compare the intended transfer values with the resulting record, and then trace the logic responsible for deriving the additional values. 1. Validate the transfer transaction. Confirm the effective date, event reason, new department, location, position, and other values explicitly entered during the transfer. 2. Identify automatically derived fields. Compare the final employee record with the submitted values, and list the fields that changed without direct user input. 3. Trace business rules and propagation. Review the rules and propagation relationships associated with the changed organizational fields to identify which configuration derived the unexpected values. 4. Reproduce the transfer with controlled data. Repeat the same transfer in a test scenario and verify the exact point at which the unexpected organizational values are introduced. Treat an unexpected transfer value as a derivation problem first, not as an employee data entry problem.
Pro tip for this scenario 11. Compare input with output.
For transfer incidents, make a simple before and after comparison of the values entered by the administrator versus the final saved record. The fields that changed without user input usually reveal the configuration layer you need to investigate.
Scenario 12. An HR administrator updates an employee's job information several times, but the employee's history now contains overlapping effective dated records or a gap between two records. How would you identify which transaction created the inconsistency and determine the correct effective dated sequence?
Answer: effective dating determines which version of employee information is valid at a particular point in time. So overlapping or missing periods can affect both current and future employee data. I would investigate the employee's complete history before correcting any record by doing: 1. Review the complete effective dated history. Compare the start dates, end dates, event reasons, and field values of the affected job information records to identify the exact overlap or gap. 2. Trace the transaction that created the inconsistency. Determine whether the problem came from a manual change, import, business rule, transfer, promotion, or another process that inserted or modified the record. 3. Check rules and import behavior. Review any business rules or data load logic that could have created an incorrect effective date or inserted a record without considering the surrounding history. 4. Correct and validate the sequence. Fix the affected records using the correct effective dates. Then verify current, historical, and future views to ensure the employee timeline is continuous and produces the expected values. Never fix an effective dating problem by looking only at the latest record. The surrounding history determines whether the timeline is actually correct.
Pro tip for this scenario 12. Read the timeline before editing.
When an effective dated record looks wrong, inspect the records immediately before and after it before making any correction. The real cause is often a previous transaction that created an unexpected date boundary, rather than the record currently showing the error.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 13. HR generates an employee document, but the document displays a raw system code for a field such as department or location instead of the employee-friendly name. How would you trace the document template mapping and determine why the generated output is using the technical value rather than the expected display value?
Answer: a document can contain the correct underlying employee value while still displaying the wrong representation in the generated output. I would separate the employee data from the document generation mapping by doing: 1. Verify the employee's source data. Confirm whether the employee record contains the expected department, location, or other foundation object value, and identify whether the stored value is a code, label, or object reference. 2. Inspect the document template mapping. Check the field or token used by the template and determine whether it references the technical field value instead of the associated display label. 3. Compare the generated output with the source record. Generate the document for a known employee and compare the template output against Employee Central to isolate whether the issue occurs during data retrieval or document rendering. 4. Correct and retest the template. Update the template mapping to use the appropriate employee-facing value. Then test multiple employees across relevant legal entities or languages before releasing the template. When a document shows a code instead of a name, verify the template's data mapping before changing the employee's master data.
Pro tip for this scenario 13. Do not fix display problems in master data.
If the employee record contains the correct business value, but the generated document shows a technical code, changing the employee data to make the document look right can create downstream problems. Fix the representation at the document template layer instead.
Scenario 14. HR successfully generates employee documents for most legal entities, but a mass document generation run consistently fails when processing employees from one specific legal entity. How would you isolate whether the problem is caused by template configuration, employee data, legal entity-specific configuration, or the mass generation process?
Answer: because the process works for other legal entities, I would treat the affected entity as the key comparison point and isolate what is different rather than assuming the entire document generation process is broken. 1. Compare a failing employee with a successful employee. Select employees from the affected and unaffected legal entities and compare the data fields used by the document template. 2. Check legal entity-specific configuration. Review whether the affected legal entity uses a different document template, language, country configuration, branding, or employee data requirement. 3. Test single document generation. Generate a document for one affected employee outside the mass process to determine whether the failure is caused by the employee or template combination or by mass processing. 4. Validate the mass generation population and output. Once the single document path works, rerun a controlled batch and verify whether the failure is related to volume, population selection, or a particular employee record. When only one legal entity fails, use a working legal entity as your control group instead of troubleshooting the entire process blindly.
Pro tip for this scenario 14. Use a working entity as your baseline.
If document generation works everywhere except one legal entity, the fastest route to the root cause is often a side-by-side comparison with an entity where the same document works. Configuration differences become much easier to spot when you have a known good baseline.
Scenario 15. Employees in one location submit Ask HR requests successfully, but their tickets are routed to the wrong HR support team, while requests from other locations reach the correct team. How would you trace the location-based routing logic and identify why only this employee population is being misrouted?
Answer: because routing works for other locations, I would focus on the attributes and routing conditions that distinguish the affected population. I would isolate the routing failure by doing: 1. Validate the affected employee's location data. Confirm the employee's current location, country, legal entity, and other organizational attributes used by the service routing logic. 2. Trace the routing configuration. Review the categories, routing rules, support teams, and conditions that determine where the Ask HR request should be sent for that location. 3. Compare affected and unaffected locations. Select equivalent employees from a working location and compare their organizational attributes and routing configuration to identify the condition producing the difference. 4. Submit a controlled test request. Create test requests for the affected location and verify the routing result after correcting the configuration, including escalation or reassignment behavior where applicable. Location-based service routing should be tested with representative employees from every configured location, not just the default HR population.
Pro tip for this scenario 15. Compare the employee attributes used for routing.
When ticket routing fails for only one location, do not start by changing the support queue. First, compare the affected employee's location and organizational attributes with an employee whose request routes correctly. The routing condition is often evaluating a value that was recently changed or mapped differently.
Scenario 16. An employee's job information history contains multiple records with conflicting department, location, or job values for what appears to be the same employment period. How would you determine which record is authoritative and identify how the conflicting records were created?
Answer: multiple conflicting job information records can affect the employee's current state, historical reporting, workflows, and integrations. I would reconstruct the employee's timeline before deciding which record should be retained or corrected. 1. Map the employee's effective dated timeline. Review every relevant job information record, effective date, event reason, and changed field to understand how the conflicting records relate to one another. 2. Identify the source of each record. Determine whether each record came from a UI transaction, import, integration, rehire, transfer, or automated rule. 3. Compare the records against the business event. Establish which organizational change actually occurred and identify which record accurately represents the employee's business history. 4. Correct the history and validate downstream impact. Resolve the conflicting records using the appropriate effective dated correction and verify that reporting, workflows, integrations, and the employee's current state are now consistent. Do not delete a conflicting record simply because it looks wrong. First, determine which business event created each record and what history must be preserved.
Pro tip for this scenario 16. Follow the business event.
When multiple job information records conflict, use the employee's actual business events, hire, transfer, promotion, reorganization, or correction, to reconstruct the intended history. The event sequence often tells you which record is wrong more reliably than looking at the final values alone.
Scenario 17. An employee updates personal information successfully, but related employment information still contains outdated or conflicting values, causing downstream processes to use different versions of the employee's data. How would you determine whether the inconsistency is caused by data ownership, effective dating, business rules, or synchronization?
Answer: personal information and employment information represent different parts of the employee record. So I would first establish which object owns the affected value and then trace how the two data areas are expected to interact. 1. Identify the conflicting fields and their owners. Determine whether each value belongs to personal information, employment information, or another employee central object, and establish which source should be authoritative. 2. Check effective dates and historical values. Compare the current and historical records to determine whether the apparent inconsistency is actually caused by different effective dates. 3. Trace rules and synchronization. Review business rules, HRIS synchronization, and related integrations to determine whether one data area is expected to update another. 4. Validate downstream usage. Confirm which version of the employee data is consumed by the affected workflow, report, or integration, and correct the source or synchronization logic accordingly. Before synchronizing two employee data areas, establish which object is the source of truth. Not every similar-looking field should be automatically synchronized.
Pro tip for this scenario 17. Do not assume similar fields share the same owner.
Two fields can look like they represent the same business concept, while belonging to different employee central objects. Identify the authoritative object first. Otherwise, an attempted synchronization can create a new inconsistency instead of resolving the existing one.
Scenario 18. A global organization wants the same employee central process to behave differently by legal entity or country, such as requiring different fields, applying different defaults, or enforcing different validation rules. How would you design the configuration so that the regional behavior is controlled without creating a large number of duplicated rules?
Answer: country-specific requirements should be implemented through controlled configuration, rather than duplicating the entire employee process for every region. I would design the solution around reusable rules and clearly defined regional conditions by doing: 1. Identify the regional differences. Document exactly which fields, validations, defaults, and process behaviors differ by country or legal entity, and separate true regulatory requirements from business preferences. 2. Use conditional configuration and rules. Design reusable business rules and configuration conditions that evaluate the relevant country or legal entity attributes, instead of creating independent copies of the entire process. 3. Validate security and data requirements. Confirm that country-specific field visibility, editability, mandatory behavior, and target populations align with the regional requirements. 4. Test across representative countries. Build a regression matrix covering the major legal entities and verify that the shared configuration produces the correct behavior without affecting countries that use the standard process. Design for regional variation through controlled conditions and reusable configuration, rather than cloning the same process for every country.
Pro tip for this scenario 18. Avoid one rule per country.
When a global implementation starts creating separate business rules for every country, maintenance can quickly become difficult. Where the business logic is fundamentally the same, use reusable conditions and regional parameters so a change to the core process does not require dozens of separate rule updates.
Category 1 Conclusion. Employee Central Core, Data Model, and Employee Services.
Employee central incidents usually begin with a data model, effective dating, configuration, security, or transaction processing problem. The critical troubleshooting skill is to identify the source of truth, trace how the employee data moved through the system, and isolate the exact configuration layer responsible before making a correction.
Key takeaways of Category 1. The troubleshooting principles to remember.
Before moving into business rules, remember these 4 principles. 1. Start with the employee data. Verify what Employee Central actually stored before assuming that the UI, integration, or downstream module is wrong. 2. Respect effective dating. Always understand the employee's current, historical, and future dated records before correcting data. 3. Trace the source of the change. When values change unexpectedly, identify whether the change came from a rule, propagation, import, integration, workflow, or user transaction. 4. Fix the source, not the symptom. A successful correction should address the configuration or processing layer that created the incident, rather than manually repairing every affected employee. The goal is not simply to correct the employee record. It is to prevent the same incident from recurring across the population.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire master vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 1, employee data problems, to Category 2, the logic behind them.
Employee Central stores the data, but business rules often determine what happens to that data when a transaction occurs. In the next category, we move from identifying incorrect employee information to understanding the logic that creates, validates, derives, or unexpectedly changes it.
Category 2, business rules and centralized services.
Business rules are often the hidden execution layer behind employee central behavior. A rule can work correctly in one transaction and fail in another, behave differently across countries or interfaces, or create unexpected results after an SAP release. Centralized services adds another layer by applying consistent validation across different transaction paths.
Category 2, business rules and centralized services related scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 15 real-world scenarios. Scenario 19, business rule fires at the wrong time. Scenario 20, 2 business rules override each other. Scenario 21, business rule creates an unexpected update loop. Scenario 22, rule works for existing employees but not new hires. Scenario 23, rule works in UI but fails during import. Scenario 24, rule does not trigger on a foundation object change. Scenario 25, derived value from business rule is incorrect. Scenario 26, rule works in one country but not another. Scenario 27, multiple conditional rules produce conflicting outcomes. Scenario 28, business rule causes mass update performance issues. Scenario 29, existing integration suddenly fails after an SAP release. Scenario 30, import or API and UI produce different validation results. Scenario 31, mass MSS change fails for only part of the employee population. Scenario 32, centralized validation causes previously valid data to fail. Scenario 33, business rule design must be reworked for performance and maintainability. Next, let's dive into Scenario 19.
Scenario 19, an HR administrator changes an employee's department, but a business rule that should run only during a promotion also fires and changes the employee's job classification. How would you trace why the rule is executing during the wrong transaction, and prevent it from affecting unrelated employee changes.
Answer: a business rule firing at the wrong time usually means its triggering event or conditions are broader than the intended business scenario. I would trace both the rule's execution context and its conditions before changing the logic by doing. 1. Identify the exact transaction that triggered the rule. Compare the employee change that occurred with the event, field, or action configured to invoke the business rule, and confirm whether the rule should have executed at all. 2. Review the rule's execution criteria. Check the triggering object, event type, field conditions, and business conditions to determine why a department change is being interpreted as a promotion-related transaction. 3. Trace interactions with other rules. Verify whether another rule is modifying a field first and unintentionally satisfying the conditions of the affected rule. 4. Test the corrected trigger and conditions. Reproduce both a promotion and an ordinary department change to confirm that the rule fires for the intended transaction without affecting unrelated employee updates. A rule that fires at the wrong time is usually a trigger or condition problem, not simply a rule calculation problem.
Pro tip for this scenario 19. Check the trigger before the formula.
When a business rule produces an unexpected result, administrators often inspect the rule's calculation first. If the rule should never have executed, changing its formula will not solve the real problem. Verify the trigger and execution conditions first.
Scenario 20. An employee's location is changed, and one business rule correctly derives the new cost center, but another rule immediately replaces it with a different value. How would you determine which rules are executing, understand their execution sequence, and prevent one rule from overriding the result of another?
Answer: when two rules modify the same field, the final value may depend on which rule executes last and what values each rule sees at execution time. I would isolate the competing rules and their conditions by doing: 1. Identify every rule affecting the field. Search the relevant employee central configuration for rules that read or write the cost center and document their triggers and conditions. 2. Compare execution conditions. Determine why both rules qualify for the same transaction and whether one rule is intended to handle a more specific business case. 3. Trace the resulting value after each execution. Reproduce the transaction with controlled data and establish which rule introduces the correct value and which rule subsequently overwrites it. 4. Consolidate or narrow the logic. Remove overlapping conditions where possible or redesign the rules so that each rule owns a clearly defined business condition and does not unintentionally overwrite another rule's result. When two rules write to the same field, the real problem is often overlapping ownership of the business logic.
Pro tip for this scenario 20. Find every writer of the field.
If a field has an unexpected final value, do not inspect only the rule you believe should control it. Identify every rule, import, workflow, or integration capable of writing that field. The last writer often explains the symptom, but overlapping ownership explains the root cause.
Scenario 21. An administrator updates an employee's department, but the save triggers a business rule that updates another field, which triggers a second rule that changes the department again. The transaction repeatedly updates related values and may eventually fail or become difficult to control. How would you trace the rule chain and break the loop without removing the required automation?
Answer: an update loop occurs when rules indirectly trigger one another through fields that they read or modify. I would map the dependency chain before disabling any rule by doing: 1. Identify the fields participating in the loop. Determine which field starts the transaction and which fields are subsequently modified by each rule. 2. Trace the rule dependency chain. Follow each rule's trigger and conditions to establish how one update causes another rule to execute and eventually changes the original field again. 3. Find the condition that prevents termination. Identify the missing guard condition or overly broad trigger that allows the same business logic to execute repeatedly. 4. Introduce a controlled stopping condition. Redesign the rule conditions so the required business update occurs once, while preventing the resulting change from re-triggering the same processing chain. For rule loops, do not simply disable automation. Identify why the rule chain has no natural stopping condition.
Pro tip for this scenario 21. Draw the rule dependency chain.
When multiple rules interact, reading them individually can hide the loop. Map the sequence as field A changes field B triggers rule C, and rule C changes field A. The circular dependency usually becomes obvious once the chain is visualized.
Scenario 22. A business rule correctly derives the employee's department and cost center for existing employees, but the same rule does not populate those values when a new hire is created. How would you determine why the rule behaves differently during hiring and identify what is missing from the new hire execution context?
Answer: a rule that works for existing employees may depend on data or an execution event that is not available during the hire transaction. I would compare the two processing contexts rather than assuming the rule itself is broken. 1. Compare the available data at execution time. Identify which employee, employment, organizational, and foundation object values exist for an existing employee versus a person being created during the hiring transaction. 2. Check the rule's trigger and timing. Verify that the rule is attached to the object and event used during hiring and is not configured only for a later employee data update. 3. Review mandatory and defaulted values. Determine whether the rule depends on fields that are not yet populated when the new hire transaction reaches the rule. 4. Test a new hire from the same business scenario. Create a controlled new hire transaction and compare its rule execution and input values with an existing employee transaction to isolate the missing dependency. A rule can be logically correct and still fail for new hires if the data it depends on does not exist yet when the rule executes.
Pro tip for this scenario 22. Ask what data exists at that moment.
When a rule works for existing employees but not during hiring, compare the data available at rule execution rather than only comparing the final employee records. The new hire transaction may execute before a required field or relationship has been created.
Scenario 23. An administrator updates an employee manually through the Employee Central UI, and a business rule correctly derives the expected value, but the same employee update through a scheduled import leaves the field unchanged. How would you trace the difference between the two execution paths and determine why the rule behaves differently?
Answer: a UI transaction and an import can follow different processing paths and expose different data or validation behavior. I would compare the two execution contexts rather than assuming that a successful UI transaction proves the import is configured correctly. 1. Compare the transaction inputs. Identify every field supplied by the UI transaction and the import and determine whether the import contains all values required by the rule conditions. 2. Verify the rule execution path. Check whether the rule is configured to execute for the import operation and whether the relevant object and event are processed in the same way. 3. Review import processing and validation. Examine the import result and validation messages to determine whether the record is being accepted without invoking the expected rule logic, or whether the rule is being bypassed because required data is missing. 4. Reproduce with equivalent data. Run a controlled import containing the same business values used in the successful UI transaction and compare the resulting employee data to isolate the processing difference. Never assume that UI behavior automatically proves import behavior. Validate the actual processing path used by the data load.
Pro tip for this scenario 23. Compare inputs, not just results.
When a rule works in the UI but not through an import, compare the exact values submitted in both paths. A missing condition field in the import can make a perfectly valid rule appear to be an import processing problem.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 24. An administrator changes a department's attributes, but a business rule that should react to that change does not execute, and affected employee records retain the old derived values. How would you determine whether the rule is attached to the wrong object, listening for the wrong event, or dependent on an employee transaction that never occurred?
Answer. A foundation object update is different from an employee job information transaction. So a rule designed for employee changes may not automatically execute when the underlying organizational object changes. I would trace the rule's object and event context by doing 1. Identify the object being changed. Confirm whether the transaction modifies the department, location, or another foundation object rather than the employee record itself. 2. Review the rule's trigger configuration. check whether the rule is attached to the foundation object and whether the configured event corresponds to the type of change being performed. 3. Determine how employee values are expected to react. Establish whether the requirement is to update the foundation object only or to propagate the changed value into existing employee records. 4. Test the complete change path. Modify a controlled foundation object and verify whether the rule executes, whether employee records are updated as intended, and whether a separate propagation mechanism is actually required. A rule cannot respond to an event it is not configured to observe. Always verify the object and event that actually changed.
Pro tip for this scenario 24. Start with the object, not the rule.
When a rule does not fire, first ask what object actually changed. A rule attached to Employee Central employee data will not necessarily execute simply because a related foundation object was modified.
Scenario 25. An employee is assigned to a new department, and a business rule is supposed to derive the correct cost center, but the rule populates a valid-looking cost center that belongs to a different organizational structure. How would you determine whether the problem is the rule logic, the source data, or the relationship between the organizational objects?
Answer: a derived value can look technically valid while still being business incorrect. I would trace the derivation from the employee source attributes through the rule conditions to the final value. 1. Validate the source attributes. Confirm that the employee's department, location, legal entity, job classification, and other inputs used by the rule contain the expected values. 2. Walk through the rule conditions. Evaluate the rule's decision branches against the employee's actual data and identify the condition that produced the selected cost center. 3. Verify the organizational relationships. Check whether the department to cost center relationship used by the rule is current and correctly configured in the relevant foundation objects. 4. Test multiple organizational combinations. Reproduce the calculation with employees from different departments and legal entities to determine whether the incorrect result is isolated to one configuration path or reflects a broader rule design. Problem: a derived value is only as correct as the source attributes and relationships used to calculate it.
Pro tip for this scenario 25. Validate the inputs before the output.
When a business rule derives an incorrect value, do not immediately rewrite the calculation. First, verify every input the rule consumes. A stale department, incorrect location, or outdated foundation object relationship can make correct rule logic produce the wrong business result.
Scenario 26. A global employee central business rule correctly applies a job classification for employees in one country, but employees in another country receive no value or an incorrect value from the same rules. How would you identify the country-specific condition or configuration difference causing the inconsistent behavior?
Answer: country-dependent rule behavior can result from differences in employee data, foundation objects, field configuration, or rule conditions. I would compare a working and failing country systematically rather than creating another rule immediately. 1. Compare the employee inputs. Select representative employees from the working and failing countries and compare the country, legal entity, job, department, location, and other values consumed by the rule. 2. Review country-specific rule conditions. Check whether the rule contains country or legal entity conditions that exclude the failing population or route them into an incorrect branch. 3. Validate regional configuration. Compare field availability, pick lists, foundation objects, and country-specific configuration to determine whether the rule is receiving different values or relationships. 4. Test both countries with controlled data. Execute equivalent employee transactions in each country and verify which condition or configuration difference causes the rule to produce different results. When a rule works in one country and fails in another, compare the data and configuration side by side before adding country-specific logic.
Pro tip for this scenario 26. Use a working country as the control.
For country-specific rule failures, choose one working country and one failing country and compare the complete execution context. This often exposes a missing condition, different foundation object value, or country-specific configuration difference much faster than reading the rule in isolation.
Scenario 27. An employee transfer triggers several business rules, and each rule evaluates a different organizational condition. The employee ultimately receives a cost center and job classification that do not match the intended transfer. How would you untangle the competing rule conditions and determine which logic should control the final employee values?
Answer: when multiple conditional rules apply to the same transaction, the problem is often not that one rule is completely wrong, but that their conditions overlap in ways the original design did not anticipate. I would isolate the competing logic by doing 1. Identify every rule participating in the transaction. List the rules triggered by the transfer and document which employee fields each rule reads and modifies. 2. Evaluate the overlapping conditions. Compare the conditions of the rules against the employee's actual organizational values and identify where more than one rule becomes eligible for the same transaction. 3. Trace the final value back to its source. Reproduce the transaction and determine which rule produces each intermediate value and which rule ultimately determines the final saved value. 4. Redesign the decision boundaries. Make the rule conditions mutually clear where possible. Establish which rule owns each derived field, and test overlapping business cases before moving the revised logic to production. When multiple rules can control the same field, define clear ownership and mutually understandable conditions, rather than relying on execution order to produce the desired result.
Pro tip for this scenario 27. Build a rule ownership map.
For complex rule environments, document which rule owns each derived field and which business condition activates it. This makes overlapping logic much easier to identify and prevents a new rule from silently taking control of a field already managed elsewhere.
Scenario 28. HR performs a mass update affecting thousands of employees, and the process becomes extremely slow because several business rules execute for every employee. How would you identify which rules are contributing to the performance problem and redesign the logic without removing required business validation?
Answer: a rule that performs acceptably for an individual transaction can become a major performance bottleneck during a large employee update. I would isolate the expensive logic and reduce unnecessary execution by doing 1. Identify the rules triggered by the mass transaction. Determine which rules execute for every employee and which ones are actually required for the specific mass update operation. 2. Look for expensive or repeated logic. Review rules for unnecessary lookups, repeated calculations, broad conditions, or processing that occurs even when the relevant employee data has not changed. 3. Reduce unnecessary execution. Narrow rule conditions so that expensive logic runs only when the fields or business events relevant to the rule actually change. 4. Benchmark the revised design. Test the revised rules with a representative employee population and compare processing behavior before moving the optimization into production. A rule optimized for one employee can still be poorly designed for thousands. Always evaluate business rule performance at the population scale.
Pro tip for this scenario 28. Optimize the trigger population.
The fastest business rule is often the one that does not execute unnecessarily. Before optimizing complicated logic, ask whether the rule can be prevented from running for employees or transactions that cannot possibly need the calculation.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 29. An integration that has processed employee central data successfully for years suddenly begins failing immediately after an SAP release. No integration configuration was intentionally changed by the customer. How would you establish whether the release changed rule execution, validation behavior, API processing, or another dependency used by the integration?
Answer: when a stable integration fails immediately after a release, I would treat the timing as an important diagnostic signal, while still proving the exact change that introduced the failure. I would investigate it by doing: 1. Establish the last known good transaction. Compare a successful execution before the release with the first failed execution afterward, and capture the exact employee data, operation, and error behavior. 2. Check release-related behavior changes. Review the release impact for the affected employee central object, business rules, validation, API behavior, and integration processing path. 3. Compare configuration and execution context. Verify that the customer's integration configuration is unchanged and determine whether a platform change is now applying different validation or rule logic. 4. Reproduce and isolate the changed behavior. Test the same transaction in a controlled environment and identify the specific validation, rule, API response, or processing step that changed after the release. The release date is a clue, not the root cause. Identify the exact behavior that changed before applying a workaround.
Pro tip for this scenario 29. Compare the first failure with the last success.
For a post-release incident, identify the exact transaction that worked before the release and the first equivalent transaction that failed afterward. That controlled comparison is usually far more useful than reviewing the entire integration configuration from scratch.
Scenario 30. An HR administrator can save an employee change successfully through the Employee Central UI, but the same business data submitted through an import or API is rejected by validation. How would you trace the two processing paths and determine why they are applying different validation behavior?
Answer: different results across UI and data interfaces can indicate differences in validation timing, business rule execution, centralized services, permissions, or the actual payload being submitted. I would compare the paths systematically by doing: 1. Compare the exact submitted data. Capture the values entered through the UI and compare them with the import or API payload, including fields that may not be visible to the user. 2. Identify where validation occurs. Determine which validation, business rule, or centralized processing step rejects the import or API transaction and whether the UI follows the same path. 3. Check permissions and processing context. Verify the user or integration context executing the non-UI transaction and confirm that it has the required access to the same employee data and fields. 4. Reproduce with an equivalent payload. Submit the smallest possible import or API transaction that reproduces the failure and compare its result with the corresponding UI transaction to isolate the behavioral difference. Never compare UI and API behavior using only the final values. Compare the actual payload and processing context as well.
Pro tip for this scenario 30. Reduce the failing payload.
When an import or API transaction fails while the UI succeeds, strip the failing request down to the smallest set of fields that still reproduces the problem. This makes it much easier to identify the exact validation or rule responsible.
Scenario 31. An HR administrator performs a mass manager self-service change for several thousand employees, but only a portion of the population fails, while the remaining employees are updated successfully. How would you identify what distinguishes the failed employees and determine whether the failure is caused by data, rule conditions, permissions, or employee-specific configuration?
Answer: a partial mass update failure is a strong indication that the successful and failed employees do not present the same processing conditions. I would use the employee populations themselves to isolate the difference by doing: 1. Separate successful and failed populations. Obtain a representative sample from both groups and compare the employee attributes, organizational relationships, effective dates, and values involved in the transaction. 2. Compare rule execution conditions. Determine whether the failed employees enter a different business rule branch because of country, department, employment status, manager relationship, or another attribute. 3. Check employee-specific permissions and data dependencies. Verify whether the failing employees contain missing or invalid data, unusual employment structures, or access conditions that prevent the change from being processed. 4. Reprocess a controlled subset. Select a small group of failed employees and reproduce the transaction individually or in a limited batch to identify the exact condition responsible before rerunning the full population. In a partial mass update failure, the failed employees are your evidence. Find the attribute or condition they share that successful employees do not.
Pro tip for this scenario 31. Compare the population, not just the error.
If 80% of a mass change succeeds, do not treat the incident as a single system-wide failure. Compare a few successful and failed employees side by side. The difference in their data or configuration often reveals the root cause much faster.
Scenario 32. An employee data import that has been accepted for years, suddenly starts rejecting records after centralized validation behavior is introduced or changed. The same values were previously considered valid. How would you determine which new validation is being applied and assess whether the existing data or the configuration needs to change?
Answer: centralized validation can expose data quality or configuration assumptions that previously existed only in one processing path. I would identify the newly enforced validation before deciding whether to change the data or the configuration by doing 1. Capture the exact validation failure. Identify the field, value, object, and validation message responsible for the rejection, rather than treating the import as a generic failure. 2. Compare previous and current processing behavior. Establish when the validation started occurring and determine whether the change corresponds to a release, configuration change, or centralized services behavior. 3. Check whether the data violates the current business rule. Determine whether the previously accepted values are actually inconsistent with the organization's current configuration, or whether the new validation is incorrectly configured. 4. Decide between data correction and configuration correction. Correct the source data when it is genuinely invalid, but adjust the configuration or validation logic when the new behavior does not represent the intended business requirement. Centralized validation can expose old data quality assumptions, distinguish genuinely invalid data from an incorrectly tightened validation rule.
Pro tip for this scenario 32. Preserve a known good transaction.
When validation behavior changes, keep an example of the exact transaction that previously succeeded. Comparing that known good payload with the new failure gives you a concrete baseline for identifying what validation behavior changed.
Scenario 33. A SuccessFactors implementation has accumulated hundreds of business rules over several years, and administrators now struggle to determine which rule controls a field. Some rules contain repeated logic, expensive lookups, and overlapping conditions. How would you redesign the rule landscape so that it remains performant, understandable, and safer to change?
Answer: this is no longer a single rule defect. It is a business rule architecture problem. I would treat the redesign as a controlled refactoring exercise focused on ownership, reuse, execution cost, and regression risk. 1. Inventory rules by object and field ownership. Map which rules read and write each important field. Identify duplicated logic, and establish a clear owner for every derived or validated value. 2. Consolidate repeated business logic. Identify common conditions and calculations that are implemented multiple times and redesign them so that the same business logic does not have to be maintained independently across many rules. 3. Reduce unnecessary execution. Narrow triggers and conditions so expensive processing occurs only when the relevant business event or field change actually requires it. 4. Introduce governance and regression testing. Establish naming conventions, documentation, ownership, change controls, and representative test cases so future rule changes can be made without creating hidden dependencies or performance. Regressions. Business rules should be treated as application logic with architecture and governance, not as isolated configuration objects.
Pro tip for this scenario 33. Create field ownership before refactoring rules.
Before rewriting a large business rule landscape, create a simple field ownership map showing which rule is responsible for each important value. Once ownership is clear, redundant rules and conflicting logic become much easier to identify and safely remove.
Category 2 Conclusion. Business rules and centralized services.
Business rules and centralized validation determine how employee central processes, validates, derives, and modifies employee data. The key lesson is to trace the execution context, rule conditions, data dependencies, and validation path before changing logic, especially when behavior differs between UI, imports, integrations, employee populations, or countries.
Key takeaways of Category 2. Business rule, troubleshooting principles.
Before moving into workflows, these are the critical lessons from the business rules and centralized services incidents. 1. Trace the trigger before changing the rule. A rule producing an unexpected result may actually be executing during a transaction where it was never supposed to run. 2. Identify every rule that writes to the field. Conflicting rules can produce technically valid but business incorrect final values when multiple rules control the same field. 3. Understand execution context. A rule may behave differently during hiring, UI transactions, imports, APIs, or mass changes because the available data and processing path can differ. 4. Treat rule dependencies as an architecture problem. Circular dependencies, repeated logic, and overlapping conditions can create update loops and difficult-to-maintain configurations. 5. Use successful and failed populations as evidence. When only some employees or countries are affected, compare their data and configuration rather than treating the problem as a global failure. 6. Take SAP releases seriously, but prove the change. A post-release failure is a strong diagnostic clue, but the exact validation, rule, API, or processing behavior that changed must still be identified. 7. Distinguish invalid data from new validation behavior. Centralized validation may expose historical data quality problems, but it can also reveal incorrectly configured validation logic. 8. Design business rules for scale. Logic that works for one employee may become a performance problem when executed across thousands of employees. 9. Establish ownership and governance. Every important derived field should have clear rule ownership, documentation, testing, and controlled change management. The objective is not simply to make one rule work. It is to build predictable, scalable, and maintainable employee-central processing.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 2, the logic behind employee data, to Category 3, the approval process around it.
Business rules determine how employee transactions are processed, but many important HR transactions cannot complete until the right person approves them. In the next category, we move from troubleshooting automated business logic to understanding workflow routing, approval authority, delegation, conditional approvals, and what happens when the approval process breaks.
Category 3, workflows, approvals, and process governance.
A workflow can fail even when the underlying employee transaction is configured correctly. The approver may be wrong, the workflow may never trigger, an approval may remain pending, or the workflow may complete without updating the employee record. These incidents require tracing both the approval logic and the transaction that sits behind it.
Category 3, workflows, approvals, and process governance, related scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 12 real-world scenarios. Scenario 34, manager cannot approve an employee change. Scenario 35, workflow is routed to the wrong approver. Scenario 36, workflow remains stuck in pending. Scenario 37, workflow is not triggered. Scenario 38, workflow triggers for every employee instead of selected employees. Scenario 39, delegated approval causes a workflow failure. Scenario 40, country-specific approval routing is required. Scenario 41, salary change requires conditional approval. Scenario 42, approval path changes because of manager or org unit changes. Scenario 43, workflow must be bypassed for certain authorized administrators. Scenario 44, workflow approval completes but employee data is not updated. Scenario 45, same transaction requires different approval chains based on amount, event, or location next. Let's dive into Scenario 34.
Scenario 34, a manager receives a workflow request for an employee change, but the approve action is unavailable even though the manager is the employee's current supervisor. How would you trace the approval context and identify why the manager cannot complete the workflow?
Answer: when the expected approver cannot approve a workflow, I would first distinguish between an authorization problem, an incorrect workflow participant, and an issue with the underlying employee transaction by doing 1. Verify the workflow recipient. Confirm that the workflow was actually routed to the manager expected to approve the transaction, and that the correct employee relationship was used. 2. Check the manager's permissions. Review the manager's role-based permissions and workflow-related access to determine whether the user has the authorization required to approve the transaction. 3. Validate the employee relationship and effective date. Confirm that the manager relationship used by the workflow is current, and that a recent organizational change has not made the workflow participant different from the current manager. 4. Reproduce the approval with a controlled transaction. Submit another employee change for the same manager and determine whether the problem follows the user, the employee population, or the specific workflow instance. A manager, being the employee's current supervisor, does not automatically prove that the workflow instance was routed using the same relationship.
Pro tip for this scenario 34. Inspect the workflow instance first.
Before changing the manager's permissions, inspect the actual workflow instance and confirm who the system considers the approver. This prevents you from changing security when the real problem is an incorrect workflow participant.
Scenario 35. A promotion workflow that should go to the employee's next-level manager is consistently being routed to an HR administrator instead. How would you trace the approver derivation and determine which workflow configuration or employee relationship is causing the incorrect routing?
Answer: incorrect routing usually means the workflow is deriving its participant from a different relationship or condition than the business process expects. I would trace the participant derivation by doing: 1. Inspect the actual workflow participant. Confirm exactly which user or role received the request and compare that with the intended approval hierarchy. 2. Trace the participant configuration. Review whether the workflow is using the direct manager, second-level manager, HR representative, role-based participant, or another configured relationship. 3. Validate the employee's organizational relationships. Check manager, encountered in department, position, waiting for another and other participant or attributes that may system action influence participant derivation at the time the workflow was generated. 4. Test the routing with representative employees. Use employees with different organizational structures to confirm that the corrected participant logic works consistently without redirecting unrelated workflows. Fix the participant derivation rather than manually rerouting individual workflow requests.
Pro tip for this scenario 35. Trace who the system selected.
When a workflow goes to the wrong person, do not start by changing the approval hierarchy. First, identify the exact participant rule or relationship that selected the current approver. The routing decision is the evidence you need.
Scenario 36. An employee change has been submitted, and the workflow appears in the approver's queue, but it remains in pending even after the approver attempts to complete the approval. How would you determine whether the workflow state, approver action, underlying transaction, or system processing is preventing completion?
Answer: a workflow remaining pending can mean that the approval action was not successfully completed, or that the underlying transaction could not be finalized. I would trace the workflow state and the employee transaction together by doing: 1. Inspect the current workflow state. Confirm whether the request is genuinely awaiting approval, has encountered an error, or is waiting for another participant or system action. 2. Verify the approver's action. Determine whether the approver actually submitted the approval and whether the system recorded the action rather than only showing the request as viewed. 3. Check the underlying employee transaction. Validate whether the employee change itself contains invalid or conflicting data that could prevent the workflow from completing after approval. 4. Reproduce the workflow with a controlled change. Submit a similar transaction and follow the workflow from creation through approval to identify the exact step where the status stops progressing. A pending workflow is a state to investigate, not a root cause by itself.
Pro tip for this scenario 36. Separate approval from transaction completion.
Do not assume that clicking approve means the employee change was successfully committed. Always verify both the workflow state and the underlying employee data after approval.
Scenario 37. HR submits a transaction that should require approval, but no workflow is generated, and the employee change proceeds without an approval request. How would you determine why the workflow did not trigger, and whether the issue is with the transaction, workflow configuration, or triggering conditions?
Answer: when no workflow instance exists, I would first determine whether the transaction satisfied the conditions required to create one. I would isolate the missing trigger by doing: 1. Confirm the transaction completed. Verify exactly what employee action was performed, which fields changed, and whether the transaction followed the expected workflow-enabled process. 2. Review workflow triggering conditions. Check the configured event, object, field changes, and conditional criteria to determine whether the transaction should have generated a workflow. 3. Check for bypass conditions. Determine whether the user, employee population, event reason, or administrator privileges intentionally exclude the transaction from workflow processing. 4. Reproduce the same transaction. Submit an equivalent change using a test employee, and compare the result with a transaction that successfully generates a workflow. If no workflow instance exists, investigate the trigger conditions before troubleshooting the approval itself.
Pro tip for this scenario 37. First, prove that a workflow was created.
When users say a workflow did not trigger, do not immediately inspect approvers. First, confirm whether a workflow instance was created at all. If no instance exists, the problem is upstream in the trigger or bypass logic.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 38. HR configures a workflow so that only high-value employee changes should require approval, but the workflow begins triggering for every employee transaction of the same type. How would you identify why the selection conditions are being ignored and prevent unnecessary approval requests?
Answer: when a workflow triggers for too broad a population, the key is to identify which condition was intended to restrict it, and why that condition is evaluating as true for everyone. I would investigate it by doing 1. Identify the intended approval population. Define the exact employee, transaction, amount, or organizational conditions that should require approval. 2. Evaluate the workflow conditions against affected employees. Compare employees who should trigger the workflow with those who should not and determine which condition is failing to distinguish them. 3. Check related rule and field behavior. Verify that the fields used by the workflow condition contain the expected values at the moment the workflow is evaluated. 4. Test boundary cases. Submit transactions just inside and outside the intended approval criteria to confirm that the corrected configuration triggers only for the required population. Conditional workflows are only as precise as the data available when their conditions are evaluated.
Pro tip for this scenario 38. Test the boundary, not just the happy path.
For a conditional workflow, always test one employee who should trigger it and one who should not. Boundary testing quickly exposes conditions that are too broad or fields that are not populated when the workflow evaluates them.
Scenario 39. A manager delegates approval responsibility before going on leave, but workflow requests either remain with the original manager or fail when the delegate attempts to process them. How would you trace the delegation configuration and determine why the approval is not being handled by the expected user?
Answer: delegation introduces another participant into the approval process. So I would distinguish between delegation configuration, workflow timing, and the delegate's authorization by doing 1. Verify the delegation period. Confirm that the delegation was active when the workflow request was created, and that its start and end dates cover the approval period. 2. Check whether the workflow honors the delegation. Determine whether the affected workflow type and approval step are eligible to be processed by the configured delegate. 3. Validate the delegate's permissions. Confirm that the delegate has the required authorization to perform the same approval action and access the relevant employee population. 4. Test a new workflow during the delegation period. Create a controlled approval request and verify whether it is routed to or actionable by the delegate as expected. Delegation is not just a routing change. The delegate must also have the appropriate authority to complete the approval.
Pro tip for this scenario 39. Check when the workflow was created.
A common mistake is checking only whether delegation is currently active. Also verify when the workflow was created and whether the delegation was already active at that point, because timing can affect how the approval participant is determined.
Scenario 40. A global company wants salary and organizational changes in India to follow one approval chain, while the same transactions in Germany follow a different chain. How would you design the workflow so that country-specific routing is applied correctly without duplicating the entire approval process?
Answer: country-specific approval should be modeled as controlled routing variation, rather than separate copies of the entire workflow. I would design it by doing 1. Define the regional approval requirements. Document exactly how the approval chain differs by country and identify which parts of the workflow remain common. 2. Use country or legal entity conditions for routing. Configure the participant logic so the employee's relevant country or organizational attribute determines the appropriate approval path. 3. Validate the underlying employee attributes. Confirm that country, legal entity, and related organizational data are populated correctly before the workflow evaluates the routing conditions. 4. Test multiple regional paths. Validate the same transaction for representative employees in each country, and confirm that only the intended approval chain changes. Keep the common workflow logic centralized, and vary only the approval routing that genuinely differs by country.
Pro tip for this scenario 40. Separate common logic from regional routing.
If only the approver chain differs by country, do not create completely separate workflows. Keep the transaction and common approval logic shared, and make the participant derivation country aware.
Scenario 41. A company wants salary increases below a defined threshold to require manager approval, while larger increases must also go through HR or executive approval. How would you design and troubleshoot the conditional workflow so that the correct approval chain is selected for each salary change?
Answer: the approval path must be derived from the transaction's business value without creating overlapping approval conditions. I would approach it by doing 1. Define the approval thresholds. Establish the exact salary change ranges and the approval authority required for each range before configuring the workflow. 2. Verify the transaction value used by the workflow. Confirm which salary field and effective value are available when the workflow evaluates the approval condition. 3. Design mutually exclusive approval branches. Ensure that a salary change falls into one intended approval path, rather than accidentally satisfying multiple threshold conditions. 4. Test values around each threshold. Submit changes below, at, and above the approval boundaries to verify that the workflow consistently selects the correct chain. Conditional approval logic should have clearly defined boundaries, so one transaction cannot accidentally qualify for multiple approval paths.
Pro tip for this scenario 41. Test just above and below the threshold.
Never test only a typical salary increase. Test values immediately below and above every approval threshold. Boundary testing is where overlapping or incorrectly defined approval conditions usually reveal themselves.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 42. An employee's manager or organizational unit changes while the workflow is already in progress, and the approval request now appears to follow a different approval path than the one originally expected. How would you determine which organizational relationship the workflow is using, and whether the change should affect the existing approval instance?
Answer: organizational changes can alter how participants are derived, but an existing workflow may already have established its approval context. I would trace the timing and participant resolution by doing: 1. Establish when the workflow was created. Creation time. Check the workflow creation time. Compare the workflow creation time with the employee's manager or organizational unit. Change to determine which relationship existed when routing was calculated. 2. Inspect the current workflow participants. Identify who the workflow is actually waiting for, and compare that participant with both the original and current organizational hierarchy. 3. Check participant derivation behavior. Determine whether the workflow resolves the approver when it is created or dynamically evaluates the employee relationship later in the process. 4. Test the same sequence with controlled timing. Create a workflow, change the employee's organizational relationship, and observe whether the existing approval path changes or remains tied to the original participant. For workflow incidents involving organizational changes, timing is often as important as the hierarchy itself.
Pro tip for this scenario 42. Creation time.
When an approval path appears inconsistent after an employee changes managers, compare the workflow creation time with the manager change. That often tells you whether the workflow was based on the old hierarchy or evaluated against the new one.
Scenario 43. HR wants a specific group of authorized administrators to make urgent employee corrections without triggering the normal approval workflow, while regular HR users must continue to follow the approval process. How would you design the bypass so that it is controlled without creating a security gap?
Answer: a workflow bypass is effectively an elevated business capability, so it must be tightly scoped to the users and transactions that genuinely require it. I would design it by doing: 1. Define the authorized bypass population. Identify exactly which administrators should be allowed to bypass the workflow, and limit the privilege to the required role or permission group. 2. Define the bypass conditions. Specify which employee transactions qualify for the exception, rather than creating a blanket bypass for all HR changes. 3. Protect the bypass with security controls. Ensure that ordinary users cannot obtain the same capability through broader permissions or unintended target population access. 4. Audit and test the exception path. Test both authorized and unauthorized users and verify that bypass transactions remain traceable through appropriate audit and change history mechanisms. A workflow bypass should be treated as privileged access, not as a convenience setting.
Pro tip for this scenario 43. Make the exception narrow.
The safest workflow bypass is one that answers two questions precisely. Who can bypass the workflow, and exactly which transaction can they bypass? Avoid giving an administrator a broad exemption when the business requirement is narrow.
Scenario 44. An approver successfully approves an employee's job change, and the workflow shows as completed, but the employee's job information still contains the old value. How would you determine whether the approval completed without committing the transaction, or whether another process subsequently changed the employee data?
Answer: workflow completion and employee data persistence are related but separate outcomes. I would verify both independently and trace what happened after approval by doing: 1. Confirm the workflow completion. Verify that the workflow reached its completed state and that the approval action was actually recorded. 2. Check the employee's effective dated history. Determine whether the approved change was saved with the expected effective date, or whether no employee data record was created at all. 3. Trace rules and downstream processing. Review whether a business rule, integration, import, or subsequent transaction could have overwritten the approved value after the workflow completed. 4. Reproduce the complete approval cycle. Submit the same change with a test employee, and follow the transaction from submission through approval and final data persistence to isolate where the value is lost. A completed workflow does not automatically prove that the underlying employee transaction produced the expected final data.
Pro tip for this scenario 44. Verify the employee record after approval.
Never close a workflow incident just because the status says completed. Always verify the resulting employee data, effective date, and final field values. The workflow can succeed while a later rule or transaction changes the result.
Scenario 45. The same employee transaction must follow different approval chains depending on the salary amount, event reason, and employee location. How would you design the workflow conditions so that the correct approval path is selected when multiple criteria apply at the same time?
Answer: this is a multi-dimensional approval problem where several business attributes can influence the final approval path. I would design the decision logic so that precedents and combinations are explicit by doing: 1. Define the approval decision matrix. Map the combinations of amount, event reason, location, and required approval authority before implementing the workflow conditions. 2. Establish condition precedents. Determine which business attribute should take priority when multiple conditions apply and ensure the workflow logic reflects that priority explicitly. 3. Avoid overlapping approval branches. Design the conditions so that a transaction cannot unintentionally enter multiple conflicting approval paths unless sequential approvals are deliberately required. 4. Test representative combinations. Validate low and high amounts, different event reasons, and multiple locations, including combinations where more than one special condition applies. Complex approval workflows should be designed as a decision matrix first and translated into workflow conditions second.
Pro tip for this scenario 45. Build the decision matrix before the workflow.
When amount, event, and location all affect approval routing, do not start by creating workflow branches. First, map the expected outcome for each meaningful combination. The decision matrix exposes conflicting requirements before they become configuration problems.
Category 3 Conclusion. Workflows, approvals, and process governance.
Workflow incidents are rarely just approval problems. The real investigation often requires tracing participant derivation, manager relationships, effective dates, conditional routing, delegation, permissions, and the underlying employee transaction. The key lesson is to treat workflow status, approval routing, and employee data persistence as separate layers that must each be validated.
Key takeaways of Category 3. Workflow troubleshooting principles.
Before moving into MDF and extensibility, these are the most important lessons from the workflow incidents. 1. Verify the actual workflow participant. Never assume the expected manager or HR user Is the person the system selected for approval? 2. Separate routing from authorization. A user can be correctly identified as the approver and still lack the permissions required to complete the approval. 3. Treat pending as a state, not a diagnosis. Determine whether the workflow is waiting for an approver, another processing step, or an underlying transaction to complete. 4. Prove the workflow trigger. If no workflow instance exists, investigate the triggering conditions and bypass logic before troubleshooting the approval itself. 5. Use timing when investigating organizational changes. Manager, position, or organizational unit changes can affect workflow behavior depending on when the approval instance was created. 6. Design conditional approvals around explicit boundaries. Amount, event, country, location, and other criteria should have clearly defined decision paths. 7. Control workflow bypasses as privileged capabilities. Authorized exceptions should be narrowly scoped and auditable, rather than implemented as broad administrative exemptions. 8. Verify the employee record after approval. A completed workflow does not by itself prove that the underlying employee transaction produced the expected final data. 9. Model complex approval logic before configuring it. A decision matrix is often the safest way to expose conflicting approval requirements before they become workflow defects. The goal is to make approval processing predictable while preserving the correct authorization, routing, and employee data outcome.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 3, Approval Process Problems, to Category 4, Extending Employee Central Safely.
Workflows govern how employee transactions are approved, but customers frequently need additional data structures, custom fields, and business-specific capabilities that are not available through standard Employee Central configuration alone. In the next category, we move into MDF and Extensibility, where the challenge is not simply creating something custom, but designing it so that security, effective dating, rules, integrations, and future SAP releases remain manageable.
Category 4, MDF and SuccessFactors Extensibility.
Metadata Framework provides a powerful way to extend SuccessFactors with custom objects and data structures. But custom configuration introduces its own production risks. Visibility, permissions, effective dating, associations, rules, integrations, and the boundary between configuration and BTP extensions all need to be considered before a custom solution is deployed.
Category 4, MDF and SuccessFactors Extensibility-related scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 11 real-world scenarios. Scenario 46. Custom MDF object is not visible. Scenario 47. User can see MDF object but cannot edit it. Scenario 48. MDF data cannot be associated correctly with employee data. Scenario 49. Effective dating produces unexpected MDF results. Scenario 50. MDF object requires approval before changes. Scenario 51. MDF data must be sent to an external system. Scenario 52. Business rule must read and write MDF data. Scenario 53. Custom field is required only for certain countries. Scenario 54. Customer requests a custom experience without modifying SAP standard objects. Scenario 55. Configuration requirement should be solved through MDF versus BTP extension. Scenario 56. Custom extension must survive future SAP releases next. Let's dive into Scenario 46.
Scenario 46. An HR administrator creates a custom MDF object and confirms that the object exists in the system, but the intended HR users cannot find or access it through the expected Employee Central interface. How would you determine whether the problem is object configuration, UI exposure, permissions, or the user's target population?
Answer: an MDF object existing in the system does not automatically mean every user can see or access it. I would separate object availability from user access and UI exposure by doing 1. Verify the MDF object configuration. Confirm that the object is active, correctly configured, and available through the intended Employee Central experience. 2. Check role-based permissions. Review object-level permissions, field-level permissions, and the user's assigned roles to determine whether access is being denied. 3. Validate the target population. Confirm that the user's permission role includes the employee or organizational population associated with the MDF data. 4. Test the object with a controlled administrator account. Compare an administrator who can access the object with the affected user to isolate whether the problem is configuration or authorization. When an MDF object is invisible, separate object configuration, UI exposure, and authorization before changing the object itself.
Pro tip for this scenario 46. Test with a known good administrator.
If one administrator can access an MDF object while another user cannot, use the working administrator as your control. Compare permissions and target populations before modifying the object configuration.
Scenario 47. An HR user can open a custom MDF object and view the employee's records, but the edit option is unavailable even though the business process requires the user to maintain the data. How would you identify whether the restriction comes from object permissions, field permissions, record-level access, or the object's configuration?
Answer: visibility and editability are separate authorization concerns in SuccessFactors. I would determine which layer is preventing the update by doing 1. Verify object-level edit permission. Confirm that the user's role-based permissions allow the required edit operation for the MDF object. 2. Check field-level permissions. Determine whether the user can edit the specific fields involved, or whether one protected field is preventing the entire business action. 3. Review record and target population access. Confirm that the user has access to the specific MDF record and employee population being modified. 4. Compare with a working user. Test the same record with an administrator or role that can edit it, and compare the permission configuration to identify the missing authorization. Seeing an MDF record proves read access. It does not prove that the user has the complete authorization required to modify it.
Pro tip for this scenario 47. Separate object access from field access.
When a user can view an MDF record but cannot edit it, check object permissions and field permissions separately. A user can have access to the object, while individual fields remain read-only.
Scenario 48. A customer creates an MDF object to store employee-specific information, but the custom record cannot be associated reliably with the intended employee, and users sometimes see the wrong employee. Relationship. How would you trace the association design and determine whether the issue is the reference configuration, employee identifier, effective dating, or existing data?
Answer: an association problem usually requires checking both the MDF object's relationship definition and the employee record being referenced. I would investigate the relationship by doing 1. Inspect the association definition. Verify which employee central object and field the MDF object is configured to reference, and whether the relationship represents the intended business relationship. 2. Validate the employee reference. Check the employee identifier or object reference stored in the MDF record and confirm that it points to the correct employee. 3. Check effective dated behavior. Determine whether multiple employee records or effective dated relationships are causing the system to resolve the association differently at different points in time. 4. Test new and existing records. Create a controlled MDF record for a known employee and compare its association with an existing problematic record to determine whether the issue is configuration or historical data. An association should be designed around the actual business relationship, not simply around a field that happens to contain an employee identifier.
Pro tip for this scenario 48. Validate the relationship before the record.
When an MDF record points to the wrong employee, do not immediately correct individual records. First, verify that the association itself represents the intended relationship. Otherwise, new records will continue to reproduce the same problem.
Scenario 49. An MDF record is updated with a future effective date, but users continue to see the old value or see different values depending on the date being viewed. How would you determine whether the unexpected result is caused by effective dating configuration, record history, or the way the application reads the MDF data?
Answer: effective dated MDF behavior must be analyzed as a timeline rather than as a single current value. I would investigate the records and their effective context by doing 1. Review the complete MDF history. Compare the current, historical, and future dated records and identify exactly where the expected timeline differs from the actual records. 2. Validate effective dating configuration. Confirm how the MDF object is configured to handle effective dates and whether the expected history model matches the business requirement. 3. Check the date context used by the application. Determine whether the UI, rule, report, or integration is requesting the current record or a record for a specific effective date. 4. Test current and future scenarios. Create controlled records with known effective dates and verify which value is returned when the object is viewed or consumed at different points in time. For effective dated MDF incidents, always ask which record should be valid for the exact date and process being executed.
Pro tip for this scenario 49. Think in timelines, not current values.
A future dated MDF value can be perfectly correct while the user still sees an older value today. Before changing the record, establish which effective date the consuming process is actually evaluating.
Scenario 50. HR wants users to maintain a custom MDF object, but every change to the object must first go through an approval process before becoming effective. How would you design the approval behavior while ensuring users cannot bypass the intended governance process?
Answer: adding approval to custom MDF data requires coordinating the object configuration, workflow behavior, permissions, and final data state. I would design the process by doing 1. Define the approval boundary. Determine which MDF changes require approval and whether all fields or only specific business-critical changes need authorization. 2. Configure the workflow trigger. Ensure the workflow is initiated for the intended MDF transaction and routed to the correct approver based on the business requirement. 3. Control permissions during the approval lifecycle. Prevent ordinary users from directly modifying or bypassing the record through another access path while the approval is pending. 4. Test approval and rejection paths. Verify that approved changes produce the expected MDF record and that rejected or canceled requests do not leave unintended data behind. For custom MDF approvals, validate both the workflow state and the final MDF data state after approval or rejection.
Pro tip for this scenario 50. Secure every path to the object.
An approval process is ineffective if users can modify the same MDF data through an alternative access path. After configuring the workflow, test every realistic way the object can be maintained and make sure the governance requirement applies consistently.
Scenario 51. A customer stores business-specific employee information in an MDF object, and the data must now be sent to an external HR application whenever the MDF record changes. How would you design and troubleshoot the data flow so that changes are transmitted reliably without creating duplicate or stale records in the external system?
Answer: the integration design must identify the MDF object as the source of the business data and establish how changes are detected, transformed, transmitted, and reconciled. I would approach it by doing 1. Define the source and change model. Establish which MDF fields are authoritative and whether the external system requires full records, incremental changes, or both. 2. Validate the integration mapping. Map the MDF fields to the external system's expected structure and verify that identifiers, effective dates, and reference values are transformed correctly. 3. Trace a real change end-to-end. Update one controlled MDF record and follow the transaction through event or integration processing to confirm where the data is transformed or lost. 4. Design reconciliation and retry behavior. Account for failed transmissions, duplicate processing, changed records, and temporary external system failures so the integration can recover without corrupting the target data. An MDF integration is not complete when the outbound message succeeds. The target system must also contain the correct business state.
Pro tip for this scenario 51. Trace one record end-to-end.
When troubleshooting an MDF integration, select one known record and follow its identifier from the MDF change through the outbound processing and into the target system. A single controlled transaction often reveals the failing layer faster than reviewing thousands of integration records.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 52. A customer wants a business rule to read a value stored in a custom MDF object and use it to automatically populate or validate an employee central field. How would you determine whether the rule can safely access the MDF data and ensure that the resulting employee update does not create an unexpected dependency or processing loop?
Answer: using MDF data inside business logic, creates a dependency between the custom object and employee processing. I would validate both the data relationship and the execution behavior by doing 1. Confirm the MDF relationship. Verify that the employee transaction can reliably identify the correct MDF record and that the required value is available when the rule executes. 2. Check the rule's read or write behavior. Determine whether the rule only consumes MDF data or also modifies the MDF object, and assess the implications for transaction processing. 3. Validate missing and conflicting MDF data. Test employees with a valid MDF record, no MDF record, and multiple applicable records to determine how the rule behaves when the expected value is unavailable or ambiguous. 4. Test for recursive dependencies. Confirm that an employee central update cannot trigger MDF processing that changes the same employee data again, and create an unintended execution loop. When business rules depend on MDF, treat the MDF object as a data dependency that must be validated for availability, uniqueness, and timing.
Pro tip for this scenario 52. Always test the missing MDF record.
A rule often works perfectly when the expected MDF record exists. The production failure appears when an employee has no matching record. Always test the missing data path explicitly before relying on MDF as a rule dependency.
Scenario 53. A customer needs a custom MDF field to be mandatory for employees in one country, but optional for employees everywhere else. How would you implement the country-specific requirement without creating separate versions of the custom object for each region?
Answer: the requirement is a conditional data rule rather than a reason to duplicate the object. I would design the behavior around the employee's regional context by doing 1. Define the exact country condition. Establish which country or legal entity attribute determines when the field becomes mandatory, and confirm that the source value is reliable. 2. Configure conditional validation. Implement the required behavior so the field is enforced only when the employee belongs to the intended population. 3. Check user and field permissions. Ensure the field remains accessible to the users who must maintain it, while the mandatory behavior is applied only where required. 4. Test multiple country scenarios. Validate employees from the affected country, unaffected countries, and employees who transfer between countries to ensure the requirement follows the intended business condition. Conditional mandatory fields should be driven by a clear business attribute rather than duplicated object designs.
Pro tip for this scenario 53. Test country transfers too.
A field that is mandatory only in one country should be tested when an employee moves into and out of that country. Transfer scenarios often expose conditional logic that appears correct during a simple hire, but behaves incorrectly later.
Scenario 54. A customer wants employees to maintain additional business information through a custom experience, but the requirement must not modify SAP standard employee central objects or create upgrade sensitive changes. How would you determine what should remain configuration and what should be implemented as an extension?
Answer: the safest extensibility decision starts with understanding the business capability rather than immediately choosing a technology. I would evaluate the requirement by doing 1. Separate data requirements from experience requirements. Determine whether the customer needs only additional data storage or also needs a custom user experience, complex processing, or external system interaction. 2. Check standard configuration first. Establish whether Employee Central and MDF configuration can satisfy the requirement without introducing unnecessary custom development. 3. Identify the boundary of the custom experience. If the requirement needs capabilities beyond standard configuration, define exactly which part belongs in an extension while keeping employee master data ownership clear. 4. Evaluate upgrade and supportability impact. Prefer supported extension patterns and avoid modifying standard objects when a clean extension point can provide the required capability. The best extensibility solution is not the most customized one. It is the smallest supported extension that satisfies the business requirement.
Pro tip for this scenario 54. Define the extension boundary first.
Before building a custom experience, Decide which system owns the employee data and which part of the requirement actually needs customization. A clearly defined boundary prevents unnecessary custom development from spreading into the standard employee central data model.
Scenario 55. A customer needs to store additional employee-related data and expose it through a custom process, but the architecture team is unsure whether to solve the requirement with MDF configuration or build a BTP extension. How would you evaluate the requirement and make the architecture decision?
Answer: MDF and BTP solve different levels of extensibility, so the decision should be based on the capability required rather than technology preference. I would evaluate it by doing: 1. Determine whether the requirement is primarily data modeling. If the customer mainly needs a supported custom object, fields, relationships, permissions, and simple business logic, MDF may be sufficient. 2. Identify requirements beyond configuration. Determine whether the solution needs a custom user interface, complex processing, external services, advanced orchestration, or capabilities that cannot be provided cleanly through standard configuration. 3. Evaluate integration and lifecycle needs. Consider where data should live, which system owns the business process, how external systems participate, and how the solution will be monitored and maintained. 4. Choose the smallest supported architecture. Use MDF when configuration satisfies the requirement, and introduce a BTP extension only when the business capability genuinely exceeds what the SuccessFactors platform can provide. Choose MDF for supported data model extensibility, and use BTP when the requirement genuinely needs application-level extension capabilities.
Pro tip for this scenario 55. Do not build BTP just because you can.
A custom BTP application may provide more flexibility, but that does not automatically make it the better architecture. If MDF and supported SuccessFactors configuration can satisfy the requirement, the simpler platform native solution is often easier to maintain and upgrade.
Scenario 56. A customer has built a custom extension around Employee Central, and the solution must continue working through future SAP releases without repeated redevelopment. How would you assess the extension for upgrade resilience and identify design choices that could create future maintenance problems?
Answer: upgrade resilience depends heavily on whether the extension relies on supported interfaces and stable extension points, or on internal implementation details. I would assess the solution by doing: 1. Inventory the extension dependencies. Identify every SuccessFactors object, API, event, field, integration point, and custom configuration that the extension depends on. 2. Separate supported interfaces from fragile dependencies. Determine whether the solution relies on documented extension mechanisms or on assumptions about internal platform behavior that could change during a release. 3. Review regression impact. Identify which employee central processes could be affected by a release and create representative tests for employee data, security, integrations, rules, and the custom experience. 4. Establish release governance. Maintain dependency documentation. Test the extension during release readiness activities, and define an owner responsible for reviewing SAP changes before production deployment. Upgrade safe extensibility is primarily an architecture discipline. Minimize unsupported dependencies and test the supported integration points every release.
Pro tip for this scenario 56. Design for the next release, not just today.
Before approving a custom extension, ask what would happen if SAP changed the underlying Employee Central implementation in the next release. If the extension depends on internal behavior rather than supported interfaces, the technical debt already exists even if the solution works today.
Category 4 Conclusion. MDF and SuccessFactors Extensibility.
MDF and extensibility provide powerful ways to extend SuccessFactors without unnecessarily modifying the standard data model. The key lesson is to treat custom objects, permissions, effective dating, business rules, integrations, and BTP extensions as connected architectural decisions rather than isolated configuration tasks.
Key takeaways of Category 4. MDF and Extensibility Principles.
Before moving into RBP and security, These are the most important lessons from the MDF and extensibility incidents. 1. Separate object existence from user visibility. Creating an MDF object does not automatically make it visible or usable for every user. 2. Separate visibility from editability. A user may be able to view an object or record while lacking permission to modify it. 3. Design association around business relationships. An MDF relationship should identify the correct employee central object and business relationship rather than simply storing an employee identifier. 4. Treat effective dating as part of the data model. Current, historical, and future MDF records can produce different results depending on the date context used by the consuming process. 5. Secure every maintenance path. An approval workflow is ineffective if users can modify the same custom data through another authorized path. 6. Trace custom integrations end-to-end. Successful outbound processing does not prove that the external system contains the correct final business state. 7. Treat MDF dependencies as rule dependencies. Business rules that read or write MDF data must account for missing records, timing, uniqueness, and possible recursive processing. 8. Prefer conditional configuration over object duplication. Country-specific requirements should normally be handled through controlled conditions, rather than creating separate custom objects for every region. 9. Use the smallest supported extension. Start with standard configuration, an MDF, and introduce BTP only when the business requirement genuinely exceeds platform-native capabilities. 10. Design customizations for upgrades from the beginning. Supported interfaces, clear ownership, dependency documentation, and release regression testing are essential for long-term extensibility. The goal is to extend SuccessFactors without turning customization into a future security, integration, performance, or upgrade problem.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 4, Extending Success Factors, to Category 5, Controlling who can access it.
A well-designed MDF object or custom extension is only useful when the right users can access the right information and nothing more. In the next category, we move from building and extending SuccessFactors capabilities to controlling visibility, editability, target populations, API access, reporting access, and privileged administration through role-based permissions.
Category 5, RBP, Security and Data Access.
Security incidents in SuccessFactors often appear as simple access problems, but the real cause can involve permissions, target populations, field-level security, employee relationships, reporting, authorization, API access, or proxy behavior. The challenge is to determine exactly what the user is allowed to access, through which channel, and why.
Category 5, RBP, Security and Data Access Related Scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 12 real-world scenarios. Scenario 57. HR can view an employee but cannot edit the record. Scenario 58. Manager can access employees outside their scope. Scenario 59. Recruiter can view sensitive employee information. Scenario 60. Country HR requires access only to their country. Scenario 61. Employee can view another employee's sensitive information. Scenario 62. Integration user has API access, but UI access behaves differently. Scenario 63. API integration suddenly receives authorization errors. Scenario 64. New MDF object is not accessible despite being created. Scenario 65. RBP change accidentally exposes sensitive data. Scenario 66. User sees different information through reports versus employee profile. Scenario 67. Proxy or admin proxy produces unexpected access. Scenario 68. Security must be designed for position-based versus person-based access next. Let's dive into Scenario 57.
Scenario 57. An HR administrator can open an employee's profile and see the employee's job information, but the edit option is unavailable, even though the administrator is responsible for maintaining the record. How would you determine whether the restriction comes from field permissions, object permissions, target population, or the employee's employment context?
Answer: viewing an employee record does not automatically grant permission to modify every field within it. I would separate read access from edit access and trace the affected field and employee population by doing: 1. Identify the exact field that cannot be edited. Determine whether the restriction affects the entire job information section or only specific fields, and identify whether those fields have separate permissions. 2. Review RBP permissions. Check the administrator's role-based permissions for the relevant object and field-level edit access, rather than assuming that profile visibility grants modification rights. 3. Validate the target population. Confirm that the employee falls within the administrator's permitted target population, and that the employee's employment structure does not place the record outside the role's scope. 4. Compare with a known good user. Test the same employee record with an administrator who can edit it, and compare the permission roles and target populations to isolate the missing authorization. When a user can see but cannot edit a record, investigate read and write authorization separately.
Pro tip for this scenario 57. Identify the exact field first.
Do not troubleshoot an employee's entire security profile when only one field is affected. Identify the exact field that is read only and trace its field-level permission before changing broader HR administrator access.
Scenario 58. A manager who should only access employees in their reporting hierarchy can suddenly view employee records belonging to another department. How would you determine whether the problem is the target population, manager hierarchy, role assignment, or an overly broad permission group?
Answer: a target population problem can expose far more data than the underlying object permission appears to suggest. I would trace the manager's access path by doing: 1. Identify exactly which employees are outside the expected scope. Compare employees the manager should see with those they can unexpectedly access and look for a common organizational relationship. 2. Review the target population definition. Check whether the permission role derives its population from the manager hierarchy, department, position, or another organizational attribute. 3. Validate the employee hierarchy. Confirm that the affected employees are not incorrectly connected to the manager through a changed manager, position, department, or organizational relationship. 4. Review role assignments and overlaps. Determine whether another permission group grants the manager broader access, and compare the effective permissions from all relevant roles. When access is broader than expected, investigate every role contributing to the user's effective population, rather than inspecting only the obvious role.
Pro tip for this scenario 58. Find the population expansion.
When a manager suddenly sees employees outside their scope, compare the first employee who became visible unexpectedly with the manager's intended population. The organizational relationship that connects those employees often reveals where the target population expanded.
Scenario 59. A recruiter who should primarily work with candidate and hiring information can also view sensitive fields belonging to employees in Employee Central. How would you determine which permission is exposing the information and remove the access without breaking the recruiter's legitimate hiring responsibilities?
Answer: the objective is to reduce excessive access without accidentally removing permissions required for recruiting operations. I would identify the specific exposure and trace the permission source by doing: 1. Identify the sensitive fields being exposed. Determine exactly which employee fields the recruiter can view and distinguish necessary hiring information from confidential employee data. 2. Trace the permission source. Review the recruiter's RBP roles, groups, object permissions, and target populations to determine which permission grants access to the sensitive fields. 3. Separate recruiting access from employee data access. Verify which permissions are required for legitimate recruiting processes and which ones were granted unnecessarily through a broad employee central role. 4. Test the least privilege correction. Remove or narrow the excessive permission and verify that the recruiter can still complete required recruiting and hiring activities without seeing restricted employee information. Security remediation should remove unnecessary access without breaking the business process that legitimately requires the user to work with recruiting data.
Pro tip for this scenario 59. Start with the sensitive field.
Instead of removing an entire role because a recruiter can see too much information, identify the exact sensitive field and trace which permission grants access to it. Narrowing the specific exposure is safer than broadly reducing the user's access.
Scenario 60. HR administrators in a global organization should be able to maintain employees only within their assigned country, but one country's HR team can also access employees from other countries. How would you design and troubleshoot the country-specific target population without creating separate security logic that is difficult to maintain?
Answer: country-restricted access should be driven by a reliable organizational attribute and a clearly controlled target population. I would approach the security design by doing 1. Define the authoritative country attribute. Establish whether country, legal entity, location, or another employee central attribute should determine the HR administrator's permitted population. 2. Build the target population around that attribute. Configure the permission structure so the HR team receives access only to employees matching the intended country or organizational scope. 3. Check overlapping permission roles. Determine whether another role or group is granting the affected HR users broader employee access than the country-specific role. 4. Test country boundaries. Validate users from multiple countries and test employees who transfer between countries to ensure the security population changes as intended. Country-based security is only reliable when the target population is tied to a stable business attribute and overlapping access is controlled.
Pro tip for this scenario 60. Test cross-country transfers.
A country-based security model may look correct for static employees, but fail when someone transfers between countries. Include transfer scenarios in security testing, so the employee's access changes with the intended population.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 61. An employee reports that they can view another employee's sensitive personal or employment information, even though employees should only have access to their own data. How would you trace the access path and determine whether the exposure comes from employee central permissions, target population, reporting, or another application surface?
Answer: unauthorized employee to employee visibility requires immediate identification of the exact access path, because the same data may be exposed through multiple SuccessFactors surfaces. I would investigate it by doing: 1. Reproduce the exposure. Confirm exactly where the employee can see the other person's information and capture the specific fields and records that are visible. 2. Trace the user's permission population. Review the employee's RBP roles and determine whether self-access permissions have accidentally expanded into access to other employees. 3. Check field-level restrictions. Identify whether the sensitive fields themselves have broader red permissions than intended. 4. Test every relevant access surface. Verify the employee profile, reports, search experiences, and other applicable interfaces to determine whether the exposure is isolated to one surface or reflects a broader security configuration. For sensitive data exposure, first establish exactly where the information is visible. The access path often determines which security layer must be corrected.
Pro tip for this scenario 61. Reproduce the exact exposure.
Do not simply ask whether the employee can see another employee. Identify the exact screen, field, and record where the exposure occurs. That evidence tells you whether you are dealing with an employee central permission issue or a separate reporting or application access path.
Scenario 62. An integration user can successfully retrieve employee central data through an API, but when the same user is tested through the SuccessFactors UI, the expected employee information is not visible. How would you explain the difference and determine which security model applies to each access path?
Answer: API access and UI access can operate through different authorization contexts, so successful API retrieval does not automatically prove that the same user has equivalent UI permissions. I would separate the two access paths by doing: 1. Identify the API authorization context. Confirm which integration credentials, authentication mechanism, and permissions are being used for the API request, and what employee population the request can access. 2. Inspect the user's UI permissions. Review the user's RBP roles, target population, object permissions, and field-level access for the same employee data. 3. Compare the actual populations and fields. Determine whether the API response is broader because of integration-specific authorization, or whether the UI is restricting data through user-specific security. 4. Test equivalent access deliberately. Use a controlled employee and field set to compare the API response with the UI result, and document the intended security boundary between machine and human access. Never use successful API access as proof that a human user's UI permissions are correctly configured.
Pro tip for this scenario 62. Compare authorization contexts.
When API and UI results differ, compare the authorization context before changing permissions. The integration identity and the human user's RBP roles may intentionally have different access boundaries.
Scenario 63. An employee central integration has been running successfully for months, but it suddenly begins returning authorization errors even though the integration payload and endpoint have not changed. How would you trace the security failure and determine whether the problem is credentials, permissions, target population, or a platform-side change?
Answer: a sudden API authorization failure requires proving whether the identity is still valid and whether its effective access changed. I would investigate the failure in layers by doing: 1. Confirm the authentication failure type. Determine whether the error indicates invalid credentials, expired authentication, insufficient permissions, or access to a restricted resource. 2. Validate the integration user's permissions. Review the user's RBP roles, object permissions, field access, and target population for the exact data being requested. 3. Check recent security and platform changes. Identify whether the user's role assignment, permission configuration, credential lifecycle, or SAP release changed immediately before the incident. 4. Retest with a controlled request. Use the smallest valid API request that previously worked and compare its current authorization. Result with a known good execution to isolate the changed security layer. For sudden API authorization failures, distinguish authentication from authorization before changing the integration configuration.
Pro tip for this scenario 63. Prove authentication before permissions.
An API authorization error does not always mean the integration lost a permission. First, establish whether the integration identity successfully authenticated. Then investigate whether that identity is authorized for the requested object, field, and population.
Scenario 64. A new MDF object has been configured successfully and is visible to the implementation administrator, but HR users cannot access the object at all. How would you determine whether the missing access is caused by MDF configuration, RBP object permissions, field permissions, or the user's target population?
Answer: the fact that an implementation administrator can access the object proves that the object exists, but it does not establish that the business users have the required authorization. I would isolate the access layer by doing: 1. Verify the object configuration. Confirm that the MDF object is active and configured for the intended business use. 2. Check object-level RBP permissions. Determine whether the affected HR users have read and edit permissions for the new MDF object. 3. Review field and target population access. Verify that individual fields are not restricted and that the user's target population includes the records they are expected to maintain. 4. Compare administrator and business user roles. Identify the permission difference that allows the administrator to access the object and determine which specific permission needs to be added or narrowed. Creating an MDF object and authorizing access to it are two separate implementation activities.
Pro tip for this scenario 64. Do not debug the object when the object works.
If the implementation administrator can access the new MDF object, stop treating the object itself as the primary suspect. Compare the administrator's permissions with the HR user's permissions and focus on the missing authorization.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 65. A security administrator changes an RBP role to support a new HR process, and users suddenly gain access to sensitive employee information that they previously could not see. How would you identify the permission change responsible and contain the exposure without disrupting the new business requirement?
Answer: an accidental security expansion requires both immediate containment and precise identification of the permission that created the exposure. I would handle the incident by doing: 1. Identify what became visible. Determine which sensitive fields, employees, and access surfaces are now exposed and establish the first time the broader access was observed. 2. Compare the previous and current RBP configuration. Identify exactly which object, field, or target population permission changed and whether a broader role was modified. 3. Check overlapping permission roles. Determine whether users receive the same sensitive access through multiple roles and whether another role is masking the actual source of the exposure. 4. Narrow the permission and regression test. Restore least privilege access while preserving the new business requirement. Then test both the intended HR process and sensitive data boundaries before finalizing the change. Security changes should be tested for both what users gain and what they were never supposed to gain.
Pro tip for this scenario 65. Test negative access too.
Most security testing asks whether the intended user can now perform the required action. Expert security testing also asks what sensitive information that same user can now access unintentionally.
Scenario 66. An HR user can see an employee's department and manager on the employee profile, but the same fields are missing or show different information in a report. How would you determine whether the discrepancy is caused by reporting permissions, effective dating, the reporting data model, or different field sources?
Answer: a reporting result does not necessarily use the same data access and retrieval path as the employee profile. I would trace the source and security context of both views by doing: 1. Confirm the exact fields being compared. Verify that the employee profile and report are referencing the same business attributes rather than similarly named fields from different objects. 2. Review reporting and RBP access. Determine whether the report has additional data access restrictions or whether reporting permissions expose a different employee population. 3. Check effective dated context. Compare the effective dates and historical values used by the report with the current or as-of-date values displayed on the employee profile. 4. Trace the reporting data source. Establish which reporting model or data source provides the field and determine whether the discrepancy originates from data freshness, mapping, or the underlying employee central record. When profile and reporting results differ, first prove that they are reading the same field from the same effective dated context.
Pro tip for this scenario 66. Compare the source field, not the label.
Two screens can display labels such as department or manager while retrieving different fields or effective dated values. Identify the underlying source field before concluding that one of the systems contains incorrect data.
Scenario 67. An administrator proxies as another user to investigate an issue, but the proxied session shows more or less employee information than the original user normally sees. How would you determine whether the unexpected access comes from proxy behavior, the target user's RBP roles, the administrator's privileges, or the way the proxy session is evaluated?
Answer: proxy investigations can become misleading if administrator privileges and the proxied user's normal permissions are not clearly separated. I would establish the effective security context by doing: 1. Identify the proxy relationship. Confirm which administrator initiated the proxy session, which user was selected, and what business purpose the proxy was intended to support. 2. Compare normal and proxied access. Test the target user's normal session separately from the administrator's proxied session, and document exactly which records or fields differ. 3. Review both security contexts. Examine the target user's RBP roles, as well as the administrator's proxy-related privileges, to determine whether the administrator context is contributing additional access. 4. Validate the expected proxy behavior. Confirm that the observed access matches the organization's administrative troubleshooting model, and ensure that proxy capability itself is appropriately restricted and auditable. Never use a proxy session as the only evidence of what the original user can access. Compare normal user and proxied behavior separately.
Pro tip for this scenario 67. Always test the original user separately.
When investigating through proxy, reproduce the same action while signed in as the actual user whenever possible. This prevents administrator privileges from being mistaken for the permissions of the person whose access you are investigating.
Scenario 68. A large organization needs HR access to follow organizational positions in some parts of the business, while other processes must remain tied directly to individual employees. How would you decide when to use position-based security versus person-based security and design the model so organizational changes do not accidentally expand access?
Answer: position-based and person-based access represent different security models, so the decision should follow how the business ownership and organizational structure actually work. I would evaluate the design by doing: 1. Identify the business ownership model. Determine whether access should follow a position and its organizational responsibility or remain explicitly assigned to named individuals. 2. Evaluate organizational change behavior. Consider what should happen when a position changes, an employee moves between positions, or a new employee occupies the position. 3. Define the security population precisely. Establish which employees and organizational objects each security role should cover, and identify where automatic population changes are expected. 4. Test organizational scenarios before deployment. Validate promotions, transfers, position changes, vacancies, and employee replacements to ensure the security population changes only when the business model intends it to. Choose the security model based on business ownership and organizational behavior, not simply on which configuration option is easier to implement.
Pro tip for this scenario 68. Test the day after an organizational change.
Security models often look correct when the organization is static. The real test is what happens after a manager changes, an employee moves positions, or someone replaces another employee. Test those transitions before declaring the security design complete.
Category 5 Conclusion. RBP, Security and Data Access.
Security incidents in SuccessFactors require more than checking whether a user has a permission. The investigation must establish the user's effective roles, target population, field-level access, organizational relationships, authentication context, reporting path, and any privileged access such. As proxy, the objective is to provide exactly the access required without creating unintended exposure.
Key takeaways of Category 5. Security Troubleshooting Principles.
Before moving into position management, these are the security principles to remember. 1. Separate authentication from authorization. A user or integration can successfully authenticate while still being denied access to a specific object, field, or employee population. 2. Trace effective access, not just one role. Unexpected access may come from overlapping permission groups, broader target populations, or another role assigned to the same user. 3. Separate visibility from editability. Being able to view employee information does not prove that the user has permission to modify it. 4. Treat target population as a critical security boundary. A correctly configured field permission can still expose sensitive data if the underlying employee population is too broad. 5. Test negative access deliberately. Security testing must prove not only that users can perform their intended tasks, but also that they cannot access information outside their responsibility. 6. Compare access channels separately. Employee profile, reports, APIs, and proxy sessions can expose information through different authorization contexts and should not automatically be treated as equivalent. 7. Use organizational attributes carefully. Country, position, manager hierarchy, and legal entity can all influence access, but changes to those attributes can also change a user's effective population. 8. Apply least privilege to administrative exceptions. Proxy access, sensitive data permissions, and integration user privileges should be narrowly scoped and auditable. The goal of security design is not maximum access. It is predictable, least privilege access that follows the business responsibility model.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview, and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 5, who can access the data, to Category 6, how organizational positions drive it.
Security often depends on organizational structures such as positions, managers, departments, and reporting relationships. When those structures change, employee data, hiring processes, and access populations can also change. In the next category, we move from controlling access to troubleshooting the position structures that drive organizational and employee behavior.
Category 6, Position Management.
Position management sits between organizational structure and employee assignment, which makes it a common source of cross-functional incidents. A position can have the wrong hierarchy, incorrect synchronization to job information, an unexpected availability status, or conflicting organizational data with Employee Central. Troubleshooting, therefore, requires tracing both the position and the employee record.
Category 6, Position Management, Related Scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 10 real-world scenarios. Scenario 69, Position Hierarchy breaks after organizational changes. Scenario 70, Position to job information synchronization is incorrect. Scenario 71, Position remains in to be hired state incorrectly. Scenario 72. Position becomes available or unavailable at the wrong time. Scenario 73. Mass position update produces unexpected employee changes. Scenario 74. Position control or budget requirement conflicts with hiring. Scenario 75. Position-based security behaves differently from person-based security. Scenario 76. Matrix or dotted line relationship is not reflected correctly. Scenario 77. Position changes do not propagate to downstream systems. Scenario 78. Position management and employee central contain conflicting organizational data. Next, let's dive into Scenario 69.
Scenario 69. A company restructures several departments, and after the change, some positions appear under the wrong parent position, while others are disconnected from the expected hierarchy. How would you trace the organizational changes and determine where the position hierarchy became inconsistent?
Answer. A position hierarchy can become inconsistent when parent-child relationships, organizational assignments, or effective dated changes are not aligned. I would trace the hierarchy from the affected position upward by doing 1. Identify the broken relationship. Compare the affected position with its expected parent position and determine exactly where the hierarchy differs from the approved organizational structure. 2. Review the position's organizational attributes. Check the department, business unit, location, and parent position relationships associated with the position before and after the restructuring. 3. Trace the timing of the change. Compare the hierarchy issue with the effective dates of the organizational and position changes to determine which update introduced the inconsistency. 4. Validate the corrected hierarchy with related positions. Fix the source relationship and verify neighboring positions, employee assignments, and downstream organizational relationships to ensure the correction did not create another hierarchy problem. When a position hierarchy breaks, trace the parent relationship and effective dated organizational changes rather than manually moving positions until the screen looks correct.
Pro tip for this Scenario 69. Trace the first broken parent.
Do not start by reviewing the entire organizational hierarchy. Find the first position whose parent relationship differs from the expected structure. That position is often the point where the organizational change introduced the problem.
Scenario 70. An employee is assigned to a position with the correct department and job classification, but the employee's job information contains different organizational values. How would you trace the position to job information synchronization and determine which source is responsible for the incorrect employee data?
Answer. When position and employee job information disagree, the first task is to establish which values should be authoritative and how synchronization is configured. I would investigate the discrepancy by doing 1. Compare the position and employee records. Identify the exact fields that differ and establish which position attributes are expected to populate the employee's job information. 2. Review synchronization configuration. Determine which position changes are designed to propagate to job information and whether the affected fields are included in that synchronization behavior. 3. Check effective dates and transaction history. Determine whether the employee was assigned to the position before or after the position attributes changed, and whether a later employee transaction overwrote the synchronized values. 4. Trace the final right to job information. Identify whether the incorrect value originated from position synchronization, a business rule, manual editing, import, or another integration before correcting the source. Position synchronization incidents require identifying the authoritative source before changing the employee's job information manually.
Pro tip for this Scenario 70. Never fix the employee first.
If the position is supposed to drive the employee's job information, manually correcting the employee record only treats the symptom. First, determine why the position value did not synchronize or why another process overrode it.
Scenario 71. A candidate has been successfully hired into a position, but the position continues to show as to be hired instead of reflecting the employee assignment. How would you trace the hiring transaction and determine why the position status was not updated?
Answer. The position status should reflect the employee assignment state, So I would trace the relationship between the hiring transaction and the position, rather than changing the status manually by doing. 1. Verify the employee position assignment. Confirm that the new hire was actually assigned to the intended position, and that the position identifier used during hiring matches the expected position. 2. Check the position's current status and history. Review when the position entered the to-be-hired state, and whether any subsequent transaction attempted to update its status. 3. Trace the hiring and synchronization process. Determine whether the expected position update was triggered, and whether a rule, integration, or configuration prevented the status from changing. 4. Reproduce the hire with a controlled position. Use a test position and employee to determine whether the issue is specific to one position's data or represents a broader configuration problem. A position status problem should be traced back to the employee position assignment before the status is manually corrected.
Pro tip for this scenario 71. Verify the position ID used during hiring.
When a hired position still shows to be hired, verify the exact position assigned during the hiring transaction. A common troubleshooting mistake is investigating the visible position, while the employee was actually assigned to a different position.
Scenario 72. A position is expected to become available after an employee leaves, but recruiters see it as unavailable, or a position becomes available before the employee's departure is effective. How would you determine why the position availability does not match the employee's actual employment timeline?
Answer: position availability depends on the relationship between position status, employee assignment, and effective dated employment events. I would reconcile those timelines by doing: 1. Establish the expected availability date. Determine the exact business event that should make the position available and the effective date of that event. 2. Compare employee and position timelines. Review the employee's termination, transfer, or position assignment dates alongside the position's availability history. 3. Check status driving configuration. Determine which process or configuration changes the position's availability and whether another employee assignment or position transaction is keeping it occupied. 4. Test the complete lifecycle. Validate the position through assignment, employee departure, and subsequent availability to confirm that the status changes at the intended point in time. Position availability should be analyzed as a timeline connecting employee assignment events with position status changes.
Pro tip for this scenario 72. Compare both timelines.
When position availability looks wrong, place the employee's employment events and the position's status history side by side. The mismatch between those two timelines usually identifies the responsible transaction.
Scenario 73. HR performs a mass update on several positions to reflect a restructuring, but employees assigned to those positions unexpectedly receive changes to their organizational information. How would you determine which position changes propagated to employees and whether the resulting updates were intended?
Answer: a mass position update can affect many employees when position-driven synchronization is enabled. So I would first establish the exact propagation path before reversing anything by doing: 1. Identify the position changes performed. Capture the exact fields changed during the mass update and identify all positions included in the transaction. 2. Determine the affected employee population. Compare the updated positions with the employees assigned to them and identify which employee fields changed afterward. 3. Trace position to employee propagation. Establish which position attributes are designed to synchronize to job information and determine whether the mass update triggered those changes. 4. Validate before reversing the mass change. Separate intended organizational changes from unintended side effects and correct the source configuration or data rather than blindly restoring every employee record. Mass position changes must be analyzed for their downstream employee impact before any rollback or corrective mass update is performed.
Pro tip for this scenario 73. Calculate the blast radius first.
Before reversing a mass position update, identify exactly which employees and fields were affected. A blanket rollback can undo legitimate organizational changes along with the unintended ones.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 74. A recruiter attempts to hire an employee into an approved position, but the hiring process indicates that the position cannot be used because of position control or budget restrictions. How would you determine whether the problem is the position status, budget configuration, approval state, or the hiring transaction itself?
Answer: A hiring restriction can originate from either the position's business control state or the transaction attempting to consume it. I would isolate those layers by doing 1. Verify the position's approval and control state. Confirm that the position is active, approved, available, and eligible to be used for the intended hiring transaction. 2. Check the applicable budget or control attributes. Review the position's relevant budget, headcount, or control information and compare it with the hiring requirement. 3. Validate the employee hiring transaction. Confirm that the candidate is being assigned to the correct position and that the transaction does not violate another position management rule. 4. Test another approved position. Attempt the same hiring process with a known good position to determine whether the problem follows the recruiter and hiring process or remains specific to the original position. When hiring is blocked by position control, prove whether the restriction belongs to the position or to the transaction consuming it.
Pro tip for this scenario 74. Test with a known good position.
A fast way to isolate a hiring restriction is to repeat the same transaction using another approved and available position. If the second hire works, the original position's control or status becomes the primary investigation path.
Scenario 75. A company changes its organizational structure, and users whose access is based on positions now see a different employee population than users whose access is assigned directly to individuals. How would you determine whether the difference is expected from the security design or indicates an incorrect target population?
Answer: different security models can legitimately produce different access results after organizational changes. I would establish whether the difference follows the intended security model by doing 1. Identify the security model used by each role. Determine whether each user receives access through position-based relationships, person-based assignments, manager hierarchy, or another target population mechanism. 2. Compare the expected organizational behavior. Establish which users should gain or lose access when a position or employee assignment changes. 3. Trace the target population after the organizational change. Compare the user's population before and after the restructuring and identify exactly which relationship caused the access boundary to move. 4. Test employee replacement and position movement. Validate what happens when an employee leaves a position, another employee occupies it, or a position changes organizational ownership. Different access results are not automatically a security defect. First, determine whether they reflect the intended ownership model.
Pro tip for this scenario 75. Test the security model through change.
Position-based security becomes especially revealing when employees move or positions change owners. Test those organizational transitions rather than validating security only against today's static structure.
Scenario 76. An employee has a formal manager and a dotted line relationship to another leader, but the matrix relationship is not appearing correctly in the employee's organizational information or downstream process. How would you trace the relationship and determine whether the issue is position configuration, employee assignment, or the consuming application?
Answer: matrix relationships can coexist with the primary reporting hierarchy, so the investigation must distinguish the formal manager relationship from the additional organizational relationship. I would trace it by doing 1. Define the intended relationship. Establish whether the dotted line relationship is represented through the position structure, employee data, or another organizational relationship. 2. Verify the source configuration. Check the relevant position and employee relationship records to confirm that the expected matrix relationship exists in the source system. 3. Compare the source with the consuming process. Determine whether the relationship is correctly stored but not displayed or consumed by the affected employee central process or downstream application. 4. Test a controlled matrix relationship. Create or update a test relationship and follow it through the relevant employee view and downstream process to identify where the relationship stops being represented correctly. A matrix relationship can be correctly stored in the source and still be missing from a consuming process, so always trace both sides.
Pro tip for this scenario 76. Do not confuse matrix with primary hierarchy.
When troubleshooting dotted line reporting, First, establish which relationship is the formal manager relationship and which is the additional matrix relationship. Many configuration mistakes come from trying to force both into the same hierarchy.
Scenario 77. HR changes a positions department and organizational attributes in SuccessFactors, but the downstream HR or finance system continues to show the old organizational values. How would you trace the position change from the source through the integration and determine where the updated data is being lost?
Answer: a position change can be correct in SuccessFactors, while the downstream system remains stale because of synchronization, mapping, filtering, or target-side processing. I would trace the data end to end by doing: 1. Confirm the source position data. Verify that the new organizational values are correctly stored on the position and identify their effective date. 2. Check whether the change is integration relevant. Determine whether the changed position fields are included in the outbound integration and whether the integration is designed to send position changes. 3. Trace the outbound payload. Follow a controlled position change through the integration and confirm that the expected values are present in the outbound message. 4. Verify target system processing. If the outbound payload is correct, investigate target side mapping, validation, processing, or update logic rather than continuing to change the SuccessFactors position. For downstream synchronization incidents, follow the value from source position to outbound payload to target record before changing configuration.
Pro tip for this scenario 77. The outbound message is your boundary.
Once the outbound payload contains the correct position values, stop debugging the source system. The investigation should move to mapping, processing, or persistence in the downstream application.
Scenario 78. A position shows one department, location, and job classification, while the employee assigned to that position has different values in Employee Central. Both records appear internally valid, but the business cannot determine which organizational data should be trusted. How would you resolve the conflict and establish a reliable source of truth?
Answer: when both position management and Employee Central contain valid-looking but conflicting data, the first step is to establish the intended ownership of each attribute rather than simply choosing whichever screen looks correct. I would resolve the conflict by doing: 1. Classify the conflicting attributes. Identify each field that differs and determine whether the business expects the position or the employee record to be authoritative for that attribute. 2. Trace how the values should synchronize. Review the configured relationship between the position and Employee Central and determine which direction the data should flow. 3. Investigate the change history. Identify when the position and employee values diverged and whether a manual update, business rule, import, or synchronization process created the conflict. 4. Correct the source and validate downstream consistency. Update the authoritative source. Allow the intended synchronization to occur, and verify that related employee, reporting, security, and integration data now reflect the agreed organizational model. The final fix should establish one clear source of truth for each organizational attribute, rather than maintaining two competing versions of the same business fact.
Pro tip for this scenario 78. Define ownership before correcting data.
When position management and Employee Central disagree, do not immediately overwrite one side with the other. First, decide which system or object owns each attribute. Otherwise, the next synchronization can simply recreate the conflict.
Category 6 Conclusion. Position management.
Position management incidents often occur at the boundary between organizational structure and employee data. The critical troubleshooting skill is to understand which position attributes are authoritative, how position changes affect employees, how effective dates influence availability, and where synchronization stops when downstream data becomes inconsistent.
Key takeaways of Category 6. Position management, troubleshooting principles.
Before moving into time off and time management, these are the key principles to remember. 1. Establish the source of truth. Determine whether the position or Employee Central employee record owns each organizational attribute before correcting conflicting data. 2. Trace position to employee propagation. When a position changes, identify exactly which employee field should be updated and which process performs that synchronization. 3. Respect effective dates, position availability, employee assignments, and organizational changes can all produce different results depending on when they become effective. 4. Investigate the first broken relationship. For hierarchy problems, find the first incorrect parent, assignment, or organizational relationship rather than manually correcting the entire structure. 5. Treat mass changes as high-impact transactions. Before reversing a mass position update, determine the complete employee population and fields affected by the change. 6. Separate position status from hiring outcome. A successful hire does not automatically prove that the intended position was assigned or that its status was updated correctly. 7. Test organizational transitions, position replacements, employee transfers, manager changes, and restructuring events often expose problems that are invisible in a static organizational structure. 8. Trace downstream propagation end to end. When another system contains stale position data, follow the change from the source position through the outbound message and into the target record. The objective is to keep position management, employee central, security, hiring, and downstream systems aligned around one consistent organizational model.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 6, Organizational Position Problems, to Category 7, Employee Time Problems.
Position management determines where employees belong in the organizational structure, but employee lifecycle events also affect another critical area: time and absence management. Hiring, transfers, job changes, global assignments, and concurrent employment can all change how an employee becomes eligible for, earns, requests, and reports time off. In the next category, we move into those time-related incidents.
Category 7, Time Off and Time Management.
Time off incidents are rarely caused by a single balance field. The final result can depend on employee eligibility, time types, accrual rules, effective dated employment changes, workflows, calendars, global assignments, concurrent employment, timesheets, and payroll integration. Troubleshooting, therefore, requires reconstructing how the employee's time data was calculated and consumed.
Category 7, Time Off and Time Management Related Scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 12 real-world scenarios. Scenario 79. Time off request goes to the wrong approver. Scenario 80. Time off approval workflow does not trigger. Scenario 81. Time off balance is incorrect after hire. Scenario 82. Time off balance is incorrect after transfer. Scenario 83. Accrual is incorrect after leave type or job change. Scenario 84. Employee cannot see an expected time off type. Scenario 85. Time off data is not available to payroll. Scenario 86. Absence configuration conflicts with another time management rule. Scenario 87. Global assignment or concurrent employment creates incorrect leave balances. Scenario 88. Cross-boarding produces incorrect time information. Scenario 89. Timesheet and time off produce conflicting results. Scenario 90. Manager sees different time data than HR next. Let's dive into Scenario 79.
Scenario 79. An employee submits a vacation request, but the request is routed to an HR administrator instead of the employee's current manager. The employee's manager information appears correct in Employee Central. How would you trace the approval participant and identify why time off is using the wrong approver?
Answer: a time off approval can derive its approver from a configured workflow relationship, rather than simply reading the manager displayed on the employee profile. I would trace the routing decision by doing: 1. Inspect the actual workflow participant. Confirm exactly who received the time off request and compare that user with the employee's current manager. 2. Review the approval routing configuration. Determine whether the workflow uses the direct manager, HR representative, role-based participant, or another relationship to derive the approver. 3. Check the employee's effective, dated manager relationship. Verify that the manager was already effective when the time off request was submitted and that no future dated change affected the routing. 4. Reproduce the request with a controlled employee. Submit another time off request and compare the resulting participant to determine whether the issue is specific to the employee or to the workflow configuration. The manager shown on the employee profile is evidence, but the workflow participant configuration determines who actually receives the approval.
Pro tip for this Scenario 79. Inspect the actual workflow participant.
Do not assume that the employee's displayed manager is automatically the time off approver. Open the actual workflow instance and verify which participant the system selected before changing the employee's manager or security configuration.
Scenario 80. Employees can submit a particular time-off request successfully, but no approval workflow is generated even though the business requires manager approval for that absence type. How would you determine why the request bypassed the workflow?
Answer: when a time-off request completes without generating the expected approval, I would first determine whether the request satisfied the conditions that should create a workflow by doing 1. Confirm the exact time-off transaction. Verify the time type, employee dates, duration, and submission path used by the affected request. 2. Review workflow triggering conditions. Determine whether the workflow is configured for that time-off type and whether its conditions are satisfied by the submitted request. 3. Check for bypass conditions. Investigate whether the employee population, administrator privileges, request type, or configuration intentionally excludes the transaction from approval. 4. Compare with a request that does trigger. Submit an equivalent request using a known good employee or time type and identify which condition differs between the two transactions. If no workflow instance exists, troubleshoot the trigger and eligibility conditions before investigating approver behavior.
Pro tip for this scenario 80. Prove the workflow was created.
When users say time-off approval did not work, first determine whether a workflow instance was created at all. If there is no instance, the problem is in triggering or eligibility logic, not in the approver.
Scenario 81. A newly hired employee becomes eligible for vacation, but the time-off balance is either zero or significantly different from the amount expected under the company's policy. How would you determine whether the problem is employee eligibility, accrual configuration, hire date, or the timing of the accrual calculation?
Answer: a new hire balance depends on when the employee becomes eligible and how the configured accrual process evaluates that employee. I would reconstruct the employee's eligibility and accrual timeline by doing 1. Verify the employee's eligibility attributes. Check hire date, country, legal entity, employment type, job information, and any other attributes that determine eligibility for the time-off plan. 2. Review the applicable accrual rule. Confirm which time-off plan and accrual configuration applies to the employee and whether the expected balance is based on a full or prorated period. 3. Check when the accrual was calculated. Determine whether the employee was included in the relevant accrual run or whether the calculation occurred before the employee became eligible. 4. Compare with another new hire. Use an employee with similar eligibility attributes whose balance is correct to identify the configuration or timing difference causing the incorrect result. For new hire balance incidents, establish eligibility first and then determine whether the employee was actually included in the accrual calculation.
Pro tip for this scenario 81. Check eligibility before the balance.
Do not manually adjust a new employee's balance before proving that the employee was eligible for the correct time-off plan. A balance correction can hide an incorrect eligibility configuration that will affect future accruals.
Scenario 82. An employee transfers from one country or legal entity to another, but their time-off balance still reflects the rules from their previous assignment. How would you determine how the transfer should affect the employee's existing balance and which configuration is responsible for the incorrect result?
Answer: a transfer can change time-off eligibility, accrual rules, and plan ownership, but the treatment of an existing balance depends on the business policy. I would investigate the transition by doing 1. Establish the expected transfer treatment. Determine whether the employee should retain, prorate, transfer, or reset the existing time-off balance under the new country or legal entity policy. 2. Compare pre- and post-transfer eligibility. Review the employee's old and new organizational attributes and identify which time-off plan should apply after the effective date. 3. Trace the balance calculation around the transfer. Check whether the relevant accrual or recalculation process recognized the transfer and when the new plan became effective. 4. Test another employee with the same transfer. Compare a known good transfer to determine whether the issue is caused by the employee's data or by the transfer and time-off configuration. A transfer-related balance problem cannot be called incorrect until the expected business treatment of the existing balance is clearly defined.
Pro tip for this scenario 82. Define the balance treatment first.
Before fixing a transferred employee's balance, establish whether the business expects carryover, conversion, prorating, or a reset. The technical configuration cannot be judged correctly until the intended transfer policy is known.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 83. An employee changes job type and becomes subject to a different leave policy, but the time off accrual continues using the employee's previous entitlement rules. How would you trace the effective dated change and determine when the new accrual behavior should have taken effect?
Answer: a job or leave policy change can affect eligibility and accrual behavior from a specific effective date. I would trace the employee's policy transition by doing 1. Identify the change that should affect eligibility. Confirm which job information, employment, or organizational attribute changed, and why that change should move the employee to a different leave policy. 2. Check effective dated timing. Compare the effective date of the job change with the effective date of the new time off eligibility or accrual configuration. 3. Review the accrual calculation. Determine which plan and employee attributes were evaluated during the relevant accrual calculation and whether the employee was recalculated after the change. 4. Validate future accrual behavior. Correct the underlying eligibility or configuration and verify that subsequent accrual periods use the new policy without incorrectly rewriting historical balances. The critical question is not only which leave policy applies, but from exactly which effective date it should apply.
Pro tip for this scenario 83. Protect historical accruals.
When an employee changes eligibility, do not automatically recalculate the entire historical balance. First, establish the effective date of the new policy and determine which past accruals should remain unchanged.
Scenario 84. An employee is entitled to a particular type of leave according to HR policy, but that time-off type does not appear as an option when the employee attempts to submit a request. How would you identify whether the issue is eligibility, time profile configuration, permissions, or the time-off type itself?
Answer: a missing time-off type usually means the employee is not being presented with an eligible request option. So I would trace the employee's configuration against a user who can see the same type by doing 1. Verify the employee's eligibility. Compare country, legal entity, employment type, job information, and other attributes that determine whether the employee should receive the time-off type. 2. Check the employee's time profile and configuration. Determine whether the correct time-off profile, time type, and related configuration are assigned to the employee. 3. Review permissions and visibility. Confirm that the employee has the required access to request the time-off type, and that the type is configured to be available through the relevant employee experience. 4. Compare with a known eligible employee. Test an employee who can see the time-off type and identify the configuration attribute that differs from the affected employee. A missing time-off option should be investigated as an eligibility and configuration problem before assuming the employee simply lacks permission.
Pro tip for this scenario 84. Compare with someone who can see it.
The fastest way to isolate a missing time-off type is often to compare the affected employee with a known eligible employee. The difference in their eligibility or time profile configuration usually points to the missing setup.
Scenario 85. An employee's approved time off is visible in Employee Central, but payroll does not receive the absence information, and the employee's payroll calculation therefore uses incorrect attendance or absence data. How would you trace the time data from Employee Central into payroll?
Answer: an approved absence in Employee Central is only the source state. The payroll system must receive and process the relevant time information correctly. I would trace the data flow by doing 1. Confirm the time-off transaction. Verify that the absence is approved, effective for the expected dates, and stored correctly in Employee Central. 2. Identify the payroll-relevant data. Determine which time-off fields, time types, and absence information should be transferred to payroll, and how they map to payroll processing. 3. Trace the replication or integration. Follow the employee's approved absence through the configured data transfer, and identify whether the data is missing from the outbound processing or failing during target processing. 4. Validate payroll side processing. If the absence was transmitted successfully, investigate how payroll interpreted the received time data and whether the target configuration recognizes the relevant absence type. For payroll time incidents, trace the absence from approved employee central record to transmitted data to payroll interpretation.
Pro tip for this scenario 85. Separate transfer from payroll interpretation.
If the approved time off record is present in the outbound data, stop troubleshooting employee central. The next question is whether payroll received the correct value and interpreted that absence type correctly.
Scenario 86. An employee's absence request is technically valid, but the system either rejects it or calculates an unexpected result because another time management rule applies to the same period. How would you identify which configuration takes precedence and why the two rules are producing a conflict?
Answer: time management conflicts often occur when multiple rules evaluate the same employee date range, or time data. I would isolate the competing logic by doing 1. Identify every rule affecting the transaction. Determine which absence, attendance, eligibility, validation, or calculation rules are evaluated for the employee and requested period. 2. Compare their conditions and scope. Check whether the rules apply to the same employee population, time type, dates, or employment attributes, and identify where their conditions overlap. 3. Trace the processing sequence. Establish which rule or configuration is evaluated first and how its result affects the subsequent calculation or validation. 4. Test the same request with controlled conditions. Change one relevant condition at a time and observe which rule changes the outcome to isolate the actual conflict. When two time management rules conflict, identify their overlapping scope and processing sequence before changing either rule.
Pro tip for this scenario 86. Find the overlap.
Do not immediately disable one of the rules. First, identify the exact employee, time type, date, or condition where both configurations apply. That overlap is usually the real source of the conflict.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 87. An employee has concurrent employment, or a global assignment, and the time-off balance appears to be calculated from the wrong employment relationship. How would you determine which employment record owns the leave entitlement, and why the balance is being calculated incorrectly?
Answer: multiple employment relationships make time-off ownership and eligibility more complex, because the employee may have different organizational and employment attributes across assignments. I would investigate the balance by doing: 1. Identify all employment relationships. Establish the employee's home and additional employment records, and determine which assignment should own the relevant time-off entitlement. 2. Compare eligibility attributes across assignments. Review country, legal entity, employment type, time profile, and other attributes for each employment relationship. 3. Trace which assignment the time-off configuration evaluates. Determine whether the balance is being calculated against the intended employment record or is picking up attributes from another assignment. 4. Test a controlled multi-employment scenario. Compare the affected employee with another concurrent or globally assigned employee whose balance is correct and validate the expected behavior for both assignments. With multiple employment relationships, always identify which employment record owns the time-off entitlement before correcting the balance.
Pro tip for this scenario 87. Identify the owning employment.
For concurrent employment and global assignment incidents, do not start with the balance itself. First, establish which employment relationship should own the time-off entitlement. That decision determines which eligibility and accrual configuration should be evaluated.
Scenario 88. An employee moves through a cross-boarding process into a new employment arrangement, but the resulting time-off information does not match the employee's new eligibility and employment conditions. How would you trace the cross-boarding data flow and identify where the incorrect time information was introduced?
Answer: cross-boarding can involve multiple employee and employment records, so the investigation must establish which data was carried forward and which values should have been recalculated for the new arrangement. I would trace it by doing: 1. Define the expected time treatment. Establish which time-off balances, eligibility settings, and time profiles should carry forward, and which should be recalculated for the new employment. 2. Compare the source and resulting employment records. Identify the time-related attributes before cross-boarding and after the new employment record was created. 3. Trace the configuration and data propagation. Determine whether the incorrect time-off information was copied from the previous employment, derived from the new employment, or introduced by a rule or integration. 4. Validate another cross-boarding case. Compare a successful cross-boarding transaction with the affected employee and identify the configuration or data difference that produced the incorrect result. Cross-boarding incidents require distinguishing data that should be inherited from data that must be recalculated for the new employment.
Pro tip for this scenario 88. Separate carryover from recalculation.
When cross-boarding produces incorrect time information, classify each value as either something that should have been carried forward or something that should have been recalculated. This makes it much easier to identify the responsible processing step.
Scenario 89. An employee has an approved full-day absence, but the same day also contains recorded working time in the timesheet, resulting in a collision or unexpected calculation. How would you determine which time data should take precedence and resolve the conflict?
Answer: timesheet and time off can both contribute time information for the same period, so the resolution depends on the configured business rules and the employee's actual time recording scenario. I would investigate the collision by doing 1. Compare the absence and time recording periods. Verify the exact dates, duration, and time type of the approved absence and the corresponding time sheet entries. 2. Identify the configured collision behavior. Determine how the time management configuration handles overlapping absence and recorded working time for the employee's time profile. 3. Check whether the employee's work time is legitimate. Establish whether the recorded time represents an actual exception, an incorrect clock entry, or a time entry that should have been prevented by the absence. 4. Test the corrected sequence. Resolve the conflicting record according to the business policy and verify that the time sheet, time off balance, approval state, and downstream processing all produce the expected result. Time conflicts should be resolved from the business meaning of the overlapping records, not simply by deleting whichever record appears last.
Pro tip for this scenario 89. Investigate the collision before deleting data.
When time sheet and time off conflict, preserve the evidence first. Determine whether the absence or the time entry is the legitimate business event before removing anything, because deleting the wrong record can create a second payroll or balance problem.
Scenario 90. An HR administrator can see an employee's complete time off balance and absence history, but the employee's manager sees different information for the same employee. How would you determine whether the difference is caused by security, target population, manager access, or the underlying time data?
Answer: different users seeing different time off information does not automatically mean the data itself is inconsistent. I would first separate data accuracy from access behavior by doing 1. Compare the exact data shown to each user. Identify which balances, requests, or absence records are visible to HR and which are missing from the manager's view. 2. Review manager-specific access. Check the manager's permissions and target population to determine whether the manager is authorized to see the same level of time information as HR. 3. Validate the underlying time off record. Confirm that the employee's actual balance and absence history are correct independently of what either user can see. 4. Test another manager and employee combination. Compare a known good manager with similar employees to determine whether the issue follows the manager's security configuration, the employee population, or the specific time off data. When HR and managers see different time information, first prove whether the underlying data differs or only the user's authorized view differs.
Pro tip for this scenario 90. Compare data and access separately.
If HR sees a balance that the manager cannot see, do not immediately assume the balance is inconsistent. First, verify the employee's actual time off data. Then determine whether the manager's security model intentionally limits what can be viewed.
Category 7. Conclusion. Time off and time management.
Time management incidents are driven by the interaction between employee eligibility, effective dated employment data, time profiles, absence configuration, accrual processing, workflows, timesheets, and payroll consumption. The strongest troubleshooting approach is to reconstruct the employee's time life cycle and determine exactly where the expected result diverged from the configured business behavior.
Key takeaways of Category 7. Time off and time management troubleshooting principles.
Before moving into employee central payroll and SAP time tracking, these are the critical principles to remember. 1. Establish eligibility before investigating balances. A balance cannot be considered incorrect until the employee's applicable time off plan, eligibility criteria, and effective dates are established. 2. Reconstruct the employee timeline. Hire, transfer, job change, leave type change, global assignment, and concurrent employment can all change time behavior from specific effective dates. 3. Separate workflow problems from time data problems. A request can have correct time data while its approval routing is wrong, or the workflow can complete while the underlying time transaction remains incorrect. 4. Trace accrual calculations instead of manually correcting balances. A manual balance adjustment may hide an eligibility or accrual configuration problem that will recreate itself in the next calculation. 5. Treat overlapping time records as business events. A timesheet entry and an approved absence must be evaluated according to the configured time management behavior, rather than simply deleting one record. 6. Distinguish source data from security visibility. When HR and managers see different time information, first establish whether the underlying record differs or only the authorized view differs. 7. Identify the owning employment relationship. Global assignments and concurrent employment can make it unclear which employment record should own the employee's time, eligibility, and balance. 8. Follow time data into payroll. An approved absence in Employee Central is not the end of the process. Payroll-relevant time must be transferred, interpreted, and processed correctly downstream. The objective is to make employee time data predictable from eligibility through accrual, absence, timesheet processing, and payroll consumption.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 7, Employee Time Problems, to Category 8, How Time and HR Data Reach Payroll.
Time data becomes financially significant when it crosses into payroll. Employee Central can contain the correct employee and time information, while Employee Central Payroll receives incomplete, delayed, or incorrectly interpreted data. In the next category, we move from troubleshooting employee time behavior to tracing the complete path from Employee Central through replication, SAP time tracking, and payroll processing.
Category 8, Employee Central Payroll and SAP Time Tracking.
Employee Central Payroll incidents require a cross-system troubleshooting mindset because the same employee event can exist in Employee Central, replication processing, the payroll backend, and time tracking with different states or interpretations. The critical skill is to identify the last system where the data was correct, then follow the transaction across replication, mapping, authentication, time evaluation, and payroll processing.
Category 8, Employee Central Payroll and SAP Time Tracking Related Scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 10 real-world scenarios. Scenario 91. EC to Employee Central Payroll replication fails. Scenario 92. Point-to-point replication fails for one pay group. Scenario 93. Employee replicates successfully, but payroll data is incorrect. Scenario 94. Payroll replication works for most employees, but fails for specific workers. Scenario 95. Data replication monitor shows success, but ECP backend does not reflect the change. Scenario 96. Payroll mashup produces an SSO or SAML error. Scenario 97. Employee punches time, but the timesheet shows a collision with approved absence. Scenario 98. Time evaluation produces an unexpected result. Scenario 99. Employee Central time data and payroll results disagree. Scenario 100. Payroll relevant organizational change is not replicated next. Let's dive into Scenario 91.
Scenario 91. An employee is created or changed successfully in Employee Central, but the expected employee information does not appear in Employee Central Payroll. The business confirms that the Employee Central transaction itself completed successfully. How would you trace the replication failure from the source employee record through the replication process into the payroll system?
Answer: a successful Employee Central transaction does not prove that the corresponding payroll replication completed successfully. I would identify the last confirmed point in the data flow before investigating individual configuration objects by doing 1. Confirm the source employee state. Verify that the employee's payroll relevant data is correctly stored in Employee Central, including the effective date and the organizational or employment information expected by payroll. 2. Identify the replication scope. Determine which employee data should be replicated and whether the affected employee and changed fields fall within the configured replication scope. 3. Trace the replication processing. Follow the employee through the replication monitoring and identify whether the transaction is pending, failed, skipped, filtered, or reported as successfully processed. 4. Validate the payroll side result. If replication reports a successful transfer, inspect the corresponding employee data in the payroll backend and determine whether the issue is mapping, target side validation, or payroll processing, rather than employee central. The first objective is to find the last system where the employee data was demonstrably correct.
Pro tip for this scenario 91. Find the last known good state.
Do not immediately restart replication or resend the employee. First, identify whether the correct value exists in Employee Central, appears in replication processing, reaches the payroll backend, and is finally stored in the expected payroll info type or organizational structure. The last confirmed correct state tells you where to focus.
Scenario 92. Employee Central to Employee Central payroll replication works correctly for several pay groups, but every employee belonging to one particular pay group fails or remains unprocessed. The affected employees have otherwise valid Employee Central data. How would you isolate the pay group specific configuration that is preventing replication?
Answer: when an entire pay group is affected while other groups work normally, the pattern itself is important evidence that the problem is probably not an individual employee record. I would narrow the investigation by doing: 1. Compare affected and working pay groups. Identify the first configuration attribute shared by all affected employees, but not by successfully replicated employees. 2. Validate the pay group assignment. Confirm that the employees are assigned to the expected pay group in Employee Central, and that the assignment is effective for the relevant payroll period. 3. Trace the payroll replication configuration. Check the replication configuration, organizational mapping, payroll area, or equivalent payroll grouping, and any filters that determine how that pay group is handled. 4. Test one employee against a known good group. Use a controlled test case to distinguish an employee data problem from a pay group configuration problem before making a mass correction. A failure isolated to one pay group is a configuration pattern. Do not troubleshoot dozens of employees individually until the shared pay group dependency is understood.
Pro tip for this scenario 92. Use population patterns as evidence.
If every employee in one pay group fails while other pay groups work, treat the common pay group attribute as your strongest diagnostic clue. A population pattern is often more valuable than examining individual employee payloads one by one.
Scenario 93. An employee appears as successfully replicated, but the payroll system contains an incorrect organizational assignment or payroll relevant value. The replication monitor does not report a technical failure. How would you determine whether the incorrect result originated in source data, field mapping, transformation, or payroll side interpretation?
Answer: a successful replication status proves that processing completed, not that the business result is correct. I would compare the value at each stage by doing: 1. Establish the intended source value. Confirm the exact Employee Central value, effective date, and business meaning that should have reached payroll. 2. Inspect the replicated representation. Determine how that source field was represented in the replication payload or processing result, and whether the expected value was actually transmitted. 3. Check transformation and mapping. If the source value is correct but the replicated value differs, investigate mapping, code conversion, organizational assignment logic, or other transformation rules. 4. Verify payroll interpretation. If the transmitted value is correct, inspect how the payroll backend maps and stores that value, and whether payroll configuration translated it into the expected business result. Successful technical processing and correct business data are two different validation points.
Pro tip for this scenario 93. Compare values across the boundary.
When replication says success but the result is wrong, compare the same business field in Employee Central, the replicated message or processing record, and the payroll backend. The first point where the value changes identifies the responsible layer.
Scenario 94. Payroll replication is healthy for most employees, but a small group of workers consistently fails while other employees in the same organizational and payroll configuration replicate normally. How would you identify the employee-specific data condition that is causing the failures?
Answer: a worker-specific replication pattern points toward data quality, employment structure, effective dating, or a value that is unusual for those employees. I would isolate the common employee attribute by doing 1. Compare failing and successful employees. Build a field-level comparison of payroll-relevant employee data and identify the first attribute shared by the failing workers, but absent from successful workers. 2. Inspect employment and effective dated records. Review hire, rehire, transfer, concurrent employment, global assignment, termination, and future dated changes that may produce an unusual employee state. 3. Check mandatory and code-dependent values. Validate that every payroll-relevant field contains a value accepted by the replication and payroll configuration, including organizational and employment codes. 4. Reprocess one controlled employee. Correct only the proven source data issue. Reprocess the employee and verify that the replication succeeds without introducing a broader configuration change. When only specific workers fail, compare populations systematically instead of assuming the replication framework itself is broken.
Pro tip for this scenario 94. Find the smallest common difference.
For worker-specific replication failures, compare one failing employee with one successful employee from the same payroll population. The smallest meaningful data difference is often more useful than a broad review of the entire replication configuration.
Scenario 95. An HR administrator changes a payroll-relevant employee field in Employee Central, and the data replication monitor reports successful processing. However, the expected change is still missing from the corresponding Employee Central payroll backend record. How would you determine whether the replication result is incomplete, the target update was rejected, or the value was stored somewhere other than expected?
Answer: this is a classic cross-system state discrepancy. The source processing path reports success, while the target business state does not match expectations. I would investigate the boundary between replication and payroll persistence by doing 1. Verify the exact source change. Confirm the employee central value, effective date, and employee record that were included in the replication event. 2. Inspect the replication details beyond the headline status. Determine whether the monitor's success represents successful message processing or confirms successful persistence of every target side field. 3. Locate the expected payroll side record. Identify the exact payroll backend structure or info type where the changed business value should appear and verify whether the value was stored under a different effective period or representation. 4. Trace target side processing and logs. If the expected record is genuinely unchanged, investigate payroll side processing, validation, mapping, or backend logs to determine why the target state differs from the replication result. A green replication status is not the final business validation. Always verify the target record that the business actually depends on.
Pro tip for this scenario 95. Green does not mean persisted.
Treat replication monitoring as evidence about processing, not as automatic proof of the final payroll state. Always validate the exact target side record and effective date that should have changed.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews payroll@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 96. A payroll administrator launches the Payroll Control Center or another payroll-related mashup from SuccessFactors. But instead of opening the payroll application, the user receives an authentication error. The same user can access SuccessFactors normally. How would you determine whether the failure is caused by SSO configuration, SAML trust, identity mapping, destination configuration, or the user's authorization in the payroll system?
Answer: successful SuccessFactors login proves only that the user authenticated to the source application. It does not prove that the downstream payroll application can establish the required identity. And authorization context. I would trace the authentication chain by doing: 1. Identify where authentication fails. Determine whether the failure occurs when launching the mashup, during redirection to payroll, during SAML assertion processing, or after the user reaches the payroll application. 2. Validate the identity mapping. Confirm that the SuccessFactors user identity corresponds to the expected payroll side identity, and that the required federation attributes are being passed correctly. 3. Check SSO and SAML trust configuration. Review the relevant identity provider relationship, assertion configuration, certificate or trust status, and destination or connection settings used by the mashup. 4. Separate authentication from authorization. Once the user reaches the payroll application, Verify that the user's payroll side permissions are sufficient for the requested payroll control center function. When a mashup fails, trace the identity journey from SuccessFactors to payroll before changing payroll permissions.
Pro tip for this scenario 96. Find the first authentication boundary.
A user being logged into SuccessFactors does not mean the payroll application has authenticated them. Identify the first redirect or trust boundary, where the identity flow fails before changing roles or payroll permissions.
Scenario 97. An employee records working time through SAP Time, tracking on a day when a full day absence has already been approved. The resulting timesheet shows a collision or unexpected time calculation. How would you determine which record represents the valid business event and how the time data should be resolved before it reaches payroll?
Answer: a collision between recorded working time and approved absence must be resolved according to the employee's actual attendance and the configured time processing rules. I would investigate the conflict by doing: 1. Establish the actual employee event. Determine whether the employee genuinely worked, was absent, or entered the time incorrectly and identify the exact period affected. 2. Compare the absence and time records. Review the approved absence type, duration, time punch, plan working time, and employee time profile for the affected date. 3. Trace time processing behavior. Determine how the configured time rules evaluate overlapping attendance and absence, and whether the collision is expected to generate an error, deduction, or replacement. 4. Validate the payroll consequence. After correcting the legitimate source record, confirm that the resulting time data is evaluated correctly and produces the intended payroll-relevant result. Resolve the business event first, then validate how time tracking and payroll interpret the corrected time data.
Pro tip for this scenario 97. Ask what actually happened.
A technical collision does not tell you which record is wrong. First, establish whether the employee actually worked or was absent. Only then should you correct the time records or investigate the configured collision behavior.
Scenario 98. An employee's recorded working time appears correct in the timesheet, but after time evaluation, the resulting overtime, premium, or attendance-related output is different from what the business expected. How would you work backward from the evaluated result to identify the rule, time type, or employee configuration responsible?
Answer: time evaluation transforms recorded time into calculated results. So an unexpected output must be traced backward through the evaluation logic rather than judged only from the original time entries. I would investigate it by doing: 1. Confirm the raw time input. Verify that the employee's planned working time, recorded attendance, absences, breaks, and other relevant inputs are correct before examining the evaluation result. 2. Identify the employee's time processing configuration. Check the employee's time profile, work schedule, public holiday context, and other configuration that determines how the time is evaluated. 3. Trace the evaluation result. Follow the generated time types, overtime or premium results, and processing steps to identify the point where the calculated result diverges from the expected business rule. 4. Compare with a known good employee. Use an employee with the same work schedule and time processing configuration to determine whether the issue is employee-specific or caused by the evaluation design. When evaluated time is wrong, start with the raw input and work forward through the calculation rather than changing the final result manually.
Pro tip for this scenario 98. Debug from raw input forward.
Do not start by changing the overtime or premium result. Verify the raw time first, then the employee's processing configuration, then the evaluation logic. This preserves the causal chain and prevents masking the real problem.
Scenario 99. Employee Central shows approved absence and calculated time information that appears correct, but the employee's payroll result does not reflect the expected deduction, payment, or absence treatment. How would you trace the discrepancy from Employee Central time data through replication and payroll calculation?
Answer: a difference between Employee Central time data and payroll results can occur even when both systems are individually functioning. I would isolate the first point of divergence by doing: 1. Establish the final Employee Central time state. Confirm that the absence or attendance is approved, effective, and represented by the correct time type before it is consumed by payroll. 2. Verify the payroll relevant transfer. Determine exactly which time information was transferred to payroll and whether the relevant absence or attendance code was transmitted as expected. 3. Check payroll interpretation. Compare the received time value with the payroll configuration that determines how that time type affects pay, deduction, valuation, or wage types. 4. Trace the payroll calculation result. Determine whether the expected payroll result was generated, overridden, excluded, or offset by another payroll rule or employee condition. The key diagnostic question is, where did the business meaning of the time event change between Employee Central and Payroll?
Pro tip for this scenario 99. Follow the business meaning.
Do not compare only technical codes between systems. Establish what the absence or attendance means in business terms. Then follow how that meaning is represented in Employee Central, transferred to Payroll, and finally converted into the payroll. Result.
Scenario 100. An employee moves to a new organizational unit, and the change is correctly reflected in Employee Central. But payroll continues to process the employee under the previous payroll relevant organizational assignment. The HR transaction completed successfully. How would you determine why the organizational change did not reach payroll, and whether the issue is effective dating, replication scope, mapping, or payroll side configuration?
Answer. Organizational changes can affect payroll processing even when the Employee Central transaction itself is completely successful. I would trace the change as a payroll-relevant lifecycle event by doing 1. Verify the effective dated organizational change. Confirm the employee's previous and new organizational assignments, the exact effective date, and which values are relevant to payroll processing. 2. Determine whether the change should replicate. Identify whether the changed organizational attributes are included in payroll replication, and whether the employee's assignment falls within the applicable replication scope. 3. Trace the changed value through replication. Verify that the new organizational value is actually included in the replication processing, and determine whether it is filtered, transformed, or rejected. 4. Validate the payroll side assignment and calculation. If the new value reached payroll correctly, investigate how the payroll backend stores the organizational assignment and whether payroll processing is still using an older effective dated record. Payroll-relevant organizational changes must be validated at both the data replication layer and the payroll effective date layer.
Pro tip for this scenario 100. Effective date is often the hidden variable.
When an organizational change appears correct in Employee Central, but payroll still uses the old assignment, compare the effective dates on both sides before changing mappings. The new value may already exist in payroll, but not yet be effective for the payroll calculation being examined.
Category 8 Conclusion. Employee Central Payroll and SAP Time Tracking.
Employee Central Payroll incidents require tracing the employee lifecycle across multiple processing boundaries. A successful Employee Central transaction, a successful replication status, or a successful time evaluation does not by itself prove that payroll contains the correct business result. The strongest troubleshooting approach is to follow the employee data from source through replication, time processing, payroll interpretation, and final payroll output.
Key takeaways of Category 8. Payroll and Time Tracking Troubleshooting Principles.
Before moving into Integration Center, APIs, and Intelligent Services, these are the critical principles to remember. 1. Find the last known good state. Establish where the employee data was last confirmed to be correct before troubleshooting the next processing layer. 2. Separate replication success from business success. A successful replication status proves processing occurred. It does not automatically prove that the payroll backend contains the expected business value. 3. Use population patterns. A failure affecting one pay group or a specific worker population provides important evidence about whether the problem is configuration-specific or employee-specific. 4. Trace values across system boundaries. Compare the same business value in Employee Central, replication processing, the payroll backend, and the final payroll result. 5. Respect effective dating. Payroll-relevant organizational and employment changes can exist correctly in both systems, while different effective dated records are being used for processing. 6. Separate authentication from authorization. A user can successfully access SuccessFactors while still failing authentication or authorization when launching a payroll application. 7. Treat time as payroll-relevant business data. Time punches, absences, evaluated results, and payroll outcomes must be reconciled as one processing chain. 8. Validate the final business result. Technical monitoring is only one layer of evidence. Always confirm the payroll record or calculation result that the business actually depends on. The goal is not merely to make replication green. It is to ensure that the correct employee and time data produces the correct payroll outcome.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The Elite Transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 8, Payroll Processing Problems, to Category 9, Moving SuccessFactors Data Across Systems.
Payroll exposed what happens when employee and time data crosses a system boundary. Integration Center, APIs, and intelligent services take that problem further by moving employee information continuously between SuccessFactors and external platforms. In the next category, we will troubleshoot failures involving scheduling, delta processing, events, APIs, middleware, high-volume data, and real-time integration.
Category 9, Integration Center, APIs and Intelligent Services.
Integration incidents are rarely solved by checking whether a job is simply marked successful or failed. A scheduled integration can stop running, produce an empty result, miss changed employees, or successfully deliver a message that the target system cannot process. The key troubleshooting skill is to trace the complete integration lifecycle from source data and event generation through extraction, transformation, transport, and target system persistence.
Category 9, Integration Center, APIs and Intelligent Services, Related Scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 13 real-world scenarios. Scenario 101. Scheduled integration suddenly stops running. Scenario 102. Integration Center generates an empty file. Scenario 103. Integration produces duplicate employees. Scenario 104. Delta or changed employee processing misses records. Scenario 105. Intelligent Services event does not trigger an integration. Scenario 106. Event fires but downstream system receives nothing. Scenario 107. Integration works manually, but not on schedule. Scenario 108. OData API returns different data from the UI. Scenario 109. API integration fails only for a specific employee. Scenario 110. Integration must handle very large employee volumes. Scenario 111. Message is successful in middleware, but target system has no data. Scenario 112. Employee central data must be synchronized with S/4HANA and HCM. Scenario 113. Integration must react immediately to hire, rehire, transfer, or manager change next. Let's dive into Scenario 101.
Scenario 101. A scheduled integration center job has been running successfully every night for months, but it suddenly stops producing its expected output even though the integration definition has not been intentionally changed. How would you determine whether the failure is related to scheduling, job execution, configuration, credentials, or the source data available at runtime?
Answer: a scheduled integration can fail before data extraction even begins. So I would first establish whether the job actually executed, and then trace the processing path by doing 1. Confirm the scheduled job execution. Check whether the expected schedule fired, and whether an execution instance was created for the affected time period. 2. Inspect the execution result. Determine whether the job failed during startup, authentication, data extraction, transformation, file generation, or delivery. 3. Compare recent configuration and runtime changes. Review schedule settings, integration credentials, endpoint configuration, filters, and any recent platform or security changes that could affect execution. 4. Run a controlled, manual execution. Execute the same integration manually with the same configuration, and compare the result to the scheduled execution to isolate a scheduling or runtime context difference. Before debugging the integration logic, prove that the scheduled execution actually started and identify the stage where it stopped.
Pro tip for this scenario 101. Prove the job actually started.
A missing output file does not automatically mean the integration failed. First, verify that a scheduled execution instance was created. If no execution occurred, Investigate scheduling or job configuration before touching the integration logic.
Scenario 102. An integration center job completes successfully and generates the expected file. But the file contains only headers and no employee records, even though hundreds of employees should qualify. How would you determine whether the problem is the source population, filters, effective dated logic, permissions, or delta processing criteria?
Answer: a technically successful integration with an empty payload usually means the extraction logic returned no qualifying records. I would isolate why the population became empty by doing 1. Verify the expected source population. Identify a few employees who should appear and confirm that their source employee central data satisfies the business requirement. 2. Review integration filters. Examine filter conditions, date criteria, employee status conditions, and organizational restrictions that could exclude the expected population. 3. Check effective dated behavior. Determine whether the integration is evaluating current, future, or historical employee records differently from the business expectation. 4. Test with a controlled employee. Temporarily use a known qualifying employee and simplified criteria to determine whether the extraction can return data before restoring the full filter logic. An empty file is often a filtering problem rather than a transport problem. Prove why the expected employee population was excluded.
Pro tip for this scenario 102. Test one known employee.
When an integration produces an empty file, do not test with the entire population first. Identify one employee who should definitely qualify and prove that the integration can extract that employee before troubleshooting the larger filter set.
Scenario 103. A downstream system begins receiving two records for the same employee after an integration change, even though Employee Central contains only one employee record. How would you determine whether the duplication is being created by the source query, multiple employment relationships, integration logic, retry behavior, or the target system?
Answer: duplicate output does not necessarily mean duplicate employees exist in Employee Central. I would trace where the second representation is introduced by doing 1. Confirm the source employee population. Verify whether the employee appears once or multiple times in the integration source, including any concurrent employment or multiple assignment structures. 2. Inspect the extraction and joins. Determine whether the integration query or relationship joins are producing multiple rows for the same employee because of related objects or repeated associations. 3. Trace execution and retry behavior. Check whether the same employee was transmitted more than once because of multiple executions, retries, or overlapping scheduled runs. 4. Compare the target's uniqueness rule. If the source sends one employee once, investigate whether the target system is creating duplicate records because it is not applying the expected employee identifier as its unique key. Always identify where the second employee representation first appears before changing the integration to remove duplicates.
Pro tip for this scenario 103. Find the first duplicate.
Do not start by deleting duplicate employees from the target system. Compare the source extraction, outbound payload, and target records. The first layer containing two representations of the same employee is where the real problem begins.
Scenario 104. A nightly integration is designed to send only employees whose data changed since the previous run, but several employees who were definitely updated in Employee Central are missing from the outbound file. How would you determine why the changed employees were not selected by the delta logic?
Answer: delta processing depends on identifying exactly what constitutes a change and which timestamp or change indicator the integration evaluates. I would investigate the missing population by doing 1. Confirm the actual employee change. Verify the affected employee's changed field, effective date, and transaction history, rather than relying only on the user's statement that the record changed. 2. Identify the delta mechanism. Determine whether the integration uses last modified information, effective dated changes, event information, or another mechanism to identify changed employees. 3. Compare the change timestamp with the extraction window. Check whether the employee's change falls inside the interval evaluated by the integration and whether time zone or scheduling boundaries affected selection. 4. Test a controlled change. Modify a non-critical test employee and run the delta process to confirm exactly which change types are detected and which are ignored. Delta failures are fundamentally about change detection and time windows. Identify exactly what the integration considers a change.
Pro tip for this scenario 104. Record the change timestamp.
For delta troubleshooting, capture the exact time the employee change was committed and compare it with the integration's extraction window. This quickly exposes missed records caused by boundary conditions, timing, or incorrect change detection assumptions.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 105. An employee is successfully hired in Employee Central, but the expected Intelligent Services event does not trigger the downstream integration that should create the employee in another system. How would you determine whether the event was not generated, was not subscribed to correctly, or failed to invoke the integration?
Answer: a missing downstream message can originate before the event exists or after the event is generated. I would separate event generation from event consumption by doing: 1. Confirm the triggering transaction. Verify that the employee hire satisfied the business event conditions and identify the exact event expected from that transaction. 2. Verify event generation. Determine whether Intelligent Services created the expected event for the transaction, rather than assuming that a successful hire automatically generated it. 3. Inspect the event to integration subscription. Check whether the intended integration is correctly configured as a consumer of the event, and whether its activation and conditions are valid. 4. Test with a controlled transaction. Perform a controlled hire or equivalent event, and trace the event from creation through integration invocation to identify the first missing step. When an event-driven integration does not run, first prove whether the event itself exists before troubleshooting the downstream integration.
Pro tip for this scenario 105. Prove the event exists.
Do not start with middleware when an event-driven integration does not fire. First prove that the expected Intelligent Services event was actually generated. If no event exists, the downstream integration cannot be the first failure point.
Scenario 106. Intelligent Services successfully generates the expected event after an employee transfer, but the downstream application receives no message and its employee record remains unchanged. How would you trace the event from the SuccessFactors event layer through integration, execution, and delivery to determine where it disappeared?
Answer: once the event is confirmed, the investigation moves downstream into event consumption, integration execution, transport, and target processing. I would trace the message by doing: 1. Confirm the event payload. Verify that the event contains the employee identifier and changed information required by the downstream integration. 2. Verify integration invocation. Determine whether the subscribed integration actually executed in response to the event, and whether it failed before generating an outbound message. 3. Trace outbound delivery. Follow the generated message through middleware or the configured endpoint, and establish whether the message was transmitted successfully. 4. Validate target side processing. If the message was delivered, investigate target system authentication, validation, mapping, and persistence to determine why the employee record remained unchanged. Once the event exists, follow the message through each boundary until you find the first system that no longer has the expected state.
Pro tip for this scenario 106. Follow the event, not the employee.
When the event definitely fired, stop debugging the original employee transaction. Follow that specific event instance through integration, execution, and delivery. This gives you a transaction-level trace instead of a broad system-level investigation.
Scenario 107. An integration center job produces the correct employee file when an administrator runs it manually, but the scheduled execution consistently produces no output or fails. The integration definition and filters are unchanged. How would you identify what differs between manual and scheduled execution?
Answer: different execution contexts can expose differences in credentials, runtime parameters, scheduling, permissions, or available data. I would compare the two execution paths by doing: 1. Compare the execution contexts. Identify the user, credentials, parameters, filters, and runtime settings associated with manual versus scheduled execution. 2. Check schedule-specific parameters. Verify whether the scheduled job uses the same date ranges, delta parameters, filters, or other runtime values as the manual execution. 3. Review the scheduled execution logs. Determine whether the scheduled run fails during authentication, extraction, transformation, file creation, or delivery. 4. Reproduce the scheduled conditions manually. Run the integration with the same parameters and context used by the schedule to determine whether the problem follows the scheduled configuration. If manual execution works, compare execution context and runtime parameters before redesigning the integration.
Pro tip for this scenario 107. Make manual execution look like the schedule.
A manual run is only a valid comparison if it uses the same parameters and execution context as the scheduled run. Reproduce those conditions before concluding that scheduling itself is the problem.
Scenario 108. An administrator sees an employee's updated department and manager correctly in the Employee Central UI, but an OData API query returns older or different values for the same employee. How would you determine whether the discrepancy comes from effective dating, API query behavior, permissions, data freshness, or a different source field?
Answer: the UI and OData AP. I do not necessarily retrieve employee information through identical query paths or effective date contexts. I would reconcile the two results by doing: 1. Identify the exact fields being compared. Confirm that the UI and API are reading the same employee central objects and fields rather than similarly named attributes. 2. Compare effective date context. Determine whether the UI displays the current effective record, while the API request is retrieving a different effective dated record. 3. Inspect the API query. Review filters, expansions, navigation properties, selected fields, and query parameters that could change which employee record is returned. 4. Validate API authorization and freshness. Confirm that the integration user has access to the expected data and determine whether the API response reflects the current source state or another data representation. When UI and API results disagree, prove that both requests are asking for the same object, field, population, and effective dated record.
Pro tip for this scenario 108. Reproduce the UI's exact business context.
Do not compare a simple API response with what the UI displays and assume they represent the same record. First, identify the exact object, field, effective date, and employee context behind the UI value, and reproduce that context in the API query.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire master vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 109. An API-based integration successfully processes thousands of employees, but one particular employee consistently causes an error while other employees pass through normally. How would you isolate the employee-specific data condition without changing the integration for the entire population?
Answer. A single employee API failure usually indicates a data value, relationship, effective dated state, or authorization condition unique to that employee. I would isolate the difference by doing 1. Capture the exact API failure. Identify the HTTP response, error message, endpoint, and operation that fails for the employee. 2. Compare the failing employee with a successful peer. Compare the fields, employment relationships, organizational assignments, effective dated records, and related objects used by the API request. 3. Identify the first invalid or unusual value. Determine whether the employee contains a missing mandatory value, unsupported code, unexpected relationship, duplicate association, or other data condition that the API cannot process. 4. Correct and retest only the proven source issue. Fix the employee data if that is the confirmed cause. Rerun the same API operation and verify that the broader integration configuration remains unchanged. When one employee fails while thousands succeed, look for the smallest meaningful data difference before changing the integration design.
Pro tip for this scenario 109. Compare one failing employee with one successful employee.
A side-by-side comparison is often the fastest diagnostic tool for employee-specific API failures. Compare only the fields and relationships used by the failing operation, rather than reviewing the entire employee record.
Scenario 110. A global organization needs to send employee data for hundreds of thousands of workers to an external platform, but the current integration is slow, times out, or consumes excessive processing resources. How would you redesign the data movement so the integration remains reliable as the employee population grows?
Answer. High-volume integration design requires balancing completeness, execution time, platform limits, failure recovery, and downstream capacity. I would redesign the processing strategy by doing 1. Measure the current workload. Establish record volume, payload size, execution duration, failure rate, and the specific processing stage consuming the most time. 2. Separate initial loads from ongoing changes. Use an appropriate full load strategy for controlled migrations and a delta or event-driven approach for ongoing employee changes rather than repeatedly processing the entire population. 3. Partition the workload deliberately. Divide processing by logical employee populations, organizational scope, or other supported boundaries so that failures can be isolated and retried without repeating the entire dataset. 4. Design for recovery and target capacity. Ensure that failed partitions can be reprocessed safely, duplicate handling is controlled, and the downstream system can absorb the volume without becoming the next bottleneck. At enterprise scale, integration reliability comes from controlled data volume, incremental processing, partitioning, and recoverability rather than simply increasing execution timeouts.
Pro tip for this scenario 110. Design for failure recovery.
A large integration should never require rerunning the entire population because 200 records failed. Design the processing boundary so a failed subset can be identified, corrected, and safely reprocessed without duplicating successful records.
Scenario 111. Middleware reports that an employee integration message was delivered successfully, but the target application contains no corresponding employee data. The source system also shows the employee as correctly configured. How would you determine whether the problem is target authentication, mapping, validation, business logic, or persistence?
Answer: middleware success establishes that the message passed through the middleware layer, but it does not prove that the target system accepted and persisted the business data. I would continue the investigation at the target boundary by doing 1. Validate the outbound message. Confirm that the employee identifier and required business fields were actually present in the message delivered to the target. 2. Confirm target receipt. Establish whether the target application received and processed the request rather than treating middleware delivery as equivalent to application processing. 3. Inspect target validation and mapping. Check whether the target rejected, transformed, ignored, or routed the employee data because of invalid codes, missing fields, or business rules. 4. Verify persistence and retry behavior. Confirm whether the target created the employee record, stored it under a different identifier, or rejected the transaction after receipt. Middleware success is a transport milestone, not proof of target system persistence.
Pro tip for this scenario 111. Separate delivery from acceptance.
Always distinguish between the message being delivered to the target endpoint and the target application accepting and persisting the business transaction. The real incident may begin after middleware has already reported success.
Scenario 112. A customer needs central employee and organizational data synchronized with an S/4HANA or HCM environment, but the two systems gradually develop differences in employee status, organizational assignment, or master data values. How would you establish the ownership of each data element and design a synchronization model that prevents conflicting updates?
Answer: cross-system synchronization becomes unstable when both systems are treated as equally authoritative for the same business attribute. I would establish the integration architecture by doing 1. Classify the business objects and attributes. Identify which employee and organizational fields originate in Employee Central, which originate in the target SAP system, and which are legitimately bidirectional. 2. Define the system of record for each attribute. Establish one authoritative source for every synchronized business value, and document the permitted direction of change. 3. Trace current discrepancies. Compare representative employees across both systems and identify whether differences originate from missing events, mapping, timing, manual changes, or conflicting ownership. 4. Design reconciliation and exception handling. Build monitoring around failed or divergent records so that synchronization problems are detected and corrected without creating uncontrolled update loops. A reliable cross-system integration starts with data ownership, Synchronization should not become a mechanism for two systems continuously overriding each other.
Pro tip for this scenario 112. Define field-level ownership.
Do not define Employee Central or the SAP backend as the source of truth for everything. Define ownership at the business field level. One system may own organizational data, while another legitimately owns a payroll-specific attribute.
Scenario 113. The business requires an external system to react almost immediately when an employee is hired, rehired, transferred, or has a manager change. A nightly batch integration is no longer sufficient. How would you design the event-driven flow so that each business event produces the correct downstream action without creating duplicate or missed transactions?
Answer: near real-time employee lifecycle integration requires reliable event detection, event-to-integration mapping, idempotency, monitoring, and recovery. I would design the flow by doing 1. Define the required lifecycle events. Identify exactly which employee transactions should trigger downstream actions and what business payload each event must contain. 2. Map each event to the correct integration action. Determine whether hire, rehire, transfer, and manager changes require different downstream operations and ensure that each event invokes the intended process. 3. Design for duplicate and out-of-order events. Use stable employee and transaction identifiers so the target system can recognize repeated messages and avoid applying the same business change twice. 4. Build monitoring and recovery around the event flow. Ensure failed events can be identified and replayed safely, while preserving enough transaction context to diagnose why a downstream action did not occur. Near real-time integration is not simply replacing a schedule with an event. It requires reliable event semantics, duplicate protection, observability, and recovery.
Pro tip for this scenario 113. Design every event for replay.
A production event will eventually fail, arrive twice, or be processed later than expected. Design the integration so the same hire, rehire, transfer, or manager change event can be safely replayed without creating duplicate business records or corrupting the target state.
Category 9 Conclusion. Integration Center, APIs and Intelligent Services.
Integration incidents require tracing the complete transaction rather than stopping at the first successful status. A job can run successfully and still produce the wrong population. An event can fire without reaching its consumer. An API can return different data from the UI, and middleware can report delivery while the target system remains unchanged. The key is to identify the first point where the expected employee data, event, or message disappears or changes.
Key takeaways of Category 9. Integration, troubleshooting principles.
Before moving into recruiting, remember these integration principles. 1. Prove execution before debugging data. Confirm that the scheduled or event-driven integration actually executed before investigating its output. 2. Trace the population. When records are missing or duplicated, identify exactly which employees entered the extraction before examining transformation or delivery. 3. Separate event generation from event consumption. An event that was never generated requires a different investigation from an event that was generated but never consumed. 4. Compare execution contexts. Manual and scheduled runs can behave differently because their parameters, runtime context, credentials, or filters differ. 5. Treat API and UI discrepancies as a context problem first. Verify that both paths are retrieving the same object, field, effective dated record, and population. 6. Separate transport success from business success. Middleware delivery or integration success does not prove that the target application accepted and persisted the transaction. 7. Design high-volume integrations for recovery. Large employee populations require controlled processing, incremental strategies, duplicate protection, and safe retry mechanisms. 8. Establish data ownership across systems. Synchronization becomes unstable when two systems are allowed to independently overwrite the same business attribute. 9. Make event-driven integrations replayable. Hire, rehire, transfer, and manager change events should be safely recoverable without creating duplicate or inconsistent target records. The objective is to trace every integration from source data to final target state persistence, not merely to achieve a successful technical execution status.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 9, System Integration Problems, to Category 10, Recruiting and Recruit to Hire Problems.
Integration connects SuccessFactors with other systems, But recruiting introduces another critical flow inside the SuccessFactors suite itself. A candidate can move successfully through one recruiting stage, while data, permissions, workflow, or downstream hiring processes fail at the next boundary. In the next category, we will trace problems from requisition access and candidate processing through recruiting, onboarding, and employee central.
Category 10. Recruiting.
Recruiting incidents are rarely isolated to a single candidate status or requisition screen. The real troubleshooting challenge is understanding how requisition configuration, recruiting permissions, candidate data, workflows, mappings, onboarding initiation, and employee central creation interact. A successful candidate application does not guarantee a successful recruit to hire process.
Category 10. Recruiting-related scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 10 real-world scenarios. Scenario 114. Candidate cannot move to the next recruiting status. Scenario 115. Hiring manager cannot access a requisition. Scenario 116. Candidate data is missing after application. Scenario 117. Recruiting field does not transfer to onboarding. Scenario 118. Candidate is hireable but onboarding cannot start. Scenario 119. Recruiter cannot initiate onboarding. Scenario 120. Candidate data is correct in recruiting but incorrect in onboarding. Scenario 121. Recruit to hire mapping fails for only certain candidates. Scenario 122. Recruiting to EC data mapping produces an incorrect employee. Scenario 123. Recruiting workflow works in test but fails in production next. Let's dive into Scenario 114.
Scenario 114. A recruiter attempts to move a qualified candidate to the next recruiting status, but the status transition is unavailable, or the system rejects the change, even though the candidate appears to meet the business requirements. How would you identify whether the blockage is caused by the workflow, status configuration, required fields, permissions, or candidate-specific data?
Answer: a blocked status transition can originate from the recruiting process configuration or from a condition specific to the candidate. I would isolate the transaction layer by doing 1. Reconstruct the candidate's current state. Verify the candidate's current status, application status, required information, and the exact transition the recruiter is attempting. 2. Inspect the status transition configuration. Determine whether the target status is permitted from the current status, and whether any configured prerequisites or conditions must be satisfied first. 3. Check required data and permissions. Identify mandatory fields, workflow conditions, and recruiting permissions that could prevent the recruiter from performing the transition. 4. Compare with a successful candidate. Test the same transition for another candidate in the same requisition to determine whether the problem is process-wide or specific to the affected candidate. The objective is to identify whether the transition itself is invalid or whether this particular candidate is failing a prerequisite.
Pro tip for this scenario 114. Compare the candidate state, not just the status.
2 candidates can display the same recruiting status while having different underlying data, applications, permissions, or workflow conditions. Compare the complete candidate state before changing the status configuration.
Scenario 115. A hiring manager is assigned to a recruiting requisition, but cannot open or manage it, while another manager can access the same requisition successfully. The requisition itself is active and available to the recruiting team. How would you trace the access failure and determine whether the issue is role-based permissions, requisition ownership, operator assignment, or target population?
Answer: requisition visibility depends on more than the requisition being active. The user's recruiting permissions and relationship to the requisition also determine what the manager can do. I would investigate by doing 1. Confirm the manager's requisition relationship. Verify that the affected user is actually assigned the expected role on the requisition and that the assignment is active. 2. Review recruiting permissions. Check the user's recruiting permissions for the required action, such as viewing, editing, advancing candidates, or managing the requisition. 3. Inspect target population and role relationships. Determine whether the user's access scope excludes the requisition because of organizational, location, or other population restrictions. 4. Compare with a working manager. Compare the affected manager's permissions and requisition role assignments with a manager who can access the same requisition to identify the smallest meaningful difference. Access troubleshooting should compare the user's permission context with a known good user rather than changing requisition settings blindly.
Pro tip for this scenario 115. Compare user contexts.
When one hiring manager can access a requisition and another cannot, the requisition itself is probably not the first place to look. Compare their recruiting permissions and requisition role assignments side by side.
Scenario 116. A candidate completes an application and submits it successfully, but one or more expected candidate fields are blank afterward, even though the applicant entered the information during the application process. How would you trace whether the value was not captured, was not mapped to the candidate profile, or was lost during application processing?
Answer: a successful application does not guarantee that every entered value was stored in the expected candidate data structure. I would trace the field from entry to persistence by doing: 1. Identify the exact missing field. Confirm what the candidate entered, where the field appeared during application, and where the business expects the value to be stored afterward. 2. Verify field configuration and capture behavior. Check whether the application field is correctly configured, mapped to the expected candidate attribute, and available for the relevant application context. 3. Compare submitted application data with candidate data. Determine whether the value exists in the submitted application but is absent from the candidate profile, which would indicate a persistence or mapping problem. 4. Test with a controlled application. Submit the same field using a test candidate and trace the value through application submission to identify the first point where it disappears. Follow the value from the candidate screen to the stored candidate record. Do not assume that successful submission means successful field persistence.
Pro tip for this scenario 116. Trace the field's entire journey.
For missing candidate data, identify the exact location where the value exists and where it disappears. This is faster than reviewing the entire recruiting configuration because it narrows the problem to one field path.
Scenario 117. A recruiting field is populated correctly for a candidate, but when the candidate enters onboarding, the corresponding field is empty or contains a different value. The recruiting record itself remains correct. How would you trace the field, mapping between recruiting and onboarding, and identify where the value is being dropped?
Answer: this is a cross-module data transfer problem, so I would compare the source field, mapping definition, target field, and transformation behavior by doing: 1. Validate the recruiting source value. Confirm that the candidate's value is stored correctly in the exact recruiting field that should feed onboarding. 2. Identify the intended onboarding target. Verify which onboarding field is supposed to receive the value and whether that field is available and correctly configured for the candidate's process. 3. Trace the mapping and transformation. Review the recruiting to onboarding mapping and determine whether the source field is mapped, transformed, filtered, or conditionally excluded. 4. Test with a controlled candidate. Use a test candidate with a distinctive value and follow that value through the handoff to identify exactly where it disappears or changes. When recruiting is correct but onboarding is wrong, the handoff between the two systems becomes the primary diagnostic boundary.
Pro tip for this scenario 117. Use a distinctive test value.
For mapping problems, use an unmistakable test value that cannot be confused with another candidate value. Then trace that exact value from recruiting into onboarding and identify the first point where it changes or disappears.
Scenario 118. A candidate reaches a hireable state and appears ready to proceed, but the system does not allow the onboarding process to start. Other candidates from the same recruiting process can be onboarded successfully. How would you determine what candidate-specific condition is preventing the handoff?
Answer: reaching a hireable status is only one prerequisite for onboarding initiation. I would identify the missing condition by doing: 1. Verify the candidate's hiring state. Confirm that the candidate has completed every prerequisite required before onboarding can be initiated, and that no earlier process step remains incomplete. 2. Compare the affected candidate with a successful candidate. Review application data, personal information, employment-related values, country, legal entity, and other attributes that influence onboarding eligibility. 3. Trace the onboarding initiation conditions. Determine which configuration, workflow, or integration process is responsible for creating or initiating the onboarding process, and identify the condition that is not being satisfied. 4. Reproduce with controlled data. Test the onboarding initiation using the same candidate conditions where possible and isolate the specific value or prerequisite that causes the handoff to fail. A hireable candidate is not necessarily an onboarding-ready candidate. Identify the exact prerequisite that separates the two states.
Pro tip for this scenario 118. Hireable does not mean ready for onboarding.
When onboarding cannot start, do not keep changing the recruiting status. First, identify what information or process condition makes a candidate eligible for onboarding, and compare the affected candidate against one who successfully crossed the boundary.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 119. A recruiter has successfully moved a candidate through the required recruiting process, but the option to initiate onboarding is unavailable, or the initiation fails when selected. Another recruiter can initiate onboarding for a different candidate. How would you determine whether the problem is the recruiter's permissions, candidate eligibility, process configuration, or the candidate's data?
Answer: because onboarding initiation depends on both the user's authorization and the candidate's readiness. I would separate user-specific and candidate-specific causes by doing: 1. Verify the candidate's eligibility. Confirm that the candidate has reached the correct status and completed the required recruiting steps for onboarding initiation. 2. Check recruiter permissions. Determine whether the affected recruiter has the required permission to initiate onboarding and whether the permission applies to the relevant recruiting population. 3. Review process-specific conditions. Check whether the requisition, candidate type, country, legal entity, or other configuration changes the onboarding initiation behavior. 4. Perform a controlled comparison. Have the same recruiter initiate onboarding for a known good candidate and compare the result with the affected candidate to isolate whether the failure follows the user or the candidate. If the same recruiter can initiate onboarding for another candidate, shift the investigation toward candidate eligibility and process-specific data.
Pro tip for this scenario 119. Use user and candidate cross-testing.
The fastest way to separate permission problems from candidate problems is to cross-test. Use the affected recruiter with a known good candidate and, where appropriate, a known good recruiter with the affected candidate.
Scenario 120. A candidate's legal name, location, employment information, and other details are correct in recruiting, but one or more values appear incorrectly in the onboarding process. The recruiting record remains unchanged and correct. How would you identify whether the discrepancy is caused by mapping, transformation, defaulting, or an onboarding side rule?
Answer: when the source candidate record is correct and the target onboarding data is wrong. I would treat the handoff as a data transformation boundary and trace each affected field by doing: 1. Create a source to target comparison. List the recruiting value, expected onboarding value, and actual onboarding value for every affected field. 2. Identify the mapping path. Determine how each recruiting field is transferred into onboarding and whether multiple source fields can populate the same target field. 3. Inspect transformation and default behavior. Check whether the target value is being converted, defaulted, overwritten, or recalculated during onboarding initialization. 4. Trace onboarding side processing. If the value enters onboarding correctly and changes afterward, investigate onboarding rules, workflow actions, or other processing that modifies the value. The key is to determine whether the wrong value enters onboarding or becomes wrong after entering it.
Pro tip for this scenario 120. Capture the value at the boundary.
For recruiting to onboarding discrepancies, do not investigate only the final onboarding value. Capture the value immediately before and immediately after the handoff. That boundary tells you whether the problem is mapping or downstream processing.
Scenario 121. Most candidates complete the recruit to hire process successfully, but candidates from one location or employment type consistently arrive in onboarding or employee central with missing or incorrect values. How would you identify the candidate attribute that is causing the mapping path to behave differently?
Answer: a mapping failure limited to a particular candidate population strongly suggests a conditional mapping, missing source value, or Unsupported combination of attributes. I would isolate the population difference by doing 1. Define the affected population. Identify exactly which candidates fail and what they have in common, such as location, employment type, legal entity requisition, or candidate source. 2. Compare source data with successful candidates. Compare the mapped fields and related candidate attributes between one failing candidate and one successful candidate. 3. Trace conditional mapping. Review whether the recruit to hire mapping changes based on country, employment type, legal entity, or another candidate attribute. 4. Test the boundary condition. Use a controlled candidate that matches the failing population and verify whether changing the suspected attribute changes the mapping result. Population-specific mapping failures are usually solved by finding the attribute that changes the mapping path.
Pro tip for this scenario 121. Find the attribute that changes the path.
Do not treat every failed candidate as a separate incident. Group failures by country, legal entity, employment type, or other shared attributes. The common attribute often reveals the conditional mapping branch immediately.
Scenario 122. A candidate is successfully hired from recruiting, but the resulting employee central employee record contains an incorrect manager, organizational assignment, or employment value. Recruiting shows the candidate information correctly. How would you trace the incorrect value from the recruiting source through the mapping and employee central creation process?
Answer: the employee record is the final result of a multi-step handoff. So I would determine where the incorrect value was introduced by doing 1. Verify the recruiting source value. Confirm that the candidate and requisition contain the correct value that should have been used when creating the employee. 2. Identify the mapping source and target. Determine exactly which recruiting field or related object is expected to populate the employee central field. 3. Trace transformation and defaulting. Check whether the value was transformed, defaulted, derived, or replaced by another source during employee creation. 4. Validate employee central creation logic. If the correct value entered employee central but changed during creation, investigate business rules, propagation, event reasons, or other employee creation logic that could have overridden it. When the final employee record is wrong, trace the value backward until you find the first layer where it stopped matching the expected business value.
Pro tip for this scenario 122. Trace the wrong value backward.
Start with the incorrect employee central value and work backward through employee creation, mapping, and recruiting. The first point, where the value becomes incorrect, is more important than the final symptom.
Scenario 123. A recruiting workflow behaves correctly in the test environment, but after deployment to production, the same candidate process fails to route or complete as expected. The business process and workflow design appear identical. How would you identify the environmental difference that is causing the production failure?
Answer: a test to production discrepancy should be approached as an environment comparison, rather than assuming the workflow logic itself is defective. I would investigate the difference by doing 1. Compare workflow configuration. Verify that the production workflow definition, conditions, routing logic, and required fields match the tested version. 2. Compare permissions and users. Check whether the production users, roles, target populations, and approver relationships provide the same authorization context used during testing. 3. Compare reference data. Validate that production contains the same relevant organizational objects, recruiting data, statuses, pick list values, and other dependencies required by the workflow. 4. Reproduce with a controlled production safe case. Use an appropriate test scenario to identify the exact step that behaves differently and compare its runtime data with the successful test execution. A workflow that works in test but fails in production usually has an environmental dependency that was not reproduced during testing.
Pro tip for this scenario 123. Compare dependencies, not just configuration.
A workflow definition can be identical in two environments while the users, permissions, organizational objects, pick lists, or reference data differ. Treat every production dependency as part of the workflow configuration when troubleshooting deployment failures.
Category 10, Conclusion, Recruiting and Recruit to Hire.
Recruiting incidents become significantly more complex when a candidate moves across requisition processing, candidate data, workflows, onboarding, and employee central. The key troubleshooting skill is to identify whether the failure belongs to the candidate, requisition, permission model, workflow, data mapping, or the handoff between recruiting and the downstream hiring process.
Key takeaways of Category 10, Recruiting Troubleshooting Principles.
Before moving into onboarding, these are the critical principles to remember. 1. Separate candidate state from process state. A candidate being in the correct recruiting status does not necessarily mean every prerequisite for the next process has been completed. 2. Treat permissions as part of the recruiting process. Requisition access, candidate actions, and onboarding initiation can depend on the user's recruiting role and population scope. 3. Trace every important field across the handoff. When recruiting is correct but onboarding or employee central is wrong, follow the exact field from source to target rather than comparing the entire records generally. 4. Use population patterns. If only candidates from one country, legal entity, employment type, or requisition behave differently, the shared attribute may be controlling a conditional path. 5. Distinguish mapping from downstream processing. A value can be mapped incorrectly, or it can enter the target correctly and then be overwritten by target-side logic. 6. Use controlled candidates for diagnosis. A distinctive test value makes it much easier to identify where a candidate field disappears or changes during the recruit to hire process. 7. Compare environments beyond configuration. Test and production can contain different users, permissions, reference data, organizational objects, and dependencies even when the workflow definition appears identical. 8. Validate the final employee result. Successful candidate processing does not prove that the resulting employee-central employee was created with the correct business data. The objective is to trace the candidate's journey from application through hiring and identify the first boundary, where the expected business state changes.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire master vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 10, recruiting problems, to Category 11, turning a candidate into a new employee.
Recruiting ends with a candidate who is ready to be hired, but the real business process continues through onboarding. At this boundary, candidate information must become new hire information. Tasks must reach the correct participants. Identities may need to be provisioned, and the final employee record must be created correctly in Employee Central. In the next category, we will troubleshoot failures across that entire onboarding journey.
Category 11, onboarding.
Onboarding incidents sit at one of the most important boundaries in SuccessFactors because they transform a successfully recruited candidate into an active employee. A task can be assigned incorrectly. New hire data can become stuck. Identity provisioning can fail, or Employee Central can receive an incomplete or incorrect employee record. The strongest troubleshooting approach is to trace the new hire through each process state and data handoff.
Category 11, onboarding-related scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 10 real-world scenarios. Scenario 124. New hire cannot complete an onboarding task. Scenario 125. Onboarding task is assigned to the wrong person. Scenario 126. New hire data review is stuck. Scenario 127. Onboarding data does not reach Employee Central. Scenario 128. New hire is created incorrectly in Employee Central. Scenario 129. User or identity is not provisioned after hire. Scenario 130. External hire and internal hire require different process paths. Scenario 131. Onboarding integration works in test but not production. Scenario 132. Required field mapping breaks new hire processing. Scenario 133. Onboarding outbound integration does not send expected data next. Let's dive into Scenario 124.
Scenario 124. A new hire opens an assigned onboarding task, but cannot complete it because the task is unavailable. A required action cannot be submitted, or the process rejects the information provided. Other new hires can complete the same task successfully. How would you isolate whether the problem is task configuration, permissions, required data, or something specific to this new hire?
Answer: when one new hire cannot complete a task that works for others, I would first determine whether the task itself is functioning, and then isolate the new hire specific condition by doing 1. Identify the exact task state. Confirm whether the task is assigned, available, started, overdue, blocked, or waiting for another process before treating it as a submission failure. 2. Validate the new hire data. Review the fields and conditions that control task completion and identify whether this new hire is missing a required value or has an unexpected value. 3. Check the user's access context. Determine whether the new hire, recruiter, HR user, or other participant has the required permissions to view and complete the task. 4. Compare with a successful new hire. Compare the affected new hire's process state and relevant data with another new hire who completed the same task to identify the first meaningful difference. The objective is to distinguish a broken onboarding task from a task that is correctly enforcing a condition this particular new hire has not satisfied.
Pro tip for this scenario 124. Check the task state first.
Before changing task permissions or required fields, establish whether the task is actually available for completion. A task that is waiting on a previous process step can look like a submission problem, even though the configuration is working as designed.
Scenario 125. A new hire onboarding task that should be completed by the hiring manager is consistently assigned to another employee, while other onboarding tasks for the same hire are routed correctly. How would you trace the assignment logic and determine why this particular task is resolving to the wrong person?
Answer: task assignment is usually derived from process roles, employee relationships, organizational data, or configured assignment rules. I would trace the assignment decision by doing: 1. Identify the intended task owner. Confirm which participant or role should receive the task and whether the business expects a person, manager, HR role, or another relationship. 2. Trace the assignment source. Determine which employee attribute or onboarding role is being used to resolve the task recipient. 3. Validate the new hire's organizational relationships. Check the manager, hiring manager, HR representative, location, legal entity, and other relevant relationships used by the assignment logic. 4. Compare with a correctly routed hire. Examine the same task for a successful onboarding case and identify the employee attribute or assignment condition that differs. When only one onboarding task routes incorrectly, investigate the specific assignment logic for that task rather than changing the entire onboarding workflow.
Pro tip for this scenario 125. Trace the recipient derivation.
Do not manually reassign the task and stop there. First, determine why the system selected the wrong person. Otherwise, the next new hire with the same organizational conditions will receive the same incorrect assignment.
Scenario 126. HR begins reviewing a new hire's information in onboarding, but the data review step remains stuck, and the process cannot move to the next stage. Other onboarding processes continue normally. How would you determine whether the review is waiting for an approval, blocked by missing data, affected by workflow state, or failing during back-end processing?
Answer: a stuck review can represent a genuine workflow wait state or a processing failure that is preventing the state transition. I would reconstruct the process state by doing: 1. Identify the current process state. Determine exactly which onboarding step is active, what status it has, and which action is expected before the process can continue. 2. Check pending dependencies. Verify whether another task, approval, data requirement, or participant action must be completed before the review can advance. 3. Inspect the new hire data. Look for missing, invalid, or inconsistent values that could prevent the review from being completed or the next process state from being generated. 4. Trace the transition failure. If all prerequisites are satisfied, investigate the workflow or back-end processing responsible for moving the onboarding process to its next state. A process that appears stuck should first be classified as waiting, blocked, or failed. Each state requires a different investigation.
Pro tip for this scenario 126. Classify the stuck state.
Do not treat every pending onboarding step as a technical failure. Determine whether the process is genuinely waiting for an action, or whether a completed action failed to produce the expected state transition.
Scenario 127. A new hire completes the required onboarding steps, but the expected employee data never appears in Employee Central. The onboarding process itself appears to have completed successfully. How would you trace the handoff and identify whether the failure occurred during data preparation, mapping, transfer, or employee central employee creation?
Answer: a completed onboarding process does not automatically prove that Employee Central received and persisted the new hire information. I would trace the handoff by doing 1. Confirm the final onboarding data. Verify that the completed onboarding record contains all information expected to become Employee Central employee data. 2. Identify the handoff mechanism. Determine which process or integration transfers the new hire information into Employee Central and whether it was actually invoked. 3. Compare source and target fields. Trace the critical employee fields from the onboarding record into the Employee Central creation payload or processing result. 4. Validate Employee Central creation. If the handoff occurred, determine whether Employee Central rejected, transformed, or partially persisted the employee data during creation. When onboarding says complete but Employee Central has nothing, the critical question is whether the data ever crossed the onboarding to Employee Central boundary.
Pro tip for this scenario 127. Do not trust the onboarding completion status alone.
Treat onboarding completion and Employee Central creation as separate validation points. Confirm the final onboarding payload, and then verify the actual Employee Central employee record before declaring the hiring process successful.
Scenario 128. Onboarding completes successfully and an Employee Central employee is created, but the new employee has an incorrect manager, legal entity, job information, or employment value. The onboarding record contains the expected information. How would you determine whether the incorrect value came from mapping, defaulting, business rules, propagation, or Employee Central employee creation logic?
Answer: this is a classic source correct but target incorrect scenario. I would trace the incorrect value backward from Employee Central to the onboarding source by doing 1. Verify the onboarding source value. Confirm the exact value stored for the new hire immediately before Employee Central creation. 2. Trace the field mapping. Determine which onboarding field is supposed to populate the affected Employee Central field and whether any transformation occurs between them. 3. Check defaulting and derivation. Identify whether Employee Central applies a default value, derives the value from another object, or replaces the incoming value during employee creation. 4. Review employee creation rules. If the correct value entered Employee Central but changed during creation, inspect business rules, propagation logic, event reason behavior, and other creation time processing. The fastest route to the root cause is to find the first point where the expected onboarding value becomes the incorrect Employee Central value.
Pro tip for this scenario 128. Capture the pre-creation value.
If possible, preserve the exact onboarding value before Employee Central creation. Without that baseline, teams often spend hours debugging Employee Central when the incorrect value may already have been introduced during mapping.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 129. A new employee is successfully created in Employee Central, but the expected user identity is not created or provisioned, so the employee cannot access the required SuccessFactors applications. Other recently hired employees are provisioned normally. How would you trace the provisioning chain and identify where the identity creation process stopped?
Answer: employee creation and identity provisioning are separate stages. So I would trace the employee from the successful HR transaction into the identity lifecycle by doing: 1. Confirm the employee's source identity data. Verify that the employee has the required user identifier, email, employment status, and other attributes used to create the identity. 2. Determine whether provisioning was triggered. Establish whether the employee creation or relevant lifecycle event initiated the expected provisioning process. 3. Trace the provisioning process. Check the identity synchronization or provisioning flow for the affected employee and identify whether the record was skipped, failed, filtered, or rejected. 4. Validate the identity target. If the provisioning process ran successfully, confirm whether the identity exists in the target identity platform and whether the employee is correctly linked to it. A successful Employee Central hire proves the HR record exists. It does not prove that the digital identity lifecycle completed.
Pro tip for this scenario 129. Separate employee creation from identity creation.
Do not recreate the employee simply because the user cannot log in. First, establish whether the Employee Central record is correct and then trace the identity provisioning stage separately. Recreating, the employee can create a second problem.
Scenario 130. The organization wants external hires and internal hires to follow different onboarding processes, with different tasks, data requirements, and downstream actions. However, some internal candidates are entering the external hire path and receiving tasks that should not apply to them. How would you design and troubleshoot the process distinction without creating duplicate or conflicting onboarding logic?
Answer: the process should branch from a reliable business attribute rather than from assumptions about how the candidate entered recruiting. I would establish the branching logic by doing 1. Define the business distinction. Establish the exact attribute that identifies an internal versus external hire, and confirm that the value is available before onboarding begins. 2. Trace the process selection logic. Determine where the onboarding process path is selected and whether the condition correctly evaluates the candidate's employment context. 3. Validate candidate populations. Compare a correctly routed internal hire with an incorrectly routed internal hire and identify the attribute that caused them to enter different paths. 4. Test both paths end-to-end. Validate that each path creates the correct tasks, required data, approvals, and downstream employee processing behavior without triggering the other process. Use one authoritative business condition to select the onboarding path. Avoid building multiple overlapping rules that can independently classify the same hire.
Pro tip for this scenario 130. Define one authoritative hire classification.
If multiple rules independently decide whether someone is an internal or external hire, contradictory paths become difficult to diagnose. Establish one authoritative classification and make downstream onboarding behavior depend on it.
Scenario 131. An onboarding integration successfully sends new hire data from the test environment, but the same process fails after deployment to production. The integration definition appears identical in both environments. How would you identify the production-specific dependency that is preventing the new hire data from being transferred?
Answer: a test-to-production integration failure usually indicates an environmental dependency rather than a fundamentally broken mapping. I would compare the runtime environment by doing 1. Compare connection and endpoint configuration. Verify the production destination, credentials, certificates, connection settings, and endpoint details used by the onboarding integration. 2. Compare permissions and service users. Confirm that the production integration user has the same required access to onboarding data and target resources as the test user. 3. Compare reference and configuration data. Validate that production contains the required fields, mappings, statuses, organizational objects, and other dependencies used by the integration. 4. Run a controlled production test. Process a suitable test-safe new hire and trace the transaction from onboarding through outbound processing to identify the first production-specific failure. Identical integration definitions do not guarantee identical runtime environments. Production dependencies must be validated separately.
Pro tip for this scenario 131. Compare runtime dependencies.
When an onboarding integration works in test but fails in production, compare endpoints, credentials, permissions, reference data, and configuration dependencies before rewriting the integration. The code or definition may be perfectly correct.
Scenario 132. A new hire reaches the final onboarding stage, but employee creation fails because a required employee central field is empty. The corresponding information appears to have been collected during onboarding. How would you determine whether the failure is caused by an incorrect mapping, an unavailable source value, a transformation issue, or a target-side mandatory field requirement?
Answer: a required field failure should be traced from the target requirement backward to the source value, rather than simply making the target field optional. I would investigate by doing 1. Identify the exact required target field. Confirm which employee central field is preventing employee creation and what business value is expected there. 2. Trace the source field. Determine which onboarding field should provide that value and verify that the new hire actually completed and stored it. 3. Inspect mapping and transformation. Check whether the source field is mapped correctly, transformed correctly, and included in the employee creation payload. 4. Validate target side requirements. Confirm that the field is mandatory under the new hire's country, legal entity, or employment context and determine whether another rule or default should populate it. Do not solve a required field failure by weakening the target validation until you know why the expected source value never reached the target.
Pro tip for this scenario 132. Trace mandatory fields backward.
Start with the exact employee central field that rejected the transaction and trace backward to its onboarding source. This quickly distinguishes a genuine missing data problem from a mapping failure disguised as a mandatory field error.
Scenario 133. A new hire completes onboarding successfully, but an external payroll, identity, or downstream HR system does not receive one or more expected employee attributes. The outbound integration itself appears to have executed. How would you determine whether the missing data was absent from the onboarding source, excluded by the integration, transformed incorrectly, or rejected by the target?
Answer: successful outbound execution only establishes that the integration processed the transaction. It does not prove that every expected field reached the target correctly. I would trace the missing attribute by doing: 1. Confirm the source value. Verify that the missing attribute actually exists in the completed onboarding data and is populated with the expected business value. 2. Check outbound selection and mapping. Determine whether the field is included in the integration output and whether the correct source field is mapped to the expected target attribute. 3. Inspect transformation and delivery. Follow the value through any transformation, filtering, or middleware processing and confirm that it remains present and correctly represented. 4. Validate target side acceptance. If the value was delivered, determine whether the target system rejected, ignored, transformed, or stored it under a different representation. For missing outbound data, trace the individual field all the way from the completed onboarding record to target persistence.
Pro tip for this scenario 133. Trace the missing field, not the whole employee.
When one employee attribute is missing downstream, do not debug the entire integration first. Follow that specific field from onboarding through extraction, mapping, delivery, and target persistence. The first point where it disappears is your real failure boundary.
Category 11 Conclusion. Onboarding.
Onboarding incidents occur at the critical boundary, where a recruited candidate becomes an employee. The troubleshooting challenge is to trace the new hire through task assignment, data collection, identity provisioning, integrations, and employee central creation while distinguishing process state. Problems from data, configuration, permission, and integration failures.
Key takeaways of Category 11. The onboarding, troubleshooting principles to remember.
Before moving into global assignments, remember these principles. 1. Trace the new hire across process states. A completed task does not necessarily mean the overall onboarding process has successfully advanced. 2. Separate task assignment from task completion. When the wrong person receives a task, investigate recipient derivation rather than changing the task manually. 3. Treat the onboarding to employee central boundary as a diagnostic checkpoint. Verify what data existed in onboarding before determining why employee central created or failed to create the employee. 4. Separate employee creation from identity provisioning. A successful employee central hire does not prove that the employee's digital identity was successfully provisioned. 5. Trace mandatory fields backward. When employee creation fails because of a required field, identify why the expected onboarding value did not reach the target rather than weakening the validation. 6. Compare internal and external hire paths explicitly. Different hire populations may legitimately follow different onboarding processes, but the branching condition must be deterministic. 7. Validate production dependencies independently. A process that works in test can still fail in production because users, permissions, reference data, endpoints, or other runtime dependencies differ. 8. Follow individual fields across integrations. When outbound data is missing, trace the specific attribute from the completed onboarding record through extraction, mapping, delivery, and target persistence. The objective is to prove where the new hire journey changes state or loses data before applying a configuration or process correction.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
From Category 11, New Hire Processing, to Category 12, Managing Multiple Employment Contexts.
Onboarding establishes the employee relationship, but some employees introduce a much more complex data model. Multiple employments, temporary assignments, host country relationships, or concurrent employment. At that point, troubleshooting is no longer about creating one employee correctly. It becomes about determining which employment owns the data, how the employments interact, and how changes propagate across the employee's life cycle.
Category 12. Global assignments, cross-boarding, and concurrent employment.
Multiple employment scenarios are among the most difficult employee-central incidents because one person can have several employment contexts with different organizational, security, time, compensation, and lifecycle behavior. A value can be correct for the home employment but wrong for the host employment, while rules, integrations, and permissions may evaluate a different employment context than the business expects. The key is to establish employment ownership before troubleshooting the symptom.
Category 12. Global assignments, cross-boarding, and concurrent employment-related scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 10 real-world scenarios. Scenario 134. Global assignment creates home versus host data conflicts. Scenario 135. Temporary assignment data is incorrectly applied. Scenario 136. Cross-boarding creates duplicate or conflicting employee information. Scenario 137. Home employment and host employment trigger different business rules. Scenario 138. Global assignment data replication fails. Scenario 139. RBP gives incorrect access across home and host employment. Scenario 140. Time-off balances become incorrect across assignments. Scenario 141. Compensation and performance data is associated with the wrong employment. Scenario 142. Rehire combined with concurrent employment produces unexpected results. Scenario 143. Global assignment end or return creates incorrect employee state next. Let's dive into Scenario 134.
Scenario 134. An employee is sent on a global assignment, but information from the home employment and host employment appears inconsistent. The host assignment shows one organizational value, while the home employment still appears to control another related field. How would you trace which employment owns each piece of data and determine why the two employment records are producing conflicting results?
Answer: global assignments introduce multiple employment contexts for the same person. So I would first establish which employment is expected to own each affected attribute before changing any data. I would investigate by doing 1. Separate the employment contexts. Identify the home employment, host employment, assignment dates, and the exact fields showing inconsistent values. 2. Determine field ownership. Establish whether each affected attribute is maintained at the person, employment, or assignment level, and which employment should control it. 3. Trace rules and propagation. Check whether business rules, synchronization, or propagation logic is reading the home employment when the business process expects the host employment. 4. Reconstruct the change. Compare the employee's state before the global assignment with the current home and host states to identify the first point where the values diverged. The key is to determine which employment context should be authoritative for each field before attempting a correction.
Pro tip for this scenario 134. Never treat multiple employments as one record.
When troubleshooting global assignments, always identify the employment context first. A value that looks incorrect from the employee's overall profile may actually be correct for one employment and incorrect for the other.
Scenario 135. An employee receives a temporary assignment to another organizational unit, but some temporary assignment information unexpectedly replaces values that should remain associated with the employee's original employment. How would you determine whether the temporary assignment configuration, effective dating, business rules, or data propagation caused the incorrect values to be applied?
Answer: a temporary assignment should change only the attributes intended to change for the assignment period. I would isolate the unintended update by doing 1. Define the intended temporary changes. Document which fields should change for the assignment and which fields must remain tied to the original employment. 2. Review effective dated assignment records. Verify the assignment start and end dates and check whether the affected values became effective at the correct point in time. 3. Trace assignment-related logic. Determine whether business rules or propagation logic are copying temporary assignment values into fields that should not be changed. 4. Compare the assignment lifecycle. Reconstruct the employee data before, during, and after the assignment to identify exactly when the incorrect value was introduced. Temporary assignment troubleshooting requires separating intentional temporary changes from accidental changes to the employee's underlying employment data.
Pro tip for this scenario 135. Define what must not change.
A temporary assignment is easier to troubleshoot when you explicitly define the fields that should remain unchanged. Those fields become your control group when comparing the employee before and during the assignment.
Scenario 136. An employee moves through a cross-boarding process, but the resulting employee data contains duplicate or conflicting information instead of cleanly reflecting the new employment relationship. How would you determine whether the duplication was created by the cross-boarding process, an existing employment record, incorrect employee matching, or downstream employee creation logic?
Answer: cross-boarding must be distinguished from creating an entirely new person or accidentally creating another employment. I would investigate the identity and employment relationships by doing 1. Establish the existing employee structure. Confirm the employee's existing person record, employment records, identifiers, and statuses before analyzing the cross-boarding result. 2. Determine the intended outcome. Identify whether the process should create a new employment, update an existing employment, or move the employee into another employment relationship. 3. Verify employee matching. Confirm that the cross-boarding process correctly identified the existing person and did not interpret the transaction as a new employee. 4. Compare the resulting records. Identify exactly which information was duplicated or conflicted, and determine whether the problem occurred during cross-boarding or during subsequent employee data processing. The first question in a cross-boarding incident is whether the system created the wrong person, the wrong employment, or duplicated data inside the correct employment.
Pro tip for this scenario 136. Identify person versus employment duplication.
Do not immediately delete the apparent duplicate. First, establish whether you have two people, two employments for one person, or duplicated attributes within one employment. The correction is completely different for each case.
Scenario 137. A business rule behaves correctly for an employee's home employment, but produces an unexpected result when the same employee has a host employment. The rule appears logically correct when reviewed in isolation. How would you determine which employment context the rule is evaluating and why that context is producing a different outcome?
Answer: the rule may be technically correct while evaluating the wrong employment context. I would investigate its runtime context by doing 1. Identify the transaction context. Confirm whether the rule is executing against the home employment, host employment, or another related employee context. 2. Review the rule's referenced objects. Determine whether the rule reads employee, employment, job, organizational, or assignment data, and whether those references resolve differently across employments. 3. Compare rule inputs. Capture the actual values being evaluated for the home and host employments, rather than comparing only the final result. 4. Reproduce the same transaction. Execute the relevant business process in each employment context, and identify the input or context difference that causes the rule to branch differently. A business rule can be correct in isolation and still produce the wrong business outcome if it evaluates the wrong employment context.
Pro tip for this scenario 137. Inspect the rule inputs.
When a rule behaves differently across employments, do not start by rewriting the condition. First, capture the exact values the rule receives in each employment context. The difference in inputs usually explains the difference in outcome.
Scenario 138. A global assignment is created successfully in Employee Central, but the host employment information does not appear correctly in a downstream HR or payroll system. The home employment continues to replicate normally. How would you trace whether the assignment data was excluded, mapped incorrectly, or rejected by the receiving system?
Answer: a successful assignment in Employee Central does not prove that every employment context is represented correctly downstream. I would trace the replication path by doing 1. Confirm the source assignment data. Verify the host employment, assignment dates, organizational values, and other fields that should be replicated. 2. Verify the replication population. Determine whether the replication process is designed to include host assignments and how those records are distinguished from the home employment. 3. Trace the outbound representation. Compare the host employment attributes with the outbound data and determine whether the correct employment structure and fields are being sent. 4. Validate target processing. If the assignment data was sent, determine whether the receiving system accepted, transformed, ignored, or rejected the host employment information. Replication troubleshooting must confirm that the host employment is part of the outbound population before investigating individual field mappings.
Pro tip for this scenario 138. Confirm the replication population first.
A correctly configured field mapping is irrelevant if the host employment never enters the replication population. Always prove that the assignment record was selected for replication before debugging its fields.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 139. A user who should have access to an employee's host employment can see the home employment, but cannot access the host data, while another user appears to have broader access than expected. How would you determine whether the problem is the user's role, target population, employment relationship, or the way security is evaluating the employee across multiple employments?
Answer: security becomes more complex when one person has multiple employment contexts. I would evaluate the authorization path by doing: 1. Define the required access precisely. Establish whether the user needs access to the person, a specific employment, or particular fields within the host employment. 2. Review the user's security roles. Check the permissions granted to the user and identify which target population each role applies to. 3. Trace the population relationship. Determine how the employee's home and host employments are represented within the user's target population, and whether the relationship resolves as expected. 4. Compare with a known good user. Compare the affected user's roles and populations with a user who has the intended access to identify the security difference. Do not solve multi-employment security problems by broadening the target population until you know exactly which employment relationship is being evaluated.
Pro tip for this scenario 139. Scope the permission before expanding it.
When a user cannot access a host employment, avoid granting a broader employee population as a quick fix. First, determine whether the missing access is caused by the role, target population, or employment relationship.
Scenario 140. An employee moves between home and host assignments, and the resulting time-off balances do not match the business expectation. One employment shows the correct balance, while another appears to have duplicated, missing, or incorrectly calculated entitlement. How would you determine which employment should own the balance, and what event caused the discrepancy?
Answer: time-off balances can become difficult to reason about when employment context changes. I would establish ownership and reconstruct the balance calculation by doing: 1. Identify balance ownership. Confirm which employment, location, or time profile is expected to govern the employee's entitlement during each assignment period. 2. Review assignment and effective dates. Check when the employee entered and left each assignment, and whether the relevant time-off configuration changed at those boundaries. 3. Trace accrual and balance calculations. Determine whether the system recalculated, transferred, retained, or duplicated the entitlement when the employment context changed. 4. Reconcile against the business timeline. Compare the calculated balance with the employee's assignment history, leave transactions, and expected entitlement to identify the first incorrect calculation. The correct balance cannot be determined until the applicable employment and time-off ownership for each assignment period is established.
Pro tip for this scenario 140. Rebuild the balance from the assignment timeline.
Do not correct a time-off balance from today's number alone. Reconstruct the employee's assignment periods, accrual events, and leave transactions. The first incorrect balance event usually reveals the real cause.
Scenario 141. An employee has home and host employments, but compensation or performance information appears associated with the wrong employment. The employee can access both employment contexts. How would you determine whether the problem originated in the employment selection, employee relationships, eligibility logic, or downstream module association?
Answer: talent data must be associated with the correct employment context when multiple employments exist. I would trace the association by doing: 1. Identify the expected employment. Confirm which employment should own the compensation or performance record for the relevant business period. 2. Validate the source employment relationship. Check the employee and employment identifiers used by the talent process to determine which employment is being evaluated. 3. Review eligibility and association logic. Determine whether compensation or performance configuration is using the correct employment, organizational attributes, and effective dates. 4. Trace the resulting record. Identify where the record became associated with the wrong employment and correct the source relationship rather than manually moving the final result. When talent data appears on the wrong employment, the critical question is which employment identifier the downstream process used.
Pro tip for this scenario 141. Identify the employment identifier.
When investigating cross-employment talent issues, do not rely only on the employee's name or person identifier. Determine which employment identifier the downstream process used to associate the compensation or performance record.
Scenario 142. An employee who already has concurrent employment is rehired, but the rehire process produces unexpected employment relationships, incorrect job information, or values associated with the wrong employment. How would you separate the effects of the rehire from the existing concurrent employment structure and determine which employment was modified?
Answer: rehire combined with concurrent employment can produce misleading symptoms because the person already has multiple employment relationships. I would reconstruct the employment lifecycle by doing: 1. Inventory all existing employments. Establish the employee's employment records, statuses, identifiers, and effective dates before analyzing the rehire result. 2. Identify the intended rehire employment. Confirm whether the business expected an existing employment to be reactivated, a new employment to be created, or another employment relationship to be modified. 3. Trace rehire processing. Determine which employment the rehire transaction selected and which fields, rules, and event reasons were applied. 4. Compare before and after states. Identify the exact employment record that changed and separate intentional rehire changes from unintended modifications to the existing concurrent employment. In concurrent employment rehire incidents, always identify the employment record changed by the transaction before diagnosing the business rule or configuration.
Pro tip for this scenario 142. Identify the target employment first.
A rehire problem can look like bad data when the transaction simply affected a different employment than expected. Establish the target employment before analyzing any downstream symptoms.
Scenario 143. A global assignment ends, and the employee returns to the home employment, but the employee remains in an incorrect employment state. Some host values remain active, while other home employment information is not restored as expected. How would you determine which return processing step failed, and whether the issue is effective dating, data restoration, business rules, or downstream synchronization?
Answer: ending an assignment is not simply a date change. The employee must transition back to the correct employment state without leaving host-specific data active incorrectly. I would reconstruct the return process by doing: 1. Establish the expected return state. Define which employment should be active, which host attributes should end, and which home employment values should become effective again. 2. Review assignment end dates. Verify the effective dates of the assignment termination and the corresponding home and host employment records. 3. Trace return processing logic. Determine whether business rules, propagation, or other lifecycle processing changed or restored the expected employee values. 4. Validate downstream state. Confirm that systems consuming the assignment data receive the end of assignment event, and that no downstream system continues to treat the host employment as active. A successful assignment end requires both the SuccessFactors employment state and downstream systems to converge on the employee's returned state.
Pro tip for this scenario 143. Validate the return state, not just the end date.
An assignment ending on the correct date does not prove that the employee returned to the correct business state. Validate the active employment, effective dated values, rules, and downstream representation after the return.
Category 12 Conclusion. Global assignments, Cross-boarding and concurrent employment.
Multiple employment incidents require a different troubleshooting mindset because one person can have several employment contexts with different organizational, security, time, compensation, and life cycle behavior. The critical skill is to establish which employment owns the data, trace the transaction through the correct employment context, and distinguish a genuine data problem from behavior that is correct for another employment.
Key takeaways of Category 12. The multiple employment, troubleshooting principles to remember.
Before moving into people analytics and reporting, remember these principles. 1. Identify the employment context first. Always establish whether the transaction is operating against the home employment, host employment, temporary assignment, or another concurrent employment before diagnosing the symptom. 2. Determine data ownership. A field can belong to the person, employment, or assignment context, so identify which level should control the value before correcting it. 3. Trace the employment lifecycle. Global assignment, cross-boarding, rehire, and assignment return can all change the employee's state over time. Reconstruct the timeline rather than looking only at the current record. 4. Separate person duplication from employment duplication. 2 employment records for one person are fundamentally different from 2-person records, and each requires a different corrective approach. 5. Evaluate rules in their runtime context. A business rule can be logically correct, but produce a different result because it is evaluating the home or host employment. 6. Treat security as employment aware. A user's access to one employment does not automatically prove that the same user has the intended access to another employment. 7. Reconcile downstream systems separately. Correct home or host data in Employee Central does not guarantee that every downstream system has received or interpreted the same employment context. 8. Rebuild calculated balances from history. Time, compensation, and other employment-dependent values should be reconciled against assignment dates and life cycle events rather than corrected from the current value alone. The objective is to understand the employee's complete employment structure before deciding that a value, rule, permission, or downstream result is actually wrong.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths. but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire master vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 12, multiple employment problems, to Category 13, understanding what the data actually shows.
Once employee data becomes complex across multiple employments, another challenge emerges. Reporting must represent that complexity correctly. A report can show the wrong headcount, an unexpected hierarchy, or numbers that disagree with Employee Central, even when the underlying employee records appear correct. In the next category, we move from troubleshooting transactional employee data to understanding how that data is selected, secured, modeled, and presented through reporting.
Category 13, People Analytics, Reporting and Data Insight.
Reporting incidents are rarely just reporting problems. A number that looks wrong can originate from effective dating, population security, data modeling, report filters, source selection, or differences between reporting technologies. The strongest troubleshooting approach is to establish the expected business population first, identify the reporting source and data model, and then trace why the report is producing a different result.
Category 13, People Analytics, Reporting and Data Insight related scenarios.
In this category, we will troubleshoot the following 12 real-world scenarios. Scenario 144. Report shows the wrong headcount. Scenario 145. Report shows incorrect organizational hierarchy. Scenario 146. Report data differs from Employee Central. Scenario 147. Effective data produces unexpected reporting results. Scenario 148. RBP causes users to see different report results. Scenario 149. User has employee access but cannot see expected report data. Scenario 150. Story report is extremely slow. Scenario 151. Data-based report and story report produce different results. Scenario 152. Advanced reporting and ODS and people analytics show different numbers. Scenario 153. Customer must decide between story, advanced reporting, data, and other reporting approaches. Scenario 154. Report performance degrades as employee population grows. Scenario 155. HR wants a single dashboard combining employee, talent and compensation metrics next. Let's dive into Scenario 144.
Scenario 144. HR reports that a headcount dashboard shows 12,450 employees, while the HR team expects 12,180 based on Employee Central. The difference appears only in certain organizational units. How would you reconcile the two populations and identify whether the discrepancy is caused by filters, employment status, effective dating, duplicate employment records, or reporting logic?
Answer: I would not immediately assume that either number is wrong. I would first define exactly what the business means by headcount, and then reconcile the populations by doing 1. Define the expected population. Confirm whether headcount means active employees, active employments people, or another business definition, and establish the reporting date. 2. Reconcile the population filters. Compare organizational filters, employment status, country, company, and other selection criteria between the report and the expected Employee Central population. 3. Check effective dated records. Determine whether the report is evaluating current, historical, or future dated employment information differently from the expected population. 4. Identify the first population difference. Extract the employees included by the report, but excluded from the expected population, and investigate the common attribute that explains the discrepancy. A headcount discrepancy is solved by reconciling populations, not by changing the report until the numbers happen to match.
Pro tip for this scenario 144. Reconcile the employee IDs.
When two headcount numbers disagree, compare the actual employee populations before reviewing report formulas. The employees present in one population, but absent from the other, usually reveal the real cause much faster than inspecting the final number.
Scenario 145. A management dashboard displays employees under the wrong department or manager, even though the organizational structure appears correct in Employee Central. The issue affects only certain employees whose organizational changes occurred recently. How would you trace the hierarchy represented by the report and determine where the incorrect relationship is being introduced?
Answer: I would treat the hierarchy as a chain of relationships rather than a single field, and trace each relationship at the reporting date by doing 1. Validate the Employee Central hierarchy. Confirm the employee's manager, department, business unit, and other organizational relationships at the exact reporting date. 2. Check effective dated changes. Determine whether the affected employees recently changed managers or organizational units, and whether the report is using the same effective date. 3. Trace the reporting relationships. Identify which source fields and relationships the report uses to construct the hierarchy, and compare them with the Employee Central values. 4. Compare affected and unaffected employees. Find a recently changed employee who reports correctly, and compare the hierarchy driving data to identify the first difference. When hierarchy is wrong only for recently changed employees, effective dating and relationship timing should be investigated before rebuilding the organizational model.
Pro tip for this scenario 145. Use the same reporting date.
Many hierarchy discrepancies are actually timing discrepancies. Compare Employee Central and the report using the same effective date before concluding that the organizational relationship itself is wrong.
Scenario 146. HR opens an employee's profile and sees one job title, manager, and department, but a report for the same employee displays different values. Both users are viewing the employee on the same day. How would you trace the source and determine whether the difference comes from the reporting model, effective dating, security, calculated fields, or data refresh timing?
Answer: I would compare the two data paths, rather than assuming the report is simply displaying stale information. I would investigate by doing 1. Capture the exact values from both views. Record the employee fields, reporting date, and values shown by Employee Central and the report. 2. Identify the report's data source. Determine which reporting model and source objects supply the affected fields, and whether they represent the same business attributes. 3. Check effective dating and refresh behavior. Verify whether the report uses a different effective date or data refresh cycle from the employee profile. 4. Trace the discrepancy to one field. Identify the first field where the two views diverge and determine whether the difference originates in source data, reporting logic, or data availability. Do not compare screens at a high level. Isolate the first field where the two data paths disagree.
Pro tip for this scenario 146. Find the first divergent field.
Comparing an entire employee record can create noise. Pick one incorrect attribute, trace its source in both views, and find the first point where the values diverge. That becomes the reporting investigation boundary.
Scenario 147. A report shows an employee under the old department, even though the employee's future dated job information already contains the new department. HR expects the report to reflect the new organization, but another report shows the old value. How would you determine which effective dated record each report is evaluating and what the business reporting date should be?
Answer: effective dating can legitimately produce different results when reports use different temporal logic. I would establish the intended reporting date and then 1. Review the employee's complete timeline. Identify the current, historical, and future dated organizational records and their effective dates. 2. Determine the report's temporal behavior. Establish whether the report is intended to show the current value, a specific as-of date, or another effective dated representation. 3. Compare report filters and logic. Check whether each report applies different date filters, population conditions, or effective dating behavior. 4. Validate against the business requirement. Confirm whether HR wants today's organization, the future organization, or the organization effective on a specific reporting date before changing the report. The correct answer to an effective dated reporting problem depends first on which date the business wants the report to represent.
Pro tip for this scenario 147. Ask as of which date.
Whenever someone says a report shows the wrong employee value, ask for the reporting date before changing anything. In an effective dated system, two different values can both be correct when viewed at different points in time.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 148. 2 HR users run the same report with the same filters, but one sees 2,400 employees, while the other sees only 1,650. Both users can access the reporting application. How would you determine whether role-based permissions and target population restrictions are responsible for the different results?
Answer: identical report filters do not guarantee identical populations when security is applied to the underlying data. I would isolate the security layer by doing: 1. Compare the two users' permissions. Identify the roles, groups, and relevant data access permissions assigned to each user. 2. Compare target populations. Determine which employee populations each user's security configuration allows them to access, and whether the affected employees fall inside those populations. 3. Test with a known employee. Select an employee visible to one user, but not the other, and trace which security condition prevents the second user from seeing that employee in the report. 4. Validate report security behavior. Confirm whether the reporting technology applies the user's employee central permissions directly or uses another security model that must be evaluated separately. When identical report filters produce different populations, security must be investigated before report logic is changed.
Pro tip for this scenario 148. Test one missing employee.
Instead of comparing thousands of records, identify one employee that user A can see and user B cannot. Then trace the security path for that single employee. It is usually much faster to expose the population boundary that way.
Scenario 149. An HR specialist can open an employee's profile and view the employee's job information, but the same employee does not appear in a report that the HR specialist is expected to use. Other employees in the same department appear correctly. How would you explain the difference between employee profile access and reporting data access?
Answer: access to an employee profile does not automatically prove that every reporting model exposes the same employee data to the same user. I would separate the access paths by doing: 1. Confirm the employee profile access. Verify exactly which employee data the HR specialist can view and whether the access comes from direct permissions or a population relationship. 2. Identify the report's security model. Determine how the report applies user permissions and whether its data source has additional access requirements. 3. Check report population and filters. Confirm that the employee is not being excluded by report-specific filters, employment status conditions, or effective date logic. 4. Compare with a visible employee. Identify a similar employee who appears in the report and compare the two employees' organizational, employment, and security-relevant attributes. Employee profile access and report data access should be treated as separate authorization paths until proven otherwise.
Pro tip for this scenario 149. Do not assume profile access equals report access.
A user being able to open an employee profile is only one piece of the authorization picture. Always verify how the specific reporting technology applies permissions to its underlying data.
Scenario 150. A story report that previously loaded in seconds now takes several minutes after HR added additional employee attributes, calculated fields, and multiple visualizations. The report population has not changed significantly. How would you identify the specific design elements responsible for the performance degradation?
Answer: I would treat the report as a data processing workload and isolate the expensive components instead of simply reducing the employee population. I would investigate by doing 1. Measure the current baseline. Establish which pages, queries, widgets, or interactions are slow and compare their behavior with the previous report design. 2. Reduce the report to its essential components. Temporarily isolate visualizations, calculated fields, filters, and data elements to identify which component causes the performance increase. 3. Review data volume and query complexity. Determine whether the new fields or calculations require significantly more data processing or complex joins. 4. Redesign the expensive elements. Remove unnecessary calculations, reduce excessive visualizations, and restructure the report so that only business-critical data is processed. Performance tuning starts by identifying the expensive report component, not by telling users to accept slower reports.
Pro tip for this scenario 150. Find the expensive component.
A slow dashboard is usually a collection of individual processing costs. Isolate pages, widgets, calculations, and filters one at a time until you identify the component responsible for the largest increase in processing time.
Scenario 151. An OData-based report shows 3,200 active employees, while a story report built for the same HR population shows 3,075. Both reports appear to use the same organizational filters. How would you determine whether the difference comes from source objects, effective dating, security, filtering logic, or the way each reporting technology interprets the employee population?
Answer: I would not assume that two reporting technologies are querying the same logical population simply because the business filters look identical. I would reconcile them by doing 1. Define the common business population. Establish exactly which employees both reports are supposed to include and define the reporting date and employee status rules. 2. Compare the underlying sources. Identify the employee central objects and relationships used by each report and determine whether they represent the same employee population. 3. Compare temporal and security behavior. Check effective dating logic, user permissions, and any source-specific population restrictions applied by each reporting approach. 4. Reconcile the employee populations. Compare the actual employee records returned by both reports and identify the first common attribute, explaining why one population contains additional employees. Two reports can use the same business filters while still producing different populations because their underlying data models and evaluation rules differ.
Pro tip for this scenario 151. Compare populations before queries.
Do not begin by comparing report formulas. Export or identify the employee populations from both reports and find the employees present in one result, but not the other. That difference tells you where to focus the investigation.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 152. HR compares an employee headcount from advanced reporting with the same metric in people analytics and finds a persistent difference of several hundred employees. Both reports appear to represent the same business population. How would you reconcile the underlying data models and determine why the numbers differ?
Answer: when different reporting platforms disagree, I would first determine whether they are actually querying the same logical population before investigating the final calculation. I would do this by 1. Define the metric consistently. Confirm the exact headcount definition, reporting date, employee status, and employment population expected by both reports. 2. Compare the underlying data models. Identify the objects, relationships, and population logic used by advanced reporting and people analytics, and determine where they differ. 3. Check effective dating and security. Verify whether both approaches evaluate historical and current records the same way, and whether user permissions affect one result differently. 4. Reconcile a sample of differing employees. Identify employees counted by one report, but not the other, and use those records to expose the model or filtering difference. Never reconcile two reporting technologies by changing numbers until you understand whether their underlying populations are actually equivalent.
Pro tip for this scenario 152. Reconcile the population definition.
If two reporting technologies disagree, the first thing to reconcile is not the calculation. Reconcile the population definition, effective date, and underlying data model. A different population makes an identical formula produce a different answer.
Scenario 153. A customer wants a new HR reporting solution and is considering story, advanced reporting, OData, or another reporting approach. They need employee data today, but also expect future requirements around analytics, dashboards, integrations, security, and large employee populations. How would you select the appropriate reporting approach without choosing a technology based only on the immediate requirement?
Answer: I would treat this as an architecture decision rather than a report building decision. I would evaluate: 1. Clarify the reporting requirement. Determine whether the requirement is operational reporting, interactive analytics, dashboarding, data extraction, integration, or a combination of these. 2. Evaluate the data model. Confirm which employee, organizational, talent, and compensation data must be combined, and whether the selected approach can represent those relationships appropriately. 3. Assess scale and performance. Estimate employee population, refresh expectations, report complexity, concurrent users, and future growth before selecting the technology. 4. Evaluate governance and maintainability. Consider security, reusable models, administration effort, integration requirements, future enhancements, and the customer's long-term reporting strategy. Choose the reporting architecture based on the business requirement, data model, scale, security, and long-term operating model, not simply on which tool is easiest to build with today.
Pro tip for this scenario 153. Design for the second requirement.
The first reporting requirement is rarely the last. Before selecting a reporting approach, ask what the customer will need when the dashboard expands to additional populations, metrics, integrations, and users. That prevents an architecture that must be replaced later.
Scenario 154. A workforce report performed well when the organization had 20,000 employees, but now takes several minutes to load after the population grows to 100,000. The report configuration has changed very little. How would you determine whether the degradation is caused by data volume, query complexity, filtering strategy, report design, or the underlying reporting model?
Answer: this is a scalability problem, rather than simply a one-time performance problem. I would investigate how processing cost changes with population growth by doing: 1. Establish the growth relationship. Compare report response time against historical employee population, and identify whether processing time increases disproportionately as the population grows. 2. Measure the data being processed. Determine whether the report retrieves far more records or attributes than the user actually needs. 3. Review filters and calculations. Identify expensive joins, calculated fields, broad filters, and visualizations that force large portions of the employee population to be processed. 4. Redesign for scale. Reduce unnecessary data retrieval. Apply selective filtering earlier. Simplify calculations, and reconsider the reporting model if the architecture cannot support the expected population. A report that works at 20,000 employees is not automatically scalable to 100,000. Population growth must be part of the reporting architecture.
Pro tip for this scenario 154. Test with future population in mind.
Do not optimize a large workforce report only for today's population. Estimate how the employee population and report usage will grow. Then test the design against that future scale before performance becomes a production problem.
Scenario 155. HR wants one executive dashboard combining headcount, organizational structure, performance, talent, and compensation metrics. The source data comes from different success factors areas, with different security and effective dating behavior. How would you design the reporting solution so that the dashboard produces consistent metrics without creating a misleading single version of the truth?
Answer: I would treat this as a cross-domain data modeling problem, rather than simply placing multiple charts on one dashboard. I would approach it by doing 1. Define each metric precisely. Establish the business definition, population, effective date, and calculation method for every metric before combining them. 2. Identify the common employee grain. Determine how employee, employment, organizational, talent, and compensation records should be related, and prevent one-to-many relationships from artificially inflating metrics. 3. Design security and temporal behavior. Ensure that sensitive compensation and talent information respects the required permissions, and that all metrics use compatible reporting dates. 4. Validate the combined dashboard against trusted sources. Reconcile each major metric independently before combining them, and test the dashboard with representative employee populations and organizational scenarios. A single dashboard is valuable only when its metrics share a clearly defined population, time context, data grain, and security model.
Pro tip for this scenario 155. Define the grain before building the dashboard.
The most dangerous dashboard errors are not visual errors. They are silent double counting errors. Define whether each metric is calculated at the person, employment, assignment, or transaction level before combining employee, talent, and compensation data.
Category 13 Conclusion. People analytics, reporting, and data insight.
Reporting incidents are rarely solved by looking at the final number alone. A discrepancy can originate from population definition, effective dating, security, source objects, data relationships, reporting technology, or performance design. The critical troubleshooting skill is to define what the business expects first, reconcile the underlying employee population, and then trace exactly where the reporting result begins to differ.
Key takeaways of Category 13. The reporting principles to remember.
Before closing Part 1, remember these people analytics and reporting principles. 1. Define the metric before debugging it. Headcount, active employees, active employments, and other workforce measures can represent different populations, so establish the business definition first. 2. Always establish the reporting date. Effective dated employee data can produce multiple correct values depending on the date the report is expected to represent. 3. Reconcile populations instead of comparing totals. When two reports disagree, identify the employees present in one result but missing from the other, and investigate what those employees have in common. 4. Treat reporting security as part of the result. Two users running the same report can legitimately receive different populations because their data access and target populations differ. 5. Understand the underlying data model. Reports that appear to show the same metric may use different objects, relationships, data grains, or employee populations. 6. Do not assume different reporting technologies should match automatically. Story, advanced reporting, OData, and other approaches can evaluate data differently depending on their sources, security, temporal logic, and design. 7. Design reporting for scale. A report that performs well for a small population can become unusable as employee volume, calculations, visualizations, and complexity grow. 8. Define the data grain before combining domains. Employee, employment, talent, and compensation data must be related at the correct level to prevent silent duplication and misleading executive metrics. The goal is not simply to make two numbers match. It is to prove why the number is correct, which population it represents, and how the system produced it.
Part 1 complete. 155. Real-world success factors scenarios.
We have now completed the first 155 scenarios across 13 categories, covering the foundation and flow of a modern success factors landscape. We started with Employee Central and followed employee data through business rules, workflows, security, positions, time, payroll, integrations, recruiting, onboarding, multiple employment contexts, and finally, people analytics. More importantly, we approached every problem as a production scenario. Identify the expected business state, Locate the failure boundary, trace the data or transaction, isolate the responsible layer, and correct the root cause.
Part 1 Key Takeaways. The troubleshooting mindset behind all 155 scenarios.
Across all 13 categories, these are the principles that repeatedly separate strong success factors troubleshooting from guesswork. 1. Start with the expected business outcome. Before opening configuration, establish what should have happened, for which employee population, and at what point in time. 2. Find the first failure boundary. Determine where the transaction was last correct, and where it first became incorrect, instead of troubleshooting every component simultaneously. 3. Trace data end-to-end. Follow important values from their source through rules, workflows, mappings, integrations, and downstream persistence, rather than trusting a successful status alone. 4. Respect effective dating. Current, historical, and future dated records can completely change the meaning of an employee data problem. 5. Treat security as an execution layer. RBP, target populations, field permissions, reporting permissions, and integration user access can change what a transaction can read, write, or expose. 6. Compare successful and failed populations. When an incident affects only certain employees, countries, legal entities, pay groups, or employment types, the shared difference is often the fastest route to the root cause. 7. Separate configuration from runtime behavior. A configuration can look correct while the runtime transaction evaluates different data, permissions, employment context, or process state. 8. Validate both source and target. Correct data in Employee Central does not prove that recruiting, onboarding, payroll, reporting, or another downstream system received and interpreted it correctly. 9. Fix the source instead of repairing symptoms. Manual employee corrections may restore today's data, but leave the configuration defect ready to affect the next transaction. 10. Think across modules. Modern SuccessFactors incidents rarely remain inside one module. Strong consultants understand how employee data and business processes cross module and system boundaries. If you can consistently identify the failure boundary and explain why the system behaved the way it did, you are thinking like a production consultant rather than someone who has only memorized. Configuration.
Part 1 Built the foundation. Part 2 moves into talent, AI, and architecture.
Part 1 followed employee data through the core HR landscape. Part 2 moves beyond that foundation into the areas that increasingly define senior success factors consulting. Mass data operations, compensation, performance, succession, skills intelligence, opportunity marketplace, identity architecture, modern user experience, BTP extension, Joule compliance releases, system performance and learning. This is where troubleshooting begins to intersect with solution architecture, governance, scale, and the future direction of the SuccessFactors platform.
Part 2 Talent Suite. Learning, Next-Gen Architecture and Operations.
Part 2 continues from Scenario 156 and takes us through Scenario 305. These next 150 scenarios move from core implementation troubleshooting into advanced talent processes, skills, identity, platform extensions, AI, governance, releases, performance, and learning. If you are watching Part 1 first, you can find the link to Part 2 in the video description and continue directly with Scenario 156.
Part 2 The next 150 real-world success factors scenarios.
In Part 2, we will continue with these advanced success factors categories. Category 14, Data Imports, Mass Changes and Migration, Scenarios 156 to 167. Category 15, Compensation and Variable Pay, Scenarios 168 to 179. Category 16, Performance, Goals and Calibration, Scenarios 180 to 189. Category 17, Succession and Career Development, Scenarios 190 to 197. Category 18, Talent Intelligence Hub and Skills, Scenarios 198 to 209. Category 19, Opportunity Marketplace and Dynamic Teams, Scenarios 210 to 219. Category 20, IAS, IPS and Identity and Platform Security, Scenarios 220 to 230. Category 21, Mobile, UX and People Profile, Scenarios 231 to 238. Category 22, BTP, Build Work Zone and Task Center. Scenarios 239 to 248. Category 23, Joule and SAP Business AI. Scenarios 249 to 260. Category 24, Audit, Compliance and Data Privacy. Scenarios 261 to 270. Category 25, Release Management, Regression and Ops. Scenarios 271 to 280. Category 26, System Performance and Large-Scale Operations. Scenarios 281 to 290. Category 27, SAP SuccessFactors Learning and LMS. Scenarios 291 to 305. Part 2 starts with Scenario 156, Data Imports, Mass Changes and Migration. Use the link in the description to continue the complete 305 Scenario Masterclass.
Do not memorize 155 answers. Learn how to diagnose the problem.
If this Part 1 Masterclass helped you think differently about SuccessFactors interviews and production incidents, subscribe before moving to Part 2. And instead of trying to remember every answer word for word, save the scenarios and practice explaining how you would isolate the failure boundary yourself. That is the skill interviewers are really testing. The link to Part 2 is in the description, where we continue from Scenario 156 all the way to Scenario 305.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
For more exciting tips, tricks, and more importantly, for valuable insights of interviews, please share, like, and subscribe to my channel. It has a lot of valuable information about various insights of interviews. It has a wide range of real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for interviews, and it has wide range of most asked interview questions and answers of various technologies like data science, SAP, AWS, DevOps, and full-stack web development, and more. That will be useful during interviews. It has a wide range of most asked interview questions and answers and real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for freshers. For 2 to 3 years, experienced candidates, and for 5 or above years, experienced candidates to test their skills by knowing most asked interview questions and make themselves ready for interviews.